の道に魂込めた一人の男が今日も行く。真面目に遊ばぬ奴らには体で覚えさせるぞ。セガタ三四郎、セガタ三四郎、セガサタン四郎。やからオケナンパにクラブ他にすることあるだろうが、濡れなきゃ遊べるやつらには心に問いかけるぞ。セガタ三四郎、セガタ三四郎、セガサタン四郎。若者よ、真剣に取り組んでいるものがあるか。命がけで打ち込んでいるものがあるか。セガサタンしろ、指が折れるまで。快楽追い続けても虚しい余生が残るだけ。とことん極めぬ奴らには体に叩き込むぞ。セガタ三四郎、セガタ三四郎、セガサタン四郎。青い大空、白い浮雲、真っ赤にたぎる遊びの地。途中で投げ出す奴らには体で覚えさせるぞ。セガタ三四郎、セガタ三四郎、セガサタン四郎。セガタ三四郎、セガタ三四郎、セガサタン四郎。
Hello? Hello, everyone? Quick sound check. Do I sound okay? Can you hear me fine? Sound levels all good? Am I too loud? Am I too quiet? The music is supposed to be significantly more quiet now. Thought I'd turn that down a little bit more. I don't really want to fight for dominance with my own backing music. So, alright, cool. So, without any further ado, let's go. Hello, and I want to welcome you to the final episode of Ranking of Saturn. I'm going to take these headphones off because I find it difficult to talk while listening to music at the same time. I'm just going to look at the waveform and use that to judge how loud it is. By the looks of it, I am comfortably louder than the music, so okay. I'm going to trust the volume meter on OBS this time. All right. Yeah, so this is the final episode of Ranking of Saturn. We have finished ranking all 240 games for the system officially released in Europe. It has taken a little over 2 years to do it. This is probably this is the single largest project I've ever done in terms of YouTube projects. Nothing even comes close to the scale of this. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. It was a lot of fun. I enjoyed doing this. And now it's coming to an end. We just need to do some light massaging of the list. Because as I've been doing this series, I've had a lot of time to think about these games after I've played them, and a number of these games I feel like I had very strong feelings on at the time, and that their positioning felt right at the time, but as the months have gone on, and in some cases years, my opinions have either strengthened or softened on a number of these games, and so I feel like the list needs a little bit, just a little bit of massaging to get it to a place where I'm happy. So before we start, let's answer some questions. I did ask for questions for this video, and I have them. Thank you so much for submitting your questions. Some on videos, some on community posts. I have a small number here. Some of you have answered. Some of you have asked multiple questions. So, all right. Well, we'll go, shall we? These are being read in no particular order. So, tell you what, let's change the music. This one's a little bit too intense. Let's go to something a little bit less intense, shall we? This one's a little quiet, so let's boost it. How does that sound? There we go. Okay, so we'll start with a question from Cameron Fry. Cameron Fries says, As a launch day Saturn owner, it's been fun to follow this series. Here's a few questions for you, and they have listed 6 individual questions, so let's go through them. After revisiting these games so many years later, which ones surprised you as being much better than you remember, and which ones were not nearly as good? Okay, that's a good first one. Games that are better than I remembered. Probably, man. Better than I remembered. Probably Golden Axe the Duel. I remember Golden Axe the Duel when I first played it being extremely mediocre when I first played it, because remember I'm someone who plays a lot of Capcom fighting games, and so I'm judging everything by, like, you know, the best of what Capcom has to offer on the platform, and I don't think that's an entirely fair comparison to make. Just because a game isn't as good as what Capcom was currently doing in the mid to late 90s, doesn't mean that they're not good fighting games. Golden Axe the Duel is fine. Golden Axe the Duel is good even. It's fine, sure. It's not as flashy or as, you know, in-depth or precise as a lot of the other 2D fighting games on the system, but it's fine. It's fine. Yeah, it's absolutely worthy of respect. Yeah, Golden Axe the Duel is just not a fighting game many people even think of, you know. It's, considering it was a fighting game that came out from like a major publisher at a time when, you know, 2D fighting games were still quite popular. No one ever really thinks of Golden Axe the Duel anymore. It's kind of been forgotten, right? But it's actually pretty good. Another example, I guess, would be for a game that is better than I remember. Space Hulk, Vengeance of the Blood Angels is a game that when I first played it, I hated. Because I was kind of expecting it to be just kind of a Doom clone. I was expecting it to be a normal first-person shooter, and it is not that at all. It is not a normal first-person shooter. It is so not one of those games. And ranking it for this list, I was kind of forced to spend a significant amount of time with it, because how I would normally play games when I first got them for my Saturn, when I was collecting, I might put them in, I might play them for like 20 minutes, half an hour, and be like, yeah, this is okay, or nah, this isn't very good, and I would put it away. And the games that I would think weren't very good, I would probably not touch for a very long time, based on literally like less than half an hour of experience, right? Playing Space Hulk, forcing myself to play a lot more Space Hulk is like, I'm forced to understand and get to grips with what the game is actually expecting of you. And because I now have that knowledge, I'm a lot more respecting of it. Like, I know what the game is now and what it actually wants from you as a player. And so I find I like Space Hulk a lot more. I remember feeling weird about it as I was ranking it. I think it's even in the video, you can hear me go, oh no, I think I like this. Oh no, I think I say those exact words. Space Hulk is cool. It's very rough. It's hard to go back to because of how rough it is, both visually and mechanically, but I have a lot more respect for it than I did when I first played it. Okay, and examples of games that I don't like as much as when I first played them. What he said, yeah. Which ones were not nearly as good as you remember? Okay, I guess... Probably Battle Arena to Shinden Ura I think Battle Arena Toshinden is a series that is far better served on the PlayStation. It's just that's where those games are best. They're clearly games that are, you know, like they're best played on PlayStation, and I think both Sega Saturn Toshinden games are functional, but not especially great. And Ura is a significant improvement on the first game on the Sega Saturn. Ura is a much better attempt at bringing Toshinden games to this platform, but I still don't think Ura is great. It's okay. It's okay. I know there are some people who are way into Ura, but I don't know, man. It's okay. It's got some neat ideas. It's got some neat style, but the battle system, I think, is not that great. And another game that is not as good as I remember on the Sega Saturn. Not as good as I remember. One more example. NHL 98. The Sega Saturn version of NHL 98 I had much more respect for when I first played it, because it was the first hockey game I bought for the Saturn. So I didn't really have anything to compare it to. And so I thought the low frame rate was just normal. And so I thought, you know, it's not ideal, but it's still pretty good. It's still NHL 98, and I love NHL 98. And only when comparing this game to the other ice hockey offerings on the platform do I realize just how fucking terrible this port is. Like, wow. Really not ideal. Because NHL 98 is a great game on other platforms. The PC and PlayStation 1 versions of NHL 98 are great. Potentially one of the best ice hockey games of the 1990s. It is a really fun game, but the Saturn port is just so sad. It's so sad in comparison. Let's see, hang on a sec. Just reordering some windows here. Okay, next question. Cameron Fry also asks, what are your favourite Japanese exclusive games other than Shining Force 3, Scenarios, plus Scenario 2 and 3? So this is a question that I think at least one other person asked as well, and I will get to it. Okay. So I will get to that in a bit. Question 3 was, it would be near impossible to play all Japanese exclusives, but would you consider doing a supplemental or highlight videos? You know, or a top 10, rather. That's an idea. Yeah, I mean, there's like 1,000 games that came out for the Saturn in Japan. It's either 1,000 or very close to 1,000. It's a significantly much bigger library, the Japanese library. And I've played a lot of really good Japanese exclusives. Yeah. Gary Hunn says, time for an even more ambitious project. Yeah, no, I think I'm done with projects of this scale for a while. I think I'm going to do something a little bit smaller next. But, you know, the idea of doing a top 10 of Japanese exclusives is a good idea, you know. That might be something I do at some point in the future. Probably not anytime in the next few months, but that is definitely something I would consider doing, yeah. Number 4, who was your favourite third-party developer on Saturn? It looks like Capcom based on your rankings. Capcom is hard to beat. If we're talking about third-party devs on the Sega Saturn, Capcom is kind of really hard to beat. Capcom was kind of like the mid to late 90s. Capcom was definitely in like a second golden age. In fact, my favorite era of Capcom is like the late 90s era Capcom. That's my favorite era. You know, that's the Alpha games, Street Fighter 3, Power Stone, you know, stuff like that is incredible. Mega Man Legends, all that shit. The Resident Evil games. That's my Capcom, if you know what I mean. And yeah, Capcom on the Saturn is real hard to beat. Who would be my second favourite third party? Okay, second favourite third party. Second favourite third party. Now that's a question. Let's see what. Man, that's a tough question. I think. Hang on. Use it down a bit. Okay. You know, I don't know. That's a really hard question. Let's just say Treasure. That's an easy one. Treasure, because they have 3 great releases for the platform. You know, Guardian Heroes, Radiant Silvergun, and what was the platformer? Was it Silhouette Mirage? Was it Silhouette Mirage that they put out? I forget. Gary Hun, Kenji Eno. Kenji Eno, really interesting dude. His games are super like flawed, but like in really interesting ways. Really interesting ways. I have massive respect for the work that Kenji Eno put out. Even if I don't necessarily enjoy playing his games, I love like looking at them because they're so. Man, they're so uncompromising. So uncompromising. That is a man who refused to sand off the harder edges of his games, and more power to him. But yeah, I think Treasure would be my second favourite. Number 5, would you consider doing another console ranking series again? And if so, which console would you choose? I think somebody else asked a similar question, but I'll ask it here. I'll answer it here. The truth is, I don't know. I don't know. I think the Saturn only had 240 games in Europe, and that took over 2 years, and so any project of this size or greater is not something I would take lightly. I would do lightly. But if I had to do one, and you know, I would allow myself to use emulators, because if you didn't know, this entire ranking process, I used real hardware. With real copies of games, which for the Sega Saturn is can be a little difficult, considering how rare and how expensive a lot of these games are. But yeah, if I allowed myself to use emulators and I had to choose a system, boy, maybe the Mega Drive? Like the Mega Drive. I love the Mega Drive. The Mega Drive is my personal favourite Sega platform. The Mega Drive would be a significantly larger undertaking because a lot more than 240 games came out for that thing, even just in Europe. But the Mega Drive, I think, gets a lot of shit. Because people tend to focus too much on the Western developed games. And I think the Mega Drive is another platform where, I don't know, there is a noticeable difference in overall quality between, like, Japanese developed titles and Western developed titles. Not to say that all Western developed titles are inferior. There are actually quite a few very, very impressive Western developed game for the Mega Drive, but there's a lot of, like, early EA shit that people tend to put a lot of focus on, and EA was maybe not the best Mega Drive developer. They did some interesting stuff, but man, a lot of their early output for that system was real rough. Okay, and the final question from Cameron Fry was, which Sega arcade games that never received Saturn ports would you have liked to see most? That's interesting. That's interesting. Saturn port, arcade ports that never, came out. That's actually a tough question. I'm actually not sure. I'm not. My knowledge of Sega arcade stuff isn't the most robust. I know a decent amount of Sega arcade stuff, and I would say pretty much all of the most important Sega arcade stuff from this era did get home ports. Maybe there's like one or two things that I can't think of right now, but I'm sure there's something. If there is, I'll write it in the comments when I finish streaming. How about that? Okay, next person. Samurai Sam asks. He also has multiple questions. What gave you the idea and made you undertake this video series in the first place? So it's two things. I used to be a huge Saturn collector. From like the late 2000s to the mid 2010s. I was a huge Saturn collector. I had it on display. I was, spending a lot of time and effort trying to procure games. I spent a lot of time, resources, and effort collecting this stuff. And then at some point during the mid 2010s, I just kind of, I guess, lost interest. It sort of just kind of wasn't... I still cared about it. I still liked the Saturn. I still liked the games I bought it. I still took pride in my collection. But it just wasn't really a priority anymore. Especially once I completed my European collection. Once I completed the European collection, there's just an urgency in my brain that just kind of switched off. And it was on standby, basically. I was a Saturn enthusiast on standby, and for about 10 years, this stuff just kind of, well, first of all, I moved, and then all of that stuff went into storage, and then it stayed in storage, and then even when I'd finished moving and setting up, it all just stayed in storage. It stayed in boxes. I never played any of it. It just sat there in boxes. And I remember thinking to myself, I have all this stuff, and I do care about it, but I do nothing with it. and I felt genuinely like kind of bad about it, because like I spent all this time, money, and effort accumulating this collection that I am very proud of and do like to show off when I get chances, but I don't actually do anything with it. And so the inspiration came when, so I don't know if you're familiar with the games journalist Jeff Gerstmann. For the last 3 years, he has been ranking Nintendo Entertainment System games, and he's been doing it in like such a casual way, and like a way that is like, I don't know, not super overproduced. I mean, it's very similar, you know, he just kind of sits in front of a webcam and adds shit to a list and speaks his mind and just goes at his own pace. And it was less the idea of ranking, but more the presentational, because I thought in my head, I guess I put too much weight on production presentation, and I know my own abilities when it comes to production, and I know I'm not capable of doing the most professional looking shit, and in some ways that really limits my output, because I don't want to make a video unless I didn't want to make videos unless, I don't know, I could look at them as being good. And I think that gave me the confidence to be like, you know what, it doesn't need to be super good. I can just sit in front of a webcam and talk, you know, without a script, and it's going to be okay. It's fine. And so I basically, I guess you could say I ripped the idea off from him. I guess that's where it came from. And it finally gave me the inspiration to do something with all of this shit that I had spent years of my life collecting. And it feels good to pull this stuff out of storage and do stuff with it again. Okay. Next question. Also from Samurai Sam, were there any games that you really changed your opinion on when you played this series? I think that was also a similar question asked by Cameron Fry, so we'll skip that one. What do you feel is the most overlooked / underrated Saturn game? Similarly, is there one you feel objectively is the most overrated? Okay, that's underrated and overrated. I'm going to change the words underrated and overrated to most interesting despite their popularity and least interesting despite their popularity, shall we say. I'm going to say the most interesting despite their popularity. Where is it? Oh my goodness. It's a really, really janky game. Hang on, I can't locate it right now. Let me just Control F. 118, there it is. RoboPit. RoboPit is an incredibly janky fucking game. Feels like it is barely holding itself together at times. But it is really interesting. If you don't know what RoboPit is, you are basically constructing a robot out of parts, and the parts that you choose determine what the robot's stats are, as well as its abilities. And then you can either play the game yourself like it was like a shitty arena fighter, which isn't that fun, or you can outfit your robot with different parts and weapons and then just have it be controlled by an AI and then watch, you know? And then if your robot wins, it gains parts from the robot it defeated, as well as it gets stronger. It gains like attack bonuses, or it gains like proficiency in the parts that it currently has equipped. So then you have the decision to make, like, do I keep the parts it still has attached, because now they're slightly stronger because it's gotten used to using them, or do I swap them out for newer parts, you know, that have different move lists or like different abilities? And it's really, really cool idea for a game, but it's so fucking janky. I think we discovered when ranking this that there is a multiplayer mode in this game, but the multiplayer mode, you cannot use it unless you start the game with 2 controllers attached. You can't just plug a second controller in and then play multiplayer. You have to make sure the game boots with 2 controllers attached, because if for some reason it lacks the ability to detect a controller being inserted, which is a really basic thing. It's like, oh, okay, you didn't think of that? Huh. Okay. So yeah, RoboPit is real rough in execution, but the concept is super cool. And the PlayStation version doesn't have like the stat increases when you win. I think the PlayStation version of RoboPit has like, oh yeah, different robot parts give you different abilities, but you don't level up the robot. That's exclusive to the Saturn version, which is a weird difference. And okay, what would I say is the least interesting, despite its popularity? I mean, I think we all know what one it's going to be. So, my opinion on Nights into Dreams is somewhat controversial. Nights into Dreams for many, many, many years has been considered the poster child of the Sega Saturn, you know. Everyone's, you know, when they talk about what they think are the best games for the Sega Saturn, they will almost guaranteed talk about Nights into Dreams. And I brought this up in the video that I remember when I played Nights into Dreams for the first time, and I had been hyped up for years by other Sega fans about how good it was supposed to be. It's like, oh, when you get a Saturn, make sure you play Nights into Dreams. It's so good, right? And so my expectations were super, super high for it. And also, it's a Sonic Team game, right? And I can say at the time, this would have been 2008, I think, when I played it for the first time. I considered myself a Sonic Team fan. I was still a Sonic fan in 2008. I still like some Sonic games now, but I don't think I wouldn't call myself a Sonic fan anymore. But in 2008, at the time, I considered myself a Sonic Team fan. I love the Sonic Adventure games. And so here's this game that had been hyped up, that had been hyped up so much. And then I finally got my hands on it, and I finally played it. And I just remember thinking, I remember this, a very strong memory of this, sitting there, playing through the game, and thinking, is this it? Is this it? Really? You just fly in circles and collect orbs, and that's it? And all you do is fly in circles, and every level is a time attack. And then you just collect orbs, and then you collect more orbs, and then you fly in more circles, and I don't know, like, I think from a technical perspective, Nights into Dreams is very impressive. I think it's one of the most technically impressive games on the platform. I think it looks nice, it's got a cool art style. The part where it falls short for me is the part where you play it. And, you know, notoriously, I put Christmas Nights above Nights on this list, and Christmas Nights is a demo. It's a demo disc of Nights. And I'm sure a lot of people wondered, like, why would you put the demo for a game above the full version of the game? That seems so fucking weird. Like, why would you do that? And that's because Christmas Nights has a ton of really interesting exclusive content that, I don't know, I just found so much more engaging than the standard gameplay of Nights into Dreams. And it's just like, I think Nights into Dreams is cool from a technical perspective, but I think the act of flying in circles and collecting orbs is not that interesting, ultimately. But all the weird like calendar shit you can do in Christmas nights. Then there's all like the weird like secret levels, like the secret Sonic level that you can unlock, which is officially the first 3D Sonic gameplay ever. You know, it predates Sonic R, predates Sonic Jam, predates the Saturn version of Sonic 3D. That's really interesting. Yeah, I guess that's my answer. So I'm not going to use the word overrated, because I think the word overrated is like mean. It seems mean, and I'm trying not to be mean, but I will say I don't find it as interesting as I think most other people do. It's a cool technical achievement, though. Okay. Last question from Samurai Sam. Do you have any American releases that didn't get released in Europe? And is there any chance you would play and rank those too? So, I do own American exclusive releases. Well, not American exclusive, but games that came to America but didn't come to Europe, let's just say. I have them here. I've prepared for this question. I have. I don't have all of the American exclusives. I've got 8 of them. They are High Velocity Mountain Racing Challenge from Atlas, which is a pretty okay racing game. Brain Dead 13 from Readysoft, which is it's funny, it's being mostly keyed out, but this cover is mostly yellow, which is a Dragon's Lair clone, a horror themed Dragon's Lair clone. If you know what Dragon's Lair is, I'm sure everyone knows what Dragon's Lair is. This game is, well, it's Dragon's Lair, you know. Your feelings on Dragon's Lair are probably very similar to my feelings on Brain Dead 13. It's cool for the first 5 minutes, and then you get kind of bored of it. I have Romance of the Three Kingdoms 4, Wall of Fire, from Koei, which I bounced off super hard. I just don't think I like the romance games. I think they are neat from a concept perspective, but man, I just don't have the patience to really dig into one of these games. I have Iron Storm, which is a turn-based strategy game based on the Second World War, which is actually pretty good. This is a pretty good strategy game, turn-based strategy game. This is a release from a long-running series in Japan. I don't remember the name of the series, the series right now, but in Japan these games are called something else, but the Sega Saturn version, when it got to North America, was renamed to Iron Storm. It's very similar in some ways to Advance Wars. If you've ever played an Advance Wars game, think of this as... actually, no. I would say Advance Wars is a simplified Iron Storm. Very similar in some ways to Advance Wars, which is cool because I love Advance Wars. I have Albert Odyssey, which is a somewhat notorious game. At least the Western release of Albert Odyssey, originally developed by Sunsoft. This game was a casualty of Working Designs. Working Designs was an American-based publisher and localization house in the 90s. I think they kept going to like the early 2000s, but they were kind of notorious for basically having really uneven localization quality. Some of their work is like fine, and some of their work is like, oh, they got the script for the game from the developer, and then they immediately threw it away and then started making up their own shit. Albert Odyssey is maybe one of the worst examples of that. The dialogue and script in this game is heavily changed from the Japanese original in a way that most people hate. And there's a popular mod you can find for games that they put out in the West that they localized, called an Unworking Designs mod, where translators have gone back in and changed the game's localization to be more faithful to the original Japanese script. Yeah, Albert Odyssey is a pretty good RPG, but it suffers from, I don't know, like a really goofy script. At least the Western release does. Speaking of Working Designs releases and having really butchered localizations, I have Magic Knight Rayearth, which I believe was the final Sega Saturn release in North America. So this is also this is an action RPG. This is another example of a developer trying to recreate the success of A Link to the Past on the Super Nintendo. Sega had a lot of those. Sega put out a lot of games trying to recreate the success of A Link to the Past, and I don't think any of them quite got there. There are some that are very close. Story of Thor is very good. I would say that Magic Knight Rayearth is also quite good. But again, the Working Designs localization in this game is real rough. And I also have Scud, the Disposable Assassin, which is a very mediocre action platformer. It's not especially great. It's like, it functions, it's competent, but it's not not anything you would ever like spend any significant time with, I don't think. And finally, most important of all, I have a copy of Criticom, which is one of the worst fighting games ever made. I think I've played Criticom at least once on this channel at some point. It might be part of some of my older Sega Saturn videos, but yeah, Criticom's fucking awful. Oh my god. This game was not expensive at all. It was actually very cheap, because I don't think, like, even now, people don't want Criticom. So yeah, that's all of the American exclusives I own. Now, would I rank them and add them to the list, I believe was the other part of that question. We run into the problem of 50 Hz versus 60 Hz, which I don't think it's fair to combine 50 Hz games and 60 Hz games onto a single list, especially when most of these games on this list have 60 Hz versions, because if you don't know, during the 1990s, because of the European TV standards, televisions, most televisions could only display at 50 Hz, which meant the screen itself can only update a maximum of 50 times a second, as opposed to the NTSC standard used in North America and other parts of the world, where the TVs could update the screen a maximum of 60 times a second. That's where we get the 60 frames a second standard from the NTSC television standard. And because of the way games were made at the time, games weren't made to achieve target frame rates, they were made to achieve like update rates. So it's like when people were making a game, they were deciding, okay, is this game going to update Is the image going to update every frame, or every second frame, or every third frame, or in some cases every fourth frame? Like, what's our render target here? Like, how often are we going to update the image on the screen, right? And since NTSC is I'm going to say the most dominant, what was the most dominant television standard in the world, that was the television standard that game developers optimized their games around. So you have a game that is updating every second frame, which I believe was quite a lot of games in the 90s, and for a very long time, 30 frames a second is a very common frame rate, even today, I think, on consoles at least. You end up with a situation where, because of that, a game will run at 30 frames a second on NTSC, but then because the update frequency on European TVs is slightly lower, that translates to 25 frames a second. And then as you get into games that update every third frame or every fourth frame, the penalty increases significantly. So 60 frames a second becomes 50 in PAL territories, which is not a big deal. 50 is still a pretty good frame rate. 30 becomes 25, which is quite playable. I think 25 is quite a playable frame rate. But then you get into issues where games for NTSC platforms that are targeting 20 start 16 frames a second in PAL territories, because that's just the update rate of the TV standard, right? And it's not because consoles were less powerful. The game isn't failing to run at the same frame rate because the console's less powerful. That's just the limitation of the analog TV standard that the console is limited by. And the game is programmed to only update once every 3 frames, and so it's not a, how do I put this? It's not a performance failing. It's literally the game is just being kind of hamstrung by the TV standard it's being forced to run on. And then you get into games that run at update once every 4th frame, which would be 15 frames a second in NTSC, which is the very edge of acceptability. End up running at 12 frames a second in PAL territories, which is not acceptable at all. And so I feel like ranking 60 Hz games with 50 stuff is kind of unfair. I could do a theoretical ranking, theoretically ranking them on the list, but I feel like it wouldn't be fair to officially add them because, I don't know, the 50-60 thing is such a weird comparison to make. So probably not. It's complicated. What I'm trying to say is it's complicated. And so for complicated reasons, I probably won't be doing that. Okay, to finally answer your question. Okay, I'm taking a long time to answer these questions. I'm sorry, we're nearly an hour in. All right. Cartman's dad 2385 asks, do you plan to do anything similar for other consoles, any Dreamcast maybe, even if you had to utilize emulation to save yourself? Yeah, I've already answered this question, I believe. Yeah, it was the Mega Drive. Vokiga, I think is how that name is supposed to be read. Vokiga. Okay, I wanted to know which upload is your personal favourite of all time, I think of your entire channel, and which frustrated you the most to make and why? Okay, should have pre-prepared for some of these, because some of these questions are actually quite hard. What was the most frustrating to make? Frustrating. Okay, let me just very quickly browse some of my videos here. Boy, probably, oh my god, frustrating is a weird word. I don't know if I have a frustrating, because I'm the sort of person where, like, if I'm not having fun making a video, I just don't make the video. I need to be enjoying myself at least somewhat in order to make a video, and so I don't think there's anything here where I was, like, actively, like, pushing myself to finish it because of how annoyed I was at making it. I don't think that's... I probably don't have one, actually. No, I guess not. No. No. To answer your question, I don't have a most frustrating video, because if I'm frustrated making a video, I just stop. What is my favourite upload of all time? I guess technically this. Technically Ranking of Saturn is the thing I'm most proud of right now, so technically Ranking of Saturn. Okay, Gary Hun asks... You also asked multiple questions. Now that you're done, on a 1 to 10 scale, how strong is your urge in you to redo the whole thing from scratch starting right now? What, you mean Ranking of Saturn specifically? Probably a 1? Nope. I think I'm done doing this kind of thing for a little while. This was took a very long time, and even though I enjoyed doing it a lot, I think I'm done for a while. Okay, you seem to have decent experience to answer this. Is the PlayStation truly and objectively the better system of the time? The PlayStation is the most successful and popular system of the time. Better is a complicated word. I don't like dealing in absolutes if I can. I think the PlayStation is a very good platform. It was the right hardware at the right time. I think there are things that the N64 and the Sega Saturn did better than the PlayStation, but ultimately I think the PlayStation had the most... Let's just say it had the most stat points in the correct categories that mattered most at the time, shall we say, compared to the other two. Okay, did you have all games on hand when the series began, or did you still have to hunt something down in time? So I've had a complete European collection for over 10 years now. Well over 10 years, actually. About 15, maybe, almost 15 years I've had a complete European collection, so I didn't actually have to hunt anything down. The only thing I can think of that I bought because of this series is, weirdly enough, I bought a better condition copy of NBA Jam Extreme, because my currently existing copy of NBA Jam Extreme was kind of in poor condition, and for some reason that bugged me, even though NBA Jam Extreme is a terrible game. I wanted something a little bit nicer, and so yeah, that is the only Sega Saturn game I bought over the period of making this, which is a weird thing, because I hate NBA Jam Extreme. Oh my god. Would you consider a video of the top games that were most missed out on being outside of Japan? Yeah, this is a question that somebody else asked, and so yeah, like a top 10 list of like Japanese exclusives, you know, like that sort of thing. Yeah, that sounds like a interesting idea that I might do at some point in the future. When that is, I'm not entirely certain. It might be a few months. I want to do some other things. I want to do some different things first. But yeah, that is something I would absolutely do at some point. Okay. And finally, Where would you draw the line on your list? Above which you'd consider everything all-time classics, wholeheartedly recommendable to everybody of any age who play video games. I think what you're trying to say is, if you had to put a dividing line on this list between good and bad, where would it go, right? I think that's what you're asking. Like, if you had to put a hard line of where do the bad games stop and the good games begin, again, I don't really like dealing in absolutes if I can help it. Let's say games that are horrible versus games that at least have some charm. Let's say that. I would say probably here. Everything below Clockwork Knight, I think, is at least on the Sega Saturn, kind of terrible. And everything from Clockwork Knight upwards has at least something. There's something there that is like genuinely charming. Even if the gameplay isn't especially great, or the performance is not especially good, or it has tons of technical issues, or, there's at least something there you can grip hold of and say, this might not be great, but it's got something. There's something here you can hold on to, There's something there. Whether it's just the art style, or it's just the soundtrack, or it's just the concept, there's something there. I don't know. Like that's where I would put it off the cuff. I might have to think about this more. I might have a different answer if you give me more time, but yeah. Okay, next person. Discipulus Themistocus. I think that's how you pronounce the name. Discipulus Themistocus. Do you have a collection of the official Sega Saturn magazine, which was produced in Britain? I think I have 2 issues of Sega Saturn magazine. I don't remember which issues, because again, they're kind of in storage, and I haven't looked at them for a while. But I have a stack of like old gaming magazines from that era, and I think at least a couple of them are official Sega Saturn magazine. I've also got a couple of issues of Saturn Power, which was an unofficial magazine, and I've got several issues of Computer Video Games, which was like a multi-platform gaming magazine from the time. I think I went through a couple of them once, a while ago. Yeah, I do have some of those. How was your experience collecting the complete European Sega Saturn library? Fun, I guess, because at the time while I was collecting, I was part of a forum at the time of collectors and enthusiasts, and they really helped me in some ways pay attention to certain games. I think I mentioned Exhumed when I first saw, when I was collecting early on and I was looking at like screenshots of Exhumed and videos of Exhumed. To me, it just kind of looked like a shitty Egyptian themed Doom clone. And then the people on the forum managed to it convince me and say, no, actually Exhumed is more interesting. Exhumed is it's got it's in some ways the gameplay is similar to Metroid. It's actually really interesting. And that convinced me to seek that game out sooner than I would have because of their recommendations. Collecting the European library is harder now than it was back then. I didn't, like I said, most of my collecting I did from 2007 to 2013, 14 is when I think 2014 I think is when I completed the European collection. And it was expensive at the time, especially certain games. I think the most expensive European game that I put money down for was Street Fighter Collection. I think I paid a cool 100 for Street Fighter Collection at the time, which I thought at the time was really fucking a lot for that game. But I really wanted Street Fighter Collection, so I dug deep for that one at the time. Would you believe I only paid £70 for my copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga? Which is a fucking steal by today's prices. Oh my god. Today you're looking at like multiple hundreds at the least for a copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga. Even without the cardboard sleeve, that's an unbelievably good price for that game. It was a pretty good price then. It is a steal by modern pricing. £70 was an incredible price. I mean, that game was sold to me by a friend, like a guy who ran a secondhand game shop. I frequented quite a lot. I was quite a regular customer in there, and so as a result, I built up a rapport with the guy who owned it. You know. And I think I mentioned in the Panzer Dragoon video, in the Panzer Dragoon Saga video, that, hey, well, one day while I was in there, he pulled me aside and said, hey, I know you collect Sega Saturn stuff. This just came in. Do you want this? And he showed me the copy of Panzer Dragoon Saga and said how much he would sell it to me for, which was 70. And I remember asking him at the time, like, yes, I would like that. Very much. Thank you for showing me. And no one else. Can you hold on to it for 24 hours and I will have your money tomorrow? And he did, because we were cool. He did that for me. I'm sure he could have charged a little bit more money than that. He probably could have put that thing on the shelf for like 100 minimum, and probably would have sold it within the week, you know. But he sold it to me for 70 and didn't put it on sale for anyone else at the time, which was a really cool thing he did. And the final question from Discipulus was, do you have many Japanese and US Saturn games? Okay, I've already partially answered this. I have 8 US Sega Saturn games. I have over 100 Japanese games. Not all of them are unique. I have a lot of dupes of games I also own European copies of. But yeah, I own easily over 100 Japanese games for the platform, so a decent number, you might say. Okay, and final question submitter is Kratos Might. He asks, this question's a little bit long. He asks, do you intend to make something similar with another console? Okay. You've covered the European library and we've learned your preferences, but is it possible to make some supplementary videos for some American or Japanese exclusive to rank them compared to the European library, like you did with the whole trilogy of Shining Force 3? Also, what are your thoughts on Saturn in general? I mean, compared to other consoles. Okay, this is a very dense question. I'm going to say that, okay, we've already answered... Would you make additional videos covering non-European games? And yes, I think I might do that in the future. What are my thoughts on the Sega Saturn in general? Now that's a deep question. How much time have you got? We are an hour in, man, and you've just asked me a question that could take another hour to answer. Oh my god. Oh boy. I think I've used these words in past videos, but when it comes to gaming hardware, I am very attracted to unusual, flawed things. So the more weird and fucked up well, not fucked up is a loaded unusual and let's just say flawed and unusual, right? Okay, more flawed and unusual the hardware, the more interesting it is to me, right? And the 90s are full of weird and unusual hardware. Specifically the Sega Saturn's generation, the PlayStation, N64 and Sega Saturn, to me, is by far the most interesting hardware generation. I'm not going to say the best hardware generation, you know, or the most iconic hardware generation, but definitely the most interesting. Because I don't think in any other generation have the three major players been so fundamentally different in their hardware approaches. Like, all three platforms are extremely unique from each other, you know? The N64 is, you know, a very, very unique hardware architecture, you know, and it still uses cartridges at a time when maybe game developers maybe shouldn't have been using cartridges, but Nintendo held their fucking ground and says, no, damn it, we're going to use cartridges. Fuck CD-ROMs. All right, man. And that had positives and negatives to it. I would say more negatives than positives, but you know, it's the N64 wouldn't quite be the N64 as we know it if it had a CD-ROM drive. That effectively makes it in many ways more interesting as a piece of hardware. The PlayStation is interesting in its own ways, and the bets that Sony placed for that hardware are make it interesting, especially in context to the industry and how the industry was changing at the time. The Sega Saturn and the bets that Sega made for that hardware at the time are really telling, because you can really see that from Sega's perspective, the industry just very suddenly changed almost overnight. Like, they were developing the Sega Saturn, they were designing that hardware for a style of game development and game design and industry that was very quickly going to disappear in favor of a much more 3D focused, you know, and mainstream version of the industry, because that's what the PlayStation did, right? The PlayStation helped gaming become more mainstream. It wasn't that, like, you know, Nintendo and Sega weren't also appealing to some, you know, they weren't also increasing mainstream appeal very slowly, but Sony came in like a fucking wrecking ball and said, yo, all you, like, teenagers and early 20-somethings who think video games are for kids, check this shit out, right? I think the PlayStation did a lot for, like, helping gaming to become a much more accepted mainstream art form, you know, or like a form of entertainment. But yeah, you definitely tell when Sega was designing the Sega Saturn, they were designing it to combat, like, it was weird, they weren't thinking necessarily of the future when they were designing the Saturn. They were thinking of the competition they had right then. They were designing the Sega Saturn to be a Super Nintendo killer. It was always designed originally to be a SNES killer, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere comes Sony from their blind side, and then does a bunch of shit they weren't expecting, and then they just caught... They were just caught blindsided, and the industry changed around them, and it's... Suddenly, you know, the Sega Saturn felt like a device that just wasn't ready for where games were going. I think the Sega Saturn is really cool. It has a lot of... It has a... How do I put this? Sega placed a lot of bets that didn't pan out, you know? Like the use of using quadrilaterals instead of standard three-sided polygons, I think hurt them, because basically the entire rest of the industry standardized around three-sided polygons, where Sega was offering a hardware platform that required you to build games out of four-sided polygons. So automatically they've created a barrier, a significant barrier to porting your games to their platform, right? It's like, well, shit, we want to port our PlayStation game to the Saturn. We've got to basically rebuild all of these 3D models to use four-sided shapes. Well, shit, that's going to take time and money. And I think their decision to not have a standardized video codec for the platform, because unlike the PlayStation, the Sega Saturn doesn't use doesn't use hardware video decoding. There's no like dedicated decoder chip like there is in the PlayStation for like MPEG-1 video, which basically made it very easy for developers to be like, okay, what video codec are we going to use? Well, the PlayStation supports MPEG-1 out of the box, so let's just make it MPEG-1. It's fine. There are some PlayStation games that don't use MPEG-1. They use their own separate codec, but it's very, very small number of games. Like the overwhelming majority of PlayStation games that have FMV use the MPEG-1 codec. Whereas, again, because the Saturn doesn't natively out of the box support any video codec, it's a fucking Wild West. Developers were kind of forced to license and in some cases develop their own internal in-house video codecs, and some developers were better at that than others. You definitely saw towards the end of the system's life, a lot of games, especially Sega, adopted the duck video codec. A lot of later Sega Saturn games start with that Duck Corporation logo at the start, because the Duck Corporation video codec was actually, pretty good. One of the better, more consistent video codecs for the system, like weird things like that. Like, is there one specific thing that caused the Saturn to fail? Not really. It's probably more like 50 separate smaller things that, some of them were Sega's fault, some of them were not Sega's fault, that all just kind of caused what happened to happen, right? I could spend another hour talking about this if I wanted to, because it's a very complicated issue and subject to talk about. But the Saturn is really interesting. It's flawed as hell, and a lot of the games are weird and fucked up, but that's its charm. That's why I like it so much. I don't like it because I think it's an amazing console. I like it because it's a weird, like, unusual, like, fail son of a console, and that's what makes it so charming to me as a collector. I have similar opinions on the Wii U. Stay tuned for ranking of Wii U. No, I'm never doing that. Anyway, that's all of the questions. I hope I've answered them to your satisfaction. Thank you for submitting them. We've spent well over an hour answering them. I didn't expect to spend that much time, but hopefully I answered them to your satisfaction. Anyway, let's get to it, right? Let's get to massaging the list. Shall we start from the bottom of the list and work our way up? Because I feel like that's going to be easier. I'm going to clear away some of the detritus on my desk to make this easier for me, because I'm going to need to get to my keyboard in an easy and reliable way to do this. I'm going to move my microphone just a little bit to the right. Hopefully it picks me up just fine still. Move my mouse here so I can still touch it. Okay. Let's start from the bottom. Okay. Bottom game, Revolution X. a horrible piece of shit. I hate Revolution X. Oh my god, I hate Revolution X. I hate Revolution X so much. The first... What song is playing right now? Oh, it's Ballerina to Shinden music. I'm going to turn that down a little bit. Okay. Do I feel differently about Revolution X compared to the games closest to it? I'm gonna say no. No other game on this list made me angry. I think Revolution X is the only game I played while ranking that made me genuinely angry. Fuck this game. This is horrible, horrible stuff. It runs like shit. It runs very poorly. It doesn't look great. The visual fidelity of the assets used on screen are quite ugly. It's a midway arcade game, so it's incredibly unfair by design. Also, playing it's a light gun game that doesn't support the light gun, which is wild. Which means you have to use either a regular controller or the mouse. And you might be thinking, well, obviously you just use the mouse, right? So here's the thing. The mouse support on Revolution X is horrible. It's really bad mouse support. It has so much latency. Like, you move the mouse and then the cursor will move like 3 to 4 tenths of a second after you actually physically move your hand. It's got a ton of latency. It's horrible mouse support. So you can't even do that. If you want to play the game effectively, you kind of have no choice but to use the D-pad, which sucks. Yeah, Revolution X sucks. It is a... I don't like Revolution X. It's funny. There's the first level. The first level, when you go to the club and you go to the, you see Aerosmith playing on the stage and you go to their back room and then the lead singer of Aerosmith talks to you on the TV and he somehow throws you his car keys through the TV screen. It's funny. I get it. It's very funny. But the game fucking sucks. And the bosses have way too much health. The bosses have so much fucking health. Like, fuck the bosses in this game, man. Oh my god. And sometimes you have to pick apart the bosses piece by piece, and you can't do damage to a boss unless you're shooting a very specific tiny piece of the boss, and the boss is constantly moving around the screen like this. You can't even hit the fucking thing most of the time. It's the most frustrating thing I have played. The entirety of Ranking of Saturn. Like, I hate Revolution X. It's a terrible video game. It can rot at the bottom of the list for all I care. Okay, The Crow City of Angels. The Crow City of Angels is one of the worst video games I have ever fucking played. It is horrible. It is a reskin of another game called Perfect Weapon for the PlayStation. And it is horrible. The controls are terrible. Like, somebody thought, what if we made a beat 'em up, but we gave it like pre-rendered backgrounds and tank controls, and also the combat sucks. It's awful. It's awful. I don't know. I would say The Crow City of Angels ranks higher than Revolution X, because at least while I was playing it, I felt morbid curiosity. And I would say morbid curiosity is the lowest form of entertainment, but it is still a form of entertainment, which is more than I can say for Revolution X. Revolution X is so horrible and abhorrent to play that I don't even have curiosity for it. I just don't like it. Whereas this is such a fucking horrible mess in a really weird way that it does ignite a low level of like morbid curiosity in me. And so that counts as a form of entertainment, I guess. So The Crow is still the second worst game, still. Rise 2 Resurrection, one of the worst fighting games I have ever played. Holy shit, this is a fighting game made by people who don't know how to make fighting games. I think at one point during the ranking, I literally picked up the controller, turned it around to face the camera so I couldn't see it, and just started mashing buttons, and I was still winning fights. It was fucking... This game is terrible. It is so stupid. It's like they put way... I feel like the people who made Rise 2 put way too much reliance on people thinking it's cool. Like, look at these cool robots, man. Hell yeah. And it's like, it's kind of like a shitty Mortal Kombat clone, but with like shitty robots, and the controls suck, and none of it feels good to play, and also it's weirdly grey. I remember like feeling like, why is this game so grey? Like, it's the contrast, the game's contrast levels are like weirdly grey in a way that I can't explain in that game. Possibly the most grey game that we have played. Kind of visually ugly. It's only the third worst because it's at least funny. You can kind of play it and go, oh wow, look at this piece of shit, oh my god, you know. Similar, I guess you could say it also has morbid curiosity appeal. You can occasionally, you might play a couple rounds of Rise 2 just to laugh at it. It's a terrible fucking game. Okay, Actua Soccer Club Edition. A miserable attempt at a football game. From a third-party developer who felt like they never really managed to get the hang of the Saturn hardware. Gremlin Interactive is... not well represented on this list, you might say. They have one game. They have one game for the Saturn that is okay, and that's Actua Golf. You know, and Actua Golf is like not only is it a decent playing golf game, it's actually kind of a decent looking golf game as well. Actua Golf is like weirdly impressive from a 3D graphics standpoint. The fidelity of the golf courses in that game are like actually pretty good. And then you compare that to everything else they put out on the platform, and it's like, oh geez, like what happened, guys? Yeah, Actua Soccer sucks. Actua Soccer on the Sega Saturn is a reskin of a reskin. Because Actua Soccer is just a reskin of Euro 96, which is itself a reskin of Actua Soccer on the PlayStation. So that's not great. So I'm going to say Actua Soccer is still 237. High Octane. To me, High Octane is a tragedy because High Octane is inherently not a bad game. The PlayStation version of High Octane is much more playable and it looks a little bit better. It's got a slightly better frame rate, you know. Better controls, better textures on the PlayStation and PC, but specifically the Sega Saturn version of High Octane is just miserable. And it sucks because it came out very close to the original Wipeout. People will sometimes call High Octane a Wipeout knockoff, which is not fair because it came out like within like a couple of months of the release of the original Wipeout, which means those two games were being developed like concurrently. They were being developed at the same time as each other, so no, High Octane is not like a shitty knockoff of Wipeout. They just happen to be being made at the same time, and the difference in quality between the two games is incredible, which is especially sad because it was made by Bullfrog, and Bullfrog is one of my favourite 1990s developers. Bullfrog's output during the 90s is incredible. You know, like Populous, Powermonger, Syndicate, Theme Park, Theme Hospital, Dungeon Keeper, you know? Amazing shit. Magic Carpet. Like, Bullfrog was doing incredible stuff. Especially on the PC in the 90s. They're one of my favourite, like, video game developers of all time from that period, you know? And this is maybe one of the worst things they've ever put out, is the Sega Saturn version of High Octane. And I think themselves, they have come out and said, yeah, High Octane maybe wasn't a project we're particularly proud of. I think it's on the Wikipedia page. There's a quote from one of the developers saying like how they kind of regret that High Octane didn't turn out better. So they absolutely knew it wasn't good. But I don't know. This game is kind of... I'm going to say this game has more... This game has more going for it than... Here we go. This is our first change. Here we go. High Octane has more going for it than UEFA Euro 96. High Octane, I think, is a better game than The Incredible Hulk. High Octane is a better game than Hardcore 4x4. High Octane is not better than Chaos Control, so High Octane is being moved to its new position as number 233. Okay, so that's our first change. We're going to bump High Octane up a little bit. UEFA Euro 96 is fundamentally the same video game as Actua Soccer, so I think they deserve to be right next to each other because they're the same fucking video game. So I'm going to leave UEFA Euro 96 where it is. The Incredible Hulk, the Pantheon Saga, a miserable excuse for a 3D action game. That, despite looking really, really poor, like there's some of the worst graphics on the platform, but yet runs at an incredibly low frame rate. Wow. Wow. It looks terrible. It has terrible performance. It feels terrible to play. The levels are horribly designed. Horribly designed. They're so confusing. The first level is so confusing. The first level, level 1, is fucked. Like, typically when you make an action game, you kind of want the first level to be a little bit easy because you want to try and like get the player used to mechanics and get them used to how the way the game feels and plays. But my god, the Incredible Hulk, the Pantheon Saga just throws you immediately into one of the most fucked level designs I think I've ever seen. The game pulls no punches. It is a horrible, horrible game. I'm going to say the Incredible Hulk. I might move the Incredible Hulk down a little bit, actually. The Incredible Hulk, I think, is actually worse than Euro 96. I think it's worse than Actua Soccer. It is not worse than Rise 2, so the Incredible Hulk is getting bumped down a little bit. Hardcore 4x4. So Gremlin Interactive, another Gremlin Interactive game. It's never good when you can, when you have 3 games from the same when you have 3 games from the same developer in the bottom 10. That's never a good fucking sign. Hardcore 4x4 is one of those games for the Saturn that is, in some ways, really ambitious. Gremlin Interactive wanted to make an off-road racing game with realistic physics. Because that's what it is, right? They're trying to do realistic off-road driving physics. And that was their goal. Unfortunately, Gremlin Interactive just didn't have the technical chops to make it run at an acceptable frame rate. This game runs at one of the most just awful frame rates on the entire platform. And it renders the game almost unplayable. The game is almost unplayable because of how poorly it runs. If you are doing time trials by yourself, the game runs at a somewhat acceptable frame rate, a very unstable frame rate, but playable frame rate. The moment you try and do an actual race with multiple vehicles, everything falls to shit. Hardcore 4x4 is conceptually really neat, but from like a technical and execution standpoint, a fucking disaster. And the PlayStation version is like so much better. The PlayStation version of Hardcore 4x4 is not an especially amazing racing game, but it's fine. It runs at a playable frame rate. The physics aren't as horribly broken and exaggerated as they are in the Saturn version. The PlayStation version is a lot more controllable. The frame rate is a lot more acceptable, and as a result, it's a reasonably fun game. The Saturn version is just a fucking mess. I do not think it is worse than any of the games below it, though, so I think we're going to leave Hardcore 4x4 where it is. High Octane, we've already moved. Chaos Control. Chaos Control is a horrible on-rails FMV light gun game that is incredibly unfair. And it's very difficult to play, and kind of looks like shit, and I hate it. I think we're going to leave it here. Starfighter 3000, another game that I feel was too ambitious, at least for the people who made it. Starfighter 3000 is a sci-fi flight sim where you are piloting, a science fiction craft, a starfighter, around a big wide open environment, and you're trying to pick out targets, and clear objectives. Starfighter 3000 again is a game that conceptually is really cool, but from a technical and execution standpoint fails utterly. The game runs at a very poor frame rate. It's very ugly. Visually, Starfighter 3000 is one of the ugliest games on this platform. It's a hideous game, both technically and stylistically. It's ugly as sin. Also, the game has there's no aiming reticle. There's no aiming reticle in this game, so it's actually very hard to line up shots. Most of the time you have to just kind of roughly aim your ship at your target, shoot your guns, see where your guns hit, and then adjust from there. Because there's no really effective way of aiming your shots any other way. Weirdly enough, this game has decent mission stick support. The mission stick is, I think, one of the Sega Saturn's most underrated peripherals. The mission stick is really cool, and the games that support the mission stick well are uplifted by that support. Really good mission support can make otherwise mediocre games quite fun. And Starfighter has, I would say, reasonably good mission stick support. It's just the rest of it kind of sucks so hard. It doesn't matter, basically. So I think Starfighter is going to stay where it is. I don't think it's worse than Chaos Control. I don't think it's better than Offworld Interceptor Extreme. So Starfighter is staying where it is. Offworld Interceptor Extreme. Has it? It's such a, I don't know, like, it's Offworld Interceptor is a competently, it's competent, but it's so uninteresting. Like, the most interesting thing about Offworld Interceptor Extreme are its live action FMV cutscenes, which the only reason they're interesting is because they're fucking lame. They're so lame. They made cutscenes for this game that were so unfunny. Like they wrote like shitty like live action cutscenes for this game, and I think they realized during development that the cutscenes were so fucking lame and unfunny and dumb, and in some cases a little bit offensive, that they tried to save it by adding like Mystery Science Theater style commentary to the cutscenes that you can't turn off. It's embedded in the video file. That's just there as standard. It's and apparently that's in all versions of the game. So apparently I had a theory that maybe the original 3DO version didn't have the MST3K style commentary, but no, it totally does. Every single version of Offworld Interceptor has the shitty MST3K style commentary that is also really fucking lame and not really very funny at all. And it's just a weird game that I just kind of... This is another case of a game that really you could only get something out of it via like morbid curiosity. Like, you play it because it's so fucking like weirdly bad, you know. It's not worse than Starfighter. It's not better than Johnny Bazooka Tone. It's staying where it is. Johnny Bazooka Tone is a very mediocre platformer with some questionable controls and level design. It's... I'm gonna say it's better than NBA Jam Extreme. There we go. We're gonna bump Johnny Bazooka Tone up by one place. NBA Jam Extreme. Anyway, NBA Jam Extreme, miserable piece of shit. A NBA Jam sequel not developed by the original developers. I believe this was an in-house Acclaim release. Or like Sculptured Software, I think it was Sculptured Software, which is one of Acclaim's development studios, made this without any assistance from the original NBA Jam developers, and it both looks and runs like shit. It runs at I think the NTSC version targets 15 frames a second, which means the PAL version runs at 12. And I already don't really like basketball games. You have to make a really fucking good basketball game for me to have any interest at all. And this is maybe one of the worst basketball games ever made, I think. It's kind of visually ugly. Like, the in-game graphics are ugly. It tries to feel like NBA Jam, but NBA Jam is not a game I'm especially fond of. But I acknowledge that it's, you know... in its own way, it's a very well-crafted game that runs at 60 frames a second. at least in NTSC territories. And so, you know, it's a well-made game. This is not. NBA Jam might actually be worse than Off-World Interceptor Extreme. Hang on. Yes. Okay. NBA Jam is going down another place. NBA Jam Extreme, rather. Yeah, horrible game. Trash It. A really unfortunate attempt at making a puzzle platformer that never really quite works. It feels like a game that belongs on the Amiga. And I don't mean that as a way... I'm not insulting the Amiga when I say that. I'm saying it feels like a game that you would get, like, I don't know, you'd get like a disc off the front of a magazine that has, like, I don't know, 12 free games on this floppy disk. And like a Trash It is one of those 12 free games. It feels like that quality of like game design, except for some reason given slightly more production value and put on a major console. Trash It just completely fails to be interesting, really, in any way. It's got a weird sense of humor. There's that pissing statue that you have to look at every time you finish a level, which is a weird choice. Bizarre game, not very good. It runs fine, it runs okay, the performance is not an issue, it's kind of ugly aesthetically. I think it's more just a failure of game design rather than any technical issue. I'm gonna say it might be a little bit worse than Johnny Bazooka Tone. Yeah. Okay, we're gonna bump Trash It. We're gonna bump Trash It down a little bit. WrestleMania, the arcade game, kind of an uninteresting fighting game from Midway. Midway arcade game, so incredibly fucked single-player difficulty. The fighting system doesn't feel very good or fleshed out. I don't know. It's charming in its own way. It's charming in its own way. It's fine where it is. It's fine where it is. Iron Man Exo Man-O-War in Heavy Metal is a game that I feel like had ambition. You can tell maybe the people who like made this game wanted it to be better, but then it just kind of, I don't know, it just feels like maybe the people who made it just didn't have much experience developing it for the platforms they were making it for. It just kind of, on like a technical level, it just feels very rough. The controls aren't great. It's visually, I think, ugly. The level design can be confusing sometimes. It's not a great game. It's not horrible. It's not the worst, but it's not... There's nothing really there that like to interest you either. There's no specific mechanic or idea that like grabs you. It's just kind of a very mediocre, in terms of its gameplay, action platformer with very ugly graphics and confusing level design. It's just not a good game at all. I think we'll leave that there for now. Scorcher. Scorcher is a sad one because Scorcher was made by a developer who put out some really cool, interesting stuff on the Mega Drive. Scorcher was developed by Zyrinx, which is the What did Xirinx make? Xirinx put out a bunch of games on the Mega Drive that are actually really cool from like a technical perspective. And it's sad to see them like trip up so hard here with Scorcher. Scorcher, if you don't know, is I'm going to say it's a sci-fi racing game, because those were popular in the mid-90s thanks to Wipeout. But it's like somebody took the concept of a sci-fi racing game, or at least they took the concept of Marble Madness and decided to try and make a racing game out of it, and it kind of sucks. It doesn't feel good to play. The performance is really uneven. It's not great. It's not great. It's not a great racing game. It's just It's very I don't enjoy playing it at all. I think I'm going to leave this here. Scorcher is fine where it is. John Lamu Rugby. John Lamu Rugby is a victim of the sport it is trying to depict. I just don't think you can make a rugby video game that is fun to play, or at least a realistic depiction of rugby as a video game that is fun to play. I think fundamentally the sport itself does not really lend itself to games. Rugby is a weird sport when you try to turn it into a video game. I think it could possibly be done, but you'd have to make a very like unrealistic, exaggerated version of the sport, right? In order to make that work, like a very video gamey adaptation of rugby. I think trying to do a realistic rugby video game just is very hard to do. And it's hard to play, right? But from like a technical standpoint, this game's actually pretty good. It runs at a full frame rate. It runs at 50 frames a second. You know, it's a fast-paced sports game that runs at 50, which is rare on this platform. And it's got a decent level of like visual fidelity. So from a tech standpoint, this game's actually kind of great. It's because of the sport it wants you to play as a video game, it kind of sucks. I don't like playing it. It's a very similar problem to the NFL games here. Like, great, they're like, on a technical standpoint, they're great, but unfortunately, they are sports I don't fucking want to play at all. And in some ways, I find this even less enjoyable trying to play than I do trying to play American football games. It's a victim of its own, of the sport it is trying to depict. I'm sure there's somebody out there who is way into rugby and is way into rugby video games and is like, no, this game is actually great because you don't understand the sport. And it's like, to that person, absolutely, I agree with you. I don't understand the sport well enough to be effective at playing the video game, which means that on a personal ranking list, it's not going to be very high at all, despite being a very technically competent, and well-optimized game. It's sad. It's sad, really. John Lamu is going to stay where it is for now, I think. Primal Rage. In my opinion, one of the worst fighting games ever made. But also, it gets past that by being, I don't know, stylistically interesting. You're controlling a big, like, stop motion, like, claymation dinosaur, and you can eat people, and it has fatalities, and your health bar is a big, grotesque beating heart in the top corner of the screen. Visually, Primal Rage is a very interesting, fascinating game. Really cool to look at. But my god, don't play it. the fighting system in Primal Rage sucks so hard. Which is a shame, because this is actually, I'm going to say, a pretty good port of the game. Primal Rage, you know, I would say it's a very, very, very good port of the arcade game. But unfortunately, the arcade game itself is terrible, so, which means any good port of the arcade game is inherently going to be terrible. It's interesting. It's a really interesting fighting game, despite how terrible it feels to play. In fact, I might. Yes, we are. We're gonna bump it up a little bit, just purely because it is so interesting. I'm gonna say Primal Rage is better than Dragonheart. It's not as good as Pro Pinball the Web, so Primal Rage gets bumped up by 1. Dragonheart is a very bad action platformer with Mortal Kombat style digitized actors with terrible controls. That is, again, it's a very bad game that is uplifted by how fucking bizarre and funny it is. This is another example of a game that has a lot of morbid curiosity value. You know, you play it because it's fucked up, and you want to see it because of how bad it is. Dragonheart is also weirdly funny in spots. Some of the cutscenes, the live action cutscenes, I think specifically some of the death cutscenes are hilarious. And it's because of that. It gives the game some appeal. Not a good game at all, but my god, is it kind of charming because of its specific brand of terrible. Dragonheart is staying where it is. Pro Pinball the Web. This is I think the worst pinball game on the platform. Which sucks, because people usually have very good things to say about the Pro Pinball games. And I think there's like 4 or 5 Pro Pinball games that came out over the years on like PC and PlayStation, and only the first one, the Web, came out on Saturn. These are usually very well-regarded pinball games because the pinball tables in the Pro Pinball games are designed by actual pinball table designers. And so, I don't know, they're not as fantastical, and I think some people value more grounded table designs than more ridiculous fantastical table designs that you see in a lot of other pinball games on console. But yeah, I think the main issues with Pro Pinball is that it has only one table. I think every single other pinball game on this platform that we've played has at least a minimum of 4 tables, and this only has 1. So that's already, in terms of value, significantly worse than any other pinball table game on this platform. Also, this version of Pro Pinball the Web is buggy as fuck. You can go back and watch me rank this, and I believe the game was acting so weird. The ball would spawn outside of the table. You would hit the button to spawn the ball, and it would spawn outside the table, or it would spawn inside the table but in the wrong area, kind of move around a little bit and then clip out of the table. I don't think pinball is meant to do that. This game is incredibly buggy. It's almost funny, but I think it's more really just sad. When the game does work properly, it's like a decent game of pinball for what that's worth, but again, you only have the one table, which I don't know how appealing that is, even to people who really like pinball. It's okay, man, just the one table, eh? But yeah, it's a Definitely the worst pinball game on the platform. I'm going to leave it where it is. Bug 2. I despise Bug 2. Bug 2 is maybe the worst sequel on the platform. Terrible game. Terrible level design. Holy shit. Really annoying sound design as well. Bug 2 is came very close to being only the second game that made me angry. It escaped it just about. So it didn't make me angry, but I got very close to getting angry while playing Bug 2. I think we might bump Bug 2 down a little bit. So Bug 2, I think, is a worse experience than Pro Pinball the Web. I would rather play Primal Rage. It's not as bad as Dragon Heart Fire and Steel, so Bug 2 is going down a little bit. Alone in the Dark, Jack is Back is a game I really want to like. The classic Alone in the Dark games are what gave birth to the Resident Evil franchise. They're really like their style of horror, because it's cosmic horror, right? It's that kind of horror, which I find really interesting type of horror to put into a game. And I want to like the classic Alone in the Dark games more, but and stylistically they're really neat. It has pre-rendered backgrounds, but they're like hand-drawn pixel art instead of, you know, CG renders, which is really cool. I like seeing all the hand-drawn backgrounds. That's neat. But mechanically, this game is miserable to play. Holy shit. Miserable game. The controls are so bad. The combat is the worst. I hate the combat in this game. Also, this is another example of a game that is incredibly unfair in its design. There are so many ways you can get soft-locked in this game, and that's not a bug, that's intended game design. If you don't do things in the correct order, you can soft-lock yourself. And that's intended by the designers, which is fucked. Alone in the Dark is a game I desperately want to like more, but you try playing it. Oh my god. Alone in the Dark will stay where it is for now. 3D Lemmings. This is the worst version of the worst classic Lemmings game. It is not entirely without enjoyment. If you can force yourself to learn the horrible, horrible, horrible controls, you can have some fun solving the puzzles. But first you need to get over that hump of learning the controls, and oh my god, what a hump that is. Some of the worst camera controls I've ever seen in my life. The game is extremely unclear how you assign jobs to lemmings and when you should assign jobs to lemmings, you know. And as a result, you can make a lot of mistakes that you don't intend because the game is just not clear about its own mechanics. You kind of have to beat your head against a brick wall for a little while to force yourself to get used to what the game is expecting before you can ever like hope to actually get anywhere. But this sucks, man. The original Lemmings is one of my favourite games of all time, and 3D Lemmings, bad game. Really bad. It's not worse than Alone in the Dark. It's not. We're going to leave it where it is. Batman Forever, the arcade game. Another midway arcade game that is somewhat more entertaining than the others we've looked at up to this point. This game is really goofy, really goofy, which is saying something because it is a video game tie-in to what is probably one of the goofiest Batman movies. If you don't count the Adam West stuff, you know, post Adam West Batman movies, Batman Forever is probably the goofiest movie. Charming in its own way, but really fucking goofy and weird. And then you have the video game adaptation, which somehow manages to be even goofier. You can activate special abilities, which cause you to swing across the screen and kick enemies, but not just the once. In fact, you start cartwheeling in a continuous circular motion for several seconds, kicking dudes like multiple times each time you come back onto screen. It's really silly and goofy. There's a boss where it's an attack helicopter, and you have to defeat the attack helicopter by punching its own missiles back at it, which is an incredible mechanic, considering, again, you're just using your fists. You are a human being. Yes, you are Batman, but you are a human being. You are punching homing missiles, which causes those homing missiles to go back to its back to the helicopter, which is a really funny mechanic. This game is funny, and that's kind of its saving grace. It's, I think, mechanically not very good, visually quite ugly, but again, it's funny, especially when you're playing with someone else. If you're playing co-op, one of you is Batman, one of you is Robin. It's so funny. Some of the shit you do. You know what? We're going to bump Batman Forever up a little bit. I'm going to say Batman Forever is better than World Cup Golf. I'm going to say it's better than Skeleton Warriors. I'm going to say... No, it's not as good as Clockwork Knight. So it's going here. Batman Forever is bumped up by a couple spots. Okay, World Cup Golf Professional Edition. One of the most ill-conceived ideas for a golf game I've ever seen. What if we made an FMV golf game? What if we made a golf game focused around full motion video clips? With a really misleading and hard to understand power meter that's like doesn't mean the same thing every time you see it. Like what the power meter means and where you stop on the power meter like means different things depending on where you are on the course and what club you're using. It's like that's not easy to understand. Also, the menus, the in-game menus are hard to understand. World Cup Golf is a really interesting, but ultimately not a good golf game. It's staying... It's staying where it is. Skeleton Warriors. This game is miserable, at least on the Sega Saturn. This game was made by Neversoft, the people who would eventually bring you the Tony Hawk games. This game is not good at all, and at least on the Sega Saturn, or at least the version we played, unfinished. You get far enough into the game, and you start encountering this horrible audio bug. Really, really horrible audio bug, where all the music sounds scrambled in a really jarring way. It's horrible. And also the gameplay is very repetitive. Like, it runs well, runs at a smooth frame rate. And the art style is kind of whatever. But then the level design is just, you're walking to the right, you stab some enemies, you walk to the right, you stab some enemies, you walk to the right, you stab some enemies, then you walk to the right some more, and then guess what? You stab some enemies, and it's just, and then occasionally there's like a flying mini game between levels, which doesn't feel very good to play. This game feels undercooked in many ways, and which I think makes sense, because I think when I was playing it, I mentioned that when this game came out, the cartoon it was licensed to had already been off the air for over a year. So they were developing a game for a cartoon that was already dead. And so it's like, I can imagine Neversoft maybe wanting to fucking get this thing out the door as quickly as possible because at some point it's just not worth it anymore. Yeah, not very good. Which is weird because I will sometimes see people bring this game up on social media and say, wasn't Skeleton Warriors so good? I have to just sit there and look and say, I don't agree with you, man. I'm sorry. We're going to leave Skeleton Warriors where it is. Clockwork Knight. Is this the lowest ranking Japan-developed Sega game on the list? I think so. Because Bug 2 is a US-developed Sega game, so this is the... Yeah. Clockwork Knight. Speaking of games that feel undercooked, Clockwork Knight. It's on its face is not a terrible idea. Aesthetically, it's fine. But it feels really undercooked. The level designs don't feel especially interesting. The controls are very sluggish. In the first game, the controls are very sluggish. I don't know if that's just a PAL version thing, but I definitely felt like I wasn't doing things as quickly as I wanted to do them when playing this game. And I don't know, some of the levels are okay. A lot of them are not. A lot of them are quite boring and limited. In design. I don't know, man. Clockwork Knight is... It feels like if the development team had a few more months, they could have polished it up a little bit, and you would have had at least, I don't know, a moderately okay platformer. But instead, this is just kind of extremely underwhelming. So I'm going to leave Clockwork Knight where it is. Casper. Fetch Quest, the game. Casper is one of the most disappointing movie tie-in games because I think I mentioned in the video that I quite like the 1995 live-action Casper movie starring Christina Ricci. I quite like that movie. It's very charming. Not a good movie. Now that I'm an adult and I've watched it since, and it's like, yeah, this movie doesn't really make a whole lot of sense in some ways. But it's a very charming movie in some ways specifically. And then the video game is just the most uninteresting fetch quest bullshit you have ever played. My god. You are floating around the mansion, you are Casper, floating around Whipstaff Manor, picking up items and bringing them to places where they need to be. You can't get some items unless you fulfill other fetch quests first. So to fulfill the main fetch quest of a level, you have to complete 3 or 4 other minor fetch quests before you can get to the main item. It's very dull and uninspiring and a little frustrating because for some reason they made the interior of the manor to be like a maze, and it's very hard to navigate or just kind of annoying to navigate. This game is not fun. It's not actively horrible. It's just it lacks any sense of fun. It's just busy work. The whole game is just fetch quests and busy work. That's all it is. There's no actual fun interactions. At least I don't think so. You know what? We might actually change this. Casper, you're getting put below Clockwork Knight. We're bumping you down. We're bumping you down a spot. Clockwork Knight is more enjoyable to play than Casper. Okay, Dragon Ball Z The Legend. A game that was clearly pumped out in 6 months. For hardcore fans of the show and no one else. this is a game that can only be enjoyed if you are a huge Dragon Ball Z fan. Because Jesus Christ, the mechanics are not. They don't really make any sense. Because you look at it and you think, oh, is this just like a platform fighter? Is this a fighting game? Like, do you just, like, you know, it's your team versus the enemy team and you have to, like, whittle down their health bars first? Like, no. You have a what I can describe as a fight momentum meter at the bottom of the screen. And the more you hit your opponent, the more the meter swings in your direction. And if they get a bunch of hits on you, the momentum meter swings in their direction. And if one of you manages to completely fill up the momentum meter with your colour, you get to watch a cutscene where one of the fighters performs a special move and actually does a little bit of damage to one of the opponent fighters. Because that is the only way to actually cause damage. It is a really bizarre way to design a fighting game, and it's just very it's unusual and it's not that much fun. The best part of this game is watching all of the special move cutscenes, and they're very well animated. This game has good pixel art. The character sprites are very well drawn with like a decent number of frames. So from like a art perspective, from a art fidelity perspective, style perspective, this game is okay. It's the fighting system, man. It sucks. Unless you're a massive fan of the show, then I guess it makes a little bit more sense. Like I like Dragon Ball Z. I would consider myself a Dragon Ball Z fan, but man, this ain't it, man. Like, no, I don't want this. I would rather play the Budokai games on PS2. Like, those are much better games. Or Dragon Ball Z The Fighters, which is an amazing fighting game that came out a few years back. This is not it. I'm going to leave this where it is. Grid Run, or Flag Tag. It's quite literally flag tag. You and your opponent are running around a maze, and positioned around the maze are a series of flags, and you have to turn all of the flags, or at least a certain number of the flags, your colour. And when you do that by touching the flags, and you can stun your opponent by activating certain power-ups to get them to stop moving for a few seconds. It really is just, can you turn all of the flags your colour inside the time limit? And it's not the most interesting gameplay. It's kind of dull. It runs well. Grid Run has a very good performance. It's a very... I think it runs... Does it run at full frame rate? Is this a full frame rate game? Does this run at 50? I don't remember. I remember the frame rate being quite good. But yeah, again, it's just the gameplay concept itself is just kind of bland as hell. Like, what? Flag tag? Really? No. Even if you put it in a really hardcore sci-fi setting, which they did, it doesn't make flag tag more exciting. Maximum Force. Another really not great light gun rail shooter. Maximum Force, originally developed by Atari, published by Midway, is a light gun rail game, a rail shooter, where you are shooting terrorists, and it's all like live action, like actors, who have been recorded on a green screen, and then they've been, cut out and then put into a full motion video presentation. Stylistically, Maximum Force is neat. The game does like a cool thing where it combines multiple layers of video files to create the effect of like an interactive environment. So you can shoot things in the environments, like you shoot windows and the windows break, even though they're a full motion video, which is still kind of a cool thing. I don't know, it looks kind of cool. Like, even though this is absolutely not real time, somehow you're still doing real time damage, which is kind of a cool concept by layering videos on top of each other. Stylistically kind of neat, but the gameplay is very bland and unfair and not much more I can say about it. Battle stations. Battle stations is a really cool idea. Like, what if we took the concept of Battleship, the board game, and turned it into a fighting game? Like, what if we made a weird, bizarre fighting game using naval ships? And it has like a fighting game presentation where you're like a character select screen where you're choosing what kind of ship do you want. Do you want the frigate? Do you want the destroyer? Do you want the cruiser? Do you want the submarine? Do you want the patrol boat? The carrier? And they've all got like strengths and weaknesses, of course, you know. So the bigger the boat, the bigger the health bar, but also the bigger the boat, which means it's got a bigger hitbox, so it's harder to avoid incoming attacks. And it's a really silly idea for a fighting game, but it's kind of neat, kind of cool at the same time. From a technical standpoint, not great. This game does not run well or look good. It's kind of technically ugly. And the frame rate's not good. And you know what? Some of the ships in this game just feel really unbalanced. It's not an especially well balanced game. There are just certain matchups where you just feel like you're just fucked. Neat idea for a game, but the execution is not especially good. I'm going to leave Battle Stations where it is. Bug is not a great game. I might leave it where it is though. Bug can stay where it is. Bubble Bobble. This is another example of a really good arcade port of an arcade game I have absolutely no interest in playing. Bubble Bobble is not... I don't know, I don't find Bubble Bobble particularly fun. I think the puzzle spin-off, Puzzle Bobble, also known as Buster Move, is way more interesting than the game that spawned it. Bubble Bobble is just kind of a whatever early arcade game, which is, I know Bubble Bobble has its fans. Bubble Bobble is like a highly revered classic arcade game. I know that, but I never understood the appeal. I never understood it. And so as a result, I can never really get into these games ever. Even though objectively these ports to the Saturn are very good, Same with Rainbow Islands. Rainbow Islands is a weird sequel. That is also not especially interesting. I think we'll leave Bubble Bobble where it is. No, you know what? I'm going to bump Bubble Bobble down one place. Bubble Bobble is going below Bug. I'm going to bump it down by 1. WWF In Your House, which is, I think, a more successful attempt at the WrestleMania formula. In Your House adds a bunch of new wrestlers, new control mechanics. I think it supports up to 4 players, because I think WrestleMania was only 2 players, I believe, or at least the Sega Saturn version was only 2 players. Whereas I think In Your House supports 4. They made the move lists more exaggerated in this one, so it's more of a like ridiculous, over-the-top moves. It's charming. WWF in Your House is not a good fighting game, but it's very charming in its presentation, and that earns it points to me. It's staying where it is. Area 51, very, very similar game to Maximum Force, except Area 51 I think is a lot more interesting in terms of style. You're not just fighting regular people with guns, you're fighting weird, like, messed up aliens and zombies. I think visually it's a much more interesting game, despite having basically identical gameplay to Maximum Force. But I do like the style a lot more, so... Area 51 is staying where it is. Blast Chamber. Blast Chamber is a game that sounds really good on paper. It's a multiplayer focused game where you and 3 other people are... It's basically a game of hot potato. It's hot potato, you know. One of you has a bomb. I guess it's reverse hot potato. In hot potato, you're trying to get rid of the bomb. In Blast Chamber, you or is it, I don't actually remember. Is it reverse hot potato or regular hot potato? Are you trying to get rid of the bomb, or are you trying to capture the bomb? I don't remember. I think you're trying to get rid of the bomb. Yeah, because every time you have the bomb and people get away from you, I think you lose health when it goes off, and you can only lose... You know what? I don't actually remember. This game is so uninteresting. I have trouble actually remembering how the main multiplayer mode is supposed to be played. Holy shit. Which I think would be fun with friends. But I played this game single player, and let me tell you, it's miserable by yourself. This game is miserable in single player. The AI is too good. The computer-controlled opponents are too good. They have your fucking number, they track you down, you cannot avoid them. They are too good. And so it just kind of sucks all the fun out of it. This is a multiplayer-focused game that really just is miserable to play unless you have people to play it with. But the concept's cool, it runs okay. There's a single-player puzzle mode, which is kind of neat. But yeah, it's, you know... It's from like an aesthetic and technical level, it's not especially great looking either. It's kind of mediocre in its presentation. It's kind of whatever. All right. Midway presents Arcade's Greatest Hits, the Atari Collection 1. This is in the same boat as Bubble Bobble. These are very good ports of arcade games I have absolutely no interest in playing. Digital Eclipse has been doing it for a really long time. Digital Eclipse has been doing what they do for decades. And they've always put in a lot of effort into their compilations. This game goes above and beyond by supporting peripherals, you know? That can help better replicate the feel of the arcade experience, you know? It's like a centipede. Not centipede, millipede. Is it millipede? It's either millipede or centipede. Supports the mouse, because that's a better approximation of a trackball, which is what the original arcade game had. Same with... Super Breakout. Super Breakout has mouse support, because trying to play Breakout with a D-pad is miserable. Battlezone has mission stick support, which is wild. You know, because I think the original arcade cabinet had a joystick, and so, you know, to replicate the feel of the original arcade game, they gave this one arcade game in this collection mission stick support. Which is really cool. I think the thing I like most about this is probably Missile Command? Missile Command is probably my favourite game of this collection, because Missile Command is just awesome. Missile Command is a great game. It's still fun to play even now. And again, they gave Missile Command mouse support, which makes that game so much more fun to play. Playing Missile Command with a D-pad is just not what you want to do. But the rest of the games, I don't really care. And I do like the historical presentation as well. They've got the documentary that you can watch as well, which with interviews from some of the original creators from Atari, which is really quite cool. Digital Eclipse put a ton of effort into this, and it's really quite impressive. Really, really impressive. They've always had a very high bar of quality, in their output. And it's cool to see that even as far back as the Sega Saturn, they were still going above and beyond. But yeah, the games in question, with the exception of Missile Command, I don't really care about at all. So it's staying here. Die Hard Trilogy. I get the feeling that this was a controversial one. There are a lot of people out there who have a lot of fond memories playing Die Hard Trilogy growing up. I never played Die Hard Trilogy when I was a child. I think it's safe to say that the best version of Die Hard Trilogy is the PlayStation version. It is the one with, it has the much better performance. I think the textures are better on PlayStation. It's just overall, the PlayStation version, I think, is a much more solid package. The Saturn version is technically, in some ways, quite impressive. But also, technically, maybe a little bit of a mess. I think the only part of Die Hard Trilogy really worth playing is the Die Hard 1 game, which is the third-person shooter. You're running around floors of Nakatomi Plaza, exploring levels, taking out bombs, shooting terrorists. That's actually kind of fun. It's actually kind of fun. But the other two games are miserable. At least on the Saturn. The light gun rail shooter, the Die Hard 2 game, is miserable. It has very poor performance. Looks hideous, visually very hideous. You are basically forced to get up close with assets that you really shouldn't be getting up close with. A lot of those textures were not meant to be seen up close. A lot of those character models not meant to be seen up close, but you kind of have no choice with the Die Hard 2 game. And then there's the worst of the three, which is the Die Hard 3 game, the driving game, which in some ways is kind of awesome, because I think it's one of the only examples of like a full 3D environment, like a big open 3D environment in a city that you can kind of drive around wherever you want. Which is like a reasonable amount of detail. There's pedestrians, there's birds, there's like newspapers blowing around in the wind. That game has a weird amount of incidental details in it. Also, I think somebody mentioned that the lighting effects in that game are weirdly impressive as well. Gary Hunn says, I find it extremely impressive, just very hard. It is a very fucking hard game. Especially that driving game. Holy shit, that driving game is fucked in terms of difficulty. The controls in that driving game are miserable. I think. And again, they go above and beyond with peripheral support. Die Hard 1 supports the 3D pad, which is interesting. Die Hard 2 supports the mouse, but you don't want to use the mouse because the mouse support in the Die Hard 2 game is not good. similar to Revolution X. The mouse support is really laggy. A lot of latency on the mouse support in the Die Hard 2 game. And the Die Hard 3 game supports the arcade racing wheel, which is kind of cool. And, you know, I think would be more fun if turning the wheel to the full extent of its range didn't activate the hard turn, which is a mechanic you can do in the game to make you basically turn a hard 90-degree angle on a whim. If you're trying to turn an angle that is less than 90 degrees, the last thing you want to do is the hard turn, because then you overshoot the corner, you overshoot the angle, and you end up pointing too far, you know? You have to turn back again. It's really annoying. Oh my god, the Die Hard 3 games. I hate it. I hate it so much. I want to like it more. I do, because I am impressed by some of the technical achievements. Specifically, that Die Hard 3 game is really, really nuts in terms of its, like, how much effort they put into the environment. But really, the only game I think is worth playing is the Die Hard 1 game. I might bump this one. This one might bump a little bit. I'm gonna say I think it's better than... Okay, where are we going to put it? I think... Tell you what, no, because... Okay, we're going to leave it here for now, but don't worry. Some games above it are going to bump down below it. They're going to bump... We're going to leave it here for now, but it will be going up because there are some games here that I'm going to put lower than Die Hard Trilogy, so it will, in effect, be going up a little bit in a minute. Digital Pinball is a pinball game I want to like more. It's got some cool style to it, really cool style. The soundtrack is ridiculous. The voice samples that play when you activate special modes on the pinball tables are really cool and funny. At least I find them funny. I think where Digital Pinball suffers is the table design itself is very, I don't know, uninteresting. The table designs are very basic and unambitious. The sequel that only came out in Japan, Digital Pinball Necronomicon, has much better tables. Like, they definitely got a little bit more experimental with the table design in the sequel. Necronomicon is a much better sequel than the original Digital Pinball, but stylistically this game's kind of cool. I'm going to put this game above Robotica, which brings us to Robotica. Robotica is a game that on paper is interesting. Robotica is, I guess you would call it a rogue-like first-person shooter. Am I allowed to use that term? Is that accurate? Because I know that people are very strict these days about where you're allowed to use the term roguelike. Because it's randomized level layouts. It's not set level designs. Every level, it randomizes the level layout, and it puts the enemies and the exits and the keys in different locations every time. So you never quite know what the layout of the level is going to be every time you load a level. Which is interesting, because it's a first-person shooter that always changes. You know, it's never the same level twice, which is a cool idea. Unfortunately, the gameplay is kind of aggressively mediocre, and the performance is shit. It happens once in the video, but we loaded up an especially complex level layout, which absolutely killed the frame rate. Because unfortunately, this game doesn't do line of sight asset culling. So even if you can't see the rest of the level, it's still being rendered back there. It's still behind the wall, beyond from where you can see it. And I think that if they had implemented some form of asset culling, you know, of models and textures that you can't actually see yet, maybe that would have improved the performance. But my god, yeah, Robotica is a cool idea, but the execution not very good. So I think we're going to move Robotica down. I like Robotica. I think Robotica is not as good as Die Hard Trilogy. It's going between these two here, so Robotica goes down. Oh boy, it's a big one. I am something of a Virtual Hide-Alide apologist. Is Virtual Hide-Alide a good game? No. But, stay with me here, stay with me. It is an entertaining game for a given value of entertainment. It's like Robotica, Virtual Hide-Alide, the concept is really cool. It is a random, it is an action RPG with a randomized world map. So and the dungeon layouts are different every time. The world map is different every time. Where certain items can be found is different every time. It's like, what if somebody made a randomizer for like a Legend of Zelda game? Okay, stay with me. A Legend of Zelda style RPG, but that was the game. Like, what if Nintendo put out a Legend of Zelda game that is just a randomizer? That isn't randomizing a pre-existing game. They made a new game that is a randomizer, that doesn't have a canonically set world map or dungeon layout or anything like that. It's a really cool idea. My god. And the digitized actors are very funny. The character you play as looks very funny, with his stilted animations and his weird running animation and the terrible frame rate. Because if you don't know, Virtual Hide-Alide was made using a video game engine intended for golf games. So I think T&E Soft, who made Pebble Beach Golf Links and another golf game whose name is escaping me at this current moment. The engine T&E Soft used for those two golf games is also the same engine they used to try and make an action RPG, and it is not suited for the task at all. It is completely unsuited for the task. Because it runs so poorly and the combat is so terrible. But in kind of a funny way, like you can't help but smirk every time you see Virtual Hide-Alide, which is itself entertainment. That's fun. I am a Virtual Hide-Alide defender, not because I think the game is good, but because I think the game is a specific type of bad that I really enjoy. So we're going to leave it here for the time being. We might be moving some stuff below it. Darius 2. The Saturn version of Darius 2. I don't think is very good. Darius 2 is an all-time classic arcade shooter. It's a great shooter, but specifically the Sega Saturn version is a disappointment. Because what they did, and it probably sounded like a cool idea at the time, but they ported the super wide 3-monitor version of the arcade game to the platform, which sounds cool. Oh my god, they put out the super widescreen version of this classic arcade shooter. That's really cool. Until you remember that the Sega Saturn outputs to a single screen, and the game renders at 240p or 288p in PAL. And so just simply does not have the resolution or the real estate to properly present the game fully. You can zoom all the way out to show the full super wide presentation, but then it looks like shit because you lose all of the detail, all of the sprite detail, all the animations. They're lost because you've had to zoom out in a game that is already running at 240p. And then, you can zoom in, you can zoom all the way in to get one full screen's worth of the arcade quality assets, which looks nice, until you remember this is a version of the game that has been optimized for a super wide presentation. And so a lot of the enemy patterns and enemy positioning expect you to be able to see them. And if you're focusing on where your ship is, you probably can't see a lot of the enemies that are coming onto screen, so you've kind of handicapped yourself in a really bad way. On paper, I bet this seemed like a really good idea, but in practice, it's oh dear, not a great version of Darius 2, unfortunately, to play. I think they should have just adapted the arcade version down to a regular 4x3 version of the game, because I think there were only 2 arcade versions of Darius 2. There was a 2-monitor wide version and a 3-monitor wide version. In the arcades, there was no, I think, single monitor version of the game. So, yeah, they would have had to basically adapt the arcade version down to a single 4x3 aspect, which, they did that for some of the other console ports. They could have done it again. But I understand why they thought what they did was a cool idea at the time. It just didn't quite pan out. So I'm going to say that I would rather play Virtual Highlight. I like Darius 2, but not this version of Darius 2. Yeah. If it was possible, they should have included a mode where you could connect up 2 other Sega Saturns and 2 other copies of the game with 2 other TVs and had full fucking three screen wide presentation. That would have been ridiculous, but also kind of cool. I would rather play Virtual Highlight. I think Digital Pinball I find more fun. I'm going to put it below Die Hard Trilogy. So I'm going to put it here. Tunnel B1 is a game I find very disappointing. On a technical level, it's a very good technical achievement. It is a 3D action game, fast-paced 3D vehicle-based action game that runs at a silky smooth frame rate the whole time. In motion, this game looks gorgeous. It's a really cool technical achievement. Unfortunately, the part where you play the video game sucks. The level layouts are confusing. How you level up your weapons is confusing, extremely unclear. Your guns have a very limited range to them, despite the fact that your guns still cause impact effects when you're outside of that range. So if you're outside of the range of your machine guns, your machine guns will still have impact effects on the enemies, which is very confusing. And I found it very difficult trying to understand why I wasn't killing enemies. Because it turns out oh no, your weapons still cause impact effects. You're just not doing damage. That's dumb. The technical achievement is cool. The game design is not. Tunnel B1. Also, no... I feel like this is a game that may have benefited somewhat from 3D pad support, but didn't get any. So I'm going to say I like Virtual Hydlide more. Digital Pinball, I think, is a more fun game. Die Hard Trilogy is a more fun game. I'm going to put Tunnel B1 there. We still not... Okay, yeah. Tunnel B1 is now here. Okay. So we come to the NFL block. Can I copy and paste these as a single block? I hope so. I do not like American football at all. I think it's an incredibly boring sport. It tries to present itself as exciting and manly and high octane and you know, like, oh my god, look at all this action. But it's like you play the game for 5 seconds, you stare at a selection of plays for 10 seconds, you play the game for 5 seconds, you stare at a selection of plays for 10 seconds. It's most of the game is just staring at plays. It's like that's boring. And I get it. It's meant to be about the tactics. You're trying to outmaneuver the opposing team. You're meant to choose a play or a strategy that the other team might not be expecting, so you can slip past their defenses. But oh my god, the downtime is way too fucking much. Too much downtime. Too much downtime. And you know what? These are, I think, decent ports, technically, especially the Madden games. The Madden games are full frame rate games. They run at 60/50, depending on the region. And they look nice, you know, especially 97. 97 is a very bright and colourful game, you know, and it runs well. But I just don't want to play the sport, man. The sport is miserable. What am I... It's like watching paint dry. I don't want to do it. Yeah, it's just such a boring sport. I'm so sorry. I understand that's completely subjective. There are people out there who love American sports games. More power to you. I can't join you, man. I can't join you. I can't do it. I get no enjoyment out of it whatsoever. So okay, can we copy and paste these as a block? Sorry, cut and paste these as a block. I hope so. I would rather play Virtual Hydlide. I would rather play Digital Pinball. I would rather play Die Hard Trilogy. I would rather play... I'd rather play Tunnel B1. Yes, I would. I would rather play Darius. I'd rather play Robotica. The Atari collection, because it has such a good version of Missile Command, I think. It's gonna go here. There we go. You can paste them as a block. Awesome. Just gonna, hang on, double check. Okay, good. Yeah, still 240. We're not accidentally creating multiple copies of the same game here. So we're going to move all of the NFL games as a block in the exact order that they went in, because I think this is the correct order. Down as a group. Slam and Jam. This is one of the least fun basketball games I've ever played. Slam and Jam is a basketball game made for sports nerds. If you are not a sports nerd, oh my god. This game is not friendly at all. This is a game for people who love basketball and love basketball video games and who already know exactly what they're doing and how to do it. This is a game made for people who already know. Yeah, the new player experience for this game is miserable. Because it's not, especially, like, it's hard. The AI is really difficult in this game in a way that's not fun. You know, I think the pixel art is decent. The pixel art is fine. The presentation is fine. The performance is fine. It's just I find playing the game kind of miserable. So we're going to move Slam and Jam back down a little bit. Maybe not quite as far as the NFL games, but Die Hard Trilogy might be better. It's going here. It's going between Tunnel B1 and Die Hard Trilogy. There we go. NHL 98, the worst hockey game on the platform. One of the worst ports on the platform, and definitely the worst EA Sports port on the platform. This game targets 15 frames a second in PAL territory and in NTSC territories, which means it runs at 12 in PAL territories. Borderline unplayable. Borderline unplayable. It looks significantly worse than the PlayStation version. Not very fun to play. I'm sorry. Not very fun. Which sucks because all the other versions of NHL 98 are great. The PC and PlayStation versions of NHL 98 are really fucking good fun. But this is just abysmal version of this game. That intro video is pretty good though. Man, that intro video is cool. One of the best intro videos for any sports game ever. I'm going to move it down a little bit. I would rather play Virtual Hydolide. I would rather play Die Hard Trilogy. It's going here. Okay. Wiz is a game I described as Amiga slop. And I feel like maybe that's a little bit mean. Maybe that's being a little bit mean to the Amiga. But for those who have played a lot of Amiga games, you know what I mean. You know exactly what I mean when I say that. This feels like a B-tier Amiga game, of which there were a lot of on the Amiga. It is an isometric platformer with a really strict time limit. If the game wasn't as strict about its time limits, I might enjoy it more. Also, if the game had some kind of invincibility frames when you get hit by an enemy, which it doesn't. If you make physical contact with an enemy, your health bar just drains. It's super fast. Like there's no like invincibility, like recovery frames after you get touched by an enemy, which is I think a very Amiga thing to do. The pixel art is nice. You know, the pixel art is good. The level designs can be a little bit confusing. And man, that box art is terrible. Holy shit. Konami published this. Wow. Okay. One of the only Konami games we got for the Sega Saturn. And it's fucking Wiz. Oh dear. We'll leave Wiz where it is right now. Breakpoint. A very competently made but extremely boring tennis game. With very stiff controls. Very, very, very dry presentation. It's fine. It's fine. It's not especially exciting in any way, but it's fine. It's competent. It's just very dry. We'll leave it where it is. NBA Action. This is the Sega published basketball game. That's really the most I can really say about it is If I cared more about basketball, I might be able to say some more about it, but I just don't. I don't. It's an incredibly video game. What did I say on the Google spreadsheets note? Yeah, my notes were a mediocre semi-3D basketball game, runs well, but gameplay is boring. I don't like basketball games. Those are my notes. Let's leave it where it is. PGA Tour 97. One of the worst golf games on the platform. Presentationally is fine. But it has a horrible frame rate. I think this game has maybe the worst frame rate of any of the games we've looked at. This game, when you're playing golf, this game like updates at like 1 to 2 frames a second. It's crazy low frame rate. It's fucking wild how EA thought that was acceptable. Let's put out a golf game that runs at 2 frames a second. Like, no. Like, if that. Sometimes it's seconds per frame, I think, depending on like what's actually on screen. It's wild. The performance in this is so fucking awful. But if you were to ignore the frame rate, the actual mechanics of the game are like fine. It's just the performance is so horrific. But then golf is not necessarily a game that you need a smooth frame rate for, because it is such a slow-paced game in itself. Like the really bad frame rate harms this game a lot, but it's not unplayable at all. It's still very playable because of the kind of game it is, but yeah, man, somewhere between 1 and 2 frames a second is not good enough. We're leaving this where it is. Spot Goes to Hollywood. Miserable. Well, not miserable. A very underwhelming isometric platformer with really poorly mastered audio. There are parts of this game that are really quiet, so you turn the volume up so you can hear it, and then all of a sudden there are parts of this game that are incredibly loud, and then you have to turn the volume back down because holy shit, it's deafening you. I think it's the video files. The video files, for some reason, the audio is like way too low. The video files are way too quiet, and then the in-game audio is much, much louder. It's very jarring. Spot Goes to Hollywood is kind of not a great game. It's very mediocre. You know, there's some interesting concepts, I guess, you know. And it's ultimately the gameplay is competent, but not special in any way. It's what it is. It's whatever. It's a very whatever game. Blackfire. This is a game I wanted to like more. Blackfire is a game it's a very ambitious helicopter sim by Microprose. The military sim people. That has ultimately like really good mission stick support. This is a game that is much better, or at least much better feeling, if you have a mission stick. Playing it with a regular controller feels kind of bad. This is a game that tries to blur the line between an arcade mill sim and a more realistic sim mill sim. You know, like you have a complex damage system. So depending on where your helicopter gets hit, you take different kinds of damage. you know? Like your targeting system might go out, your tail rotor might go out, which will cause you to start slowly spinning in place. If you don't manually correct your weapon system, some of your weapon systems might become damaged and go out, again, depending on where you're hit. It's really interesting what they're trying to do. But then it runs face first into the fact that they try to make the action more arcadey, so you are being mobbed by dozens and dozens of enemies constantly. You are never not being shot at in this game, and it's really annoying. Because with the mission stick, you have actually kind of cool, like, realistic helicopter controls, and you have a realistic damage model on your helicopter, semi-realistic, but then you're also being shot at from all directions constantly in a way that is really difficult to deal with. Also, this is a game that does something really cool with its ground textures. This game does software texture filtering for the ground textures. So it's trying to, you know, the Sega Saturn does not natively support texture filtering at all, but there are some certain games which try to do it via software, and this is one of them. It does not look as good as a hardware texture filtering solution like the N64. So where you're, you know, it's texture filtering that looks even worse than the N64 of the time. But it's still kind of cool to see, you know, it's ambitious, they're trying shit. I just wish the game was balanced better. Missed opportunity. I feel like with a couple of tweaks to the difficulty, this could be an incredible, like, helicopter sim. But it's a little too ultra aggressive. I'm going to leave it here. Virtual Golf. I don't remember what I said about Virtual Golf. Hang on, let me look at my notes. An uninspiring golf game with very little personality or charm. Wow, those are some... Was this the Core Designs game? Was this the game that Core made? Because I know Core put out a golf game that was not good. I think this is the Core game, yeah. Core's worst game for the platform. Not a great golf game. Very boring. Uninspiring with very little personality or charm. You know what? Let's put that below Blackfire. Battle Arena Toshinden Remix. A notoriously bad port of what I'm going to call a very mediocre game. Battle Arena Toshinden was like one of the very, very, very first PlayStation games. I think it's literally serial number like 00002. So it's like only the second game to get a license for the PlayStation, right behind the original Ridge Racer. And so it has an important place in history. And it's a very early 3D game that managed to do a certain, like, you know, high level of like 3D animation at a time when people weren't used to seeing it. So when people saw Toshinden for the first time, they were kind of wowed because it looked really cool for the time. But I think the fighting system in Battle Arena Toshinden, at least the first one, is kind of terrible. I don't think it's a very good fighting game. It's a very important fighting game. It's a very important fighting game, especially on the PlayStation. But I don't think it is that. I don't think it holds up at all. I think the people who liked playing this back in the day liked it because maybe it was the first 3D fighting game they'd ever played. And so they haven't got really anything to compare it to yet. And I can imagine if this was your first 3D fighting game, yeah, I can imagine you liking it. Absolutely. Absolutely. But like, compared to its contemporaries of the day, like Virtua Fighter and Tekken, not even close. Like, really? Like, I'm talking specifically about the fighting system. Very rough. Takara would get better. Takara would get much better at making fighting games. I think Battle Arena Toshinden 3, which was a PlayStation exclusive, is actually quite good. That's a pretty good weapon fighter. But yeah, those first two Toshinden games were learning experiences. Let's leave Toshinden where it is. Frank Thomas Big Hurt Baseball is a competent baseball game with some, with some good options to it, but ultimately not much more than that. Loaded, we're back to Gremlin Interactive again. This is one of the better Gremlin Interactive games on the Sega Saturn. Loaded, I think even in its best form, which is the PlayStation version, is still kind of mediocre. And the Saturn version is not great. It doesn't look quite as good, and it doesn't run quite as good as the PlayStation version, but it's, I don't know, it's competent, which is the best thing I can say about it. I don't know. Loaded is fine. Like it's kind of whatever. It's a whatever game. Crypt Killer. A really, really goofy rail shooter. That people with photosensitive epilepsy should not play ever. Holy shit. Do not play Crypt Killer. Because every time you pull the trigger on your gun, the screen flashes. And you are pulling the trigger on your gun constantly. So it's nothing but white flashes the whole time. And it hurts to look at. But this game is really goofy in a charming way. In a really charming way. That floating head, man. That floating head is amazing. I especially like the Japanese title for this game, which is Henry Explorers. Henry Explorers. As though you're going to explore somebody called Henry. Like, what? That name makes no fucking sense. Like, why did you call it that? That makes no sense. It's a really goofy name. A really goofy and very, very charming game, even though it is kind of technically, on like a technical level, kind of hideous. Because it's so entertainingly goofy, it gets away with it. I'm going to leave Crypt Killer there. Kenji Ino's D. Kenji Ino's D is a game, much like Kenji Ino's other game on this list, I have a lot of respect for. But oh my god, I don't want to play it. Kenji D, or just, D is a game that it's a very unforgiving horror first-person, like FMV adventure game. That is extremely unforgiving. If you don't know what you're doing, has some real fucked up bullshit deaths in it. That you have no way of knowing they're there until you trigger them. Also maybe has one of the most frustrating puzzles in any adventure game ever, the rotating room. There's a room you get to, not, I think, at the start of the second disc? At the start of the second disc, where you enter a round room and there's like a wheel on a pedestal that you can turn, and every time you turn the wheel, the entrance to the back of the room, moves to face another adjoining room, because there's like 5 different rooms but only one doorway, and so you have to keep turning this wheel. And you think, okay, that sounds annoying, but as long as you know what order the rooms are in, it's like you can solve it. What if I told you that every time you turned the wheel, the room that the doorway turned to was random? It does not access the rooms in a set order. It's random. So you have to keep turning the wheel, turning round, checking what room it is. If it's the one you want, cool. If it's not, back out of the room, go back to the wheel, turn back around, and it is one of the most infuriating fucking things I've ever encountered in any FMV adventure game ever. And I have played a lot of FMV adventure games. Oh my god. It feels like that puzzle was put there and designed in the way it was intentionally to piss you off, which would feel like a very Kenji Eno thing to do. And you know what? Holy shit. King. Like I said, Kenji Eno was a man who absolutely refused to sand off the rough edges of his games. He made his games punishing purposefully, and you know what? I have respect for it, but oh my god. We're going to leave D here. NBA Jam Tournament Edition. Another controversial placement, I feel, because NBA Jam Tournament Edition, I feel, is an arcade game that a lot of people like. This is a revered arcade game. NBA Jam Tournament Edition is maybe considered one of the best games classic Midway ever made. Like, this is one of the best games Midway ever put out, right? People fucking love classic NBA Jam. Oh my god. I just don't like basketball as a sport at all. And I despise rubber banding. And NBA Jam famously has a lot of rubber banding. This is one of those notorious Midway arcade games that constantly adjusts the difficulty of the AI based on how well you're doing. So if you suck shit at the game, the AI will also kind of suck shit, but not completely. And if you're playing the game effectively, suddenly the AI becomes ultra competent and starts nailing three-point shots like every minute or so. It's fucking wild. It's in classic Midway arcade game style, it's really unfair. In a way that I find very unfun. NBA Jam TE is another one of these games that is only fun, in my opinion, if you're playing multiplayer. If you're playing multiplayer, this game's great, but I'm not someone who gets to play multiplayer very often, so whenever I play this game, I'm usually playing it single player, and I'm having a miserable time. I have incredible respect for the game that Midway made, but I'm having a miserable time. And so, on my personal list of ranking, NBA Jam does not rate super high. So it's staying where it is right now. Cyber Troopers Virtualon. Speaking of arcade games people have massive respect for, but I don't really like that much. Man, Cyber Troopers is really cool. It's a really cool game. Oh my god, it's so cool. But I don't want to play it. The controls are miserable. It's such a bizarre... The controls in this game are so bizarre. Even compared to other arena fighters. So bizarre. And I've heard for years and years and years and years, yeah, the controls suck unless you have a twin stick. If you play the game with a twin stick, the game plays like a dream. It's so cool to play if you have a twin stick. The controls are so much better when you have a twin stick. And you know what I did for this ranking? I bought a twin stick, and I ranked this game by playing it with a twin stick. And you know what happened? I had a miserable time. I can see the twin stick being cool. to play the game with. But this, I feel like Cyber Troopers Virtualon is a game that requires a lot of practice. The learning curve for this game is almost a brick wall, is almost a vertical cliff. You have to have a lot of patience and a lot of free time, and you need to be able to force yourself to sit there and play it over and over and over and over again until you get used to the sticks, which is not something I'm ever willing to do, you know. And, you know, I've heard from reliable sources that apparently Virtualon doesn't get good until the second game. Apparently, among Virtualon fans, Virtualon 1, the original Virtualon, kind of a gimmick. They actually do some really important control adjustments in the second game that I believe got a port to the Dreamcast in a way that makes it a lot more approachable to new players. And so apparently people, I've spoken to some people who say that, yeah, like when people say they like Virtualon, what they actually mean is they like Virtualon 2. Which, you know what, makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. Because Virtualon 2 is a much, much, much more polished game. But yeah, apparently also, yeah, the twin sticks just require so much practice in order to get good at them, and I'm just not willing to put the time in, man. Which sucks, because stylistically this game rules. This game is so cool. I love the style of Virtualon. It's so cool. It has a great soundtrack, great visual aesthetic, but I hate playing it. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. It's a bummer. I wish I liked it more. I wish I liked it more. Anyway, World Series Baseball, a very competent, if not amazing, baseball game. Very similar to Frank Thomas, but maybe it's like slightly better presentation. A very, you know, perfectly okay baseball game. Yeah, it's whatever. Not as many options as Frank Thomas, but I think overall the presentation is a little bit nicer with World Series with baseball. DEFCON 5. DEFCON 5 is a really interesting game that I wish was easier to get into. If you don't know what DEFCON 5 is, DEFCON 5 is you are an IT technician. You're a dude who goes to different like space stations and planetary bases to upgrade software for a company. You know, you travel around and you upgrade software. I'm here to upgrade your operating systems on all your PCs. That's what you are. You're an IT tech. That's all. IT technician. But you go to an abandoned military base to upgrade the computer systems, and while you're there, the base suddenly comes under attack from a massive alien invasion, which is a really, really cool concept. And then you have to basically use the computer system to like activate and manage and repair the automated turrets to defend the base. You can take over the turrets manually, so you can manually aim the turrets to shoot down incoming ships if you want to. The turrets have limited ammo, so you have to make sure that the storage facilities that store all the other ammo for the turrets are properly set up, so they are delivering ammo to the turrets. And you're doing this from different computer terminals around the base. But the problem is not all these computer terminals are connected to all the systems, so you might have to travel to another part of the base to access a different system, you know? And so the game is about you trying to be as efficient as possible, traveling around the base to try and keep up with the alien invasion, trying to make sure that the turrets are being fed enough ammo to keep the ships at bay. And then sometimes, I think, eventually, the aliens do manage to destroy enough of the turrets that they can start putting troops into the base. And then at some point you have to run around and try and fend off aliens that have entered the base, you know. And you have only a shitty little pistol that doesn't do a lot of damage, so you can't really... you're not a soldier. It's not realistic for you to like. This is not Doom. You know, this is not Doom. You're not like a one-man army. You're very squishy. You're not good at this. And then there's an oxygen mechanic. So as you exchange like weapons fire with alien forces in a specific area of the base, the air quality, because of all the weapons fire, starts to degrade. And if the air quality degrades too much, you actually start losing health because you can't breathe. It's a really interesting game that I wish was a little easier to get into, because again, like Cyber Troopers, the learning curve is super steep. The game does not have a good tutorial at all. You have to learn how to play the game by failing a whole lot, which some people don't have the patience for, you know. It's a cool idea. I just wish it was a little less harsh. We're leaving DEFCON where it is. Jewels of the Oracle is like a interesting Myst clone about solving puzzles to collect jewels. I like to think of it as the unofficial the unofficial Crystal Maze game. If you don't know what the Crystal Maze is, it was a game show, a British game show from the 90s, where contestants would be locked in rooms with like big, like over the top, like physical puzzles that they had to solve in order to get a crystal. Very similar concept, except in Crystal Maze you had like a time limit. If you didn't solve the puzzle within a certain amount of time, you wouldn't get the crystal and you'd be locked in, and then the team of contestants would lose a member. But yeah, Jewels of the Oracle, kind of a more boring Crystal Maze. NBA Live. NBA Live, despite... Okay, I don't like basketball games, but I found the NBA Live games to be surprisingly playable. And surprisingly friendly to new players. These are games that you can kind of pick up and play, even if you have very like limited experience playing basketball games. These games are actually kind of cool in that regard. You know, they're very friendly to new players. Maybe they're not the most in-depth simulation of basketball, but for someone like me, that's not a problem. I've put them right next to each other because they are the same game, just with different menus and different texture work, but other than that, the exact same game. NBA Live 98 is quite literally a reskin of NBA Live 97. Oh dear. I don't hate these games. They're fine. They're fine. Because they're very approachable. They're easy to understand the controls. They're not difficult. They're very, very approachable basketball games. In a way that even someone like me who hates basketball games can appreciate. So they're going to stay here. Blam Machine Head is a really interesting game that I feel could have had some things slightly altered and it would have been a lot better. If you don't know, Blam Machine Head is a vehicle-based first-person shooter that is objective-based. So I feel like a lot of first-person shooters, like most first-person shooters even, from the early to mid-90s were just like mazes, like Doom or Quake. You're just running around a maze, killing enemies where you encounter them, collecting keys, unlocking doors in order to find the exit. And once you find the exit, you move on to the next level. Blam Machine Head is a lot more similar, I would say, in terms of its gameplay to a game like GoldenEye for the N64. The gameplay is objective-based. It's not about finding the exit. It's about or killing all the enemies. It's about achieving specific goals in that mission, you know? Like you have to destroy specific structures. You need to open a specific door. You need to escort a minecart to a certain part of the map where it's needed. You know, there are objectives that you have to fulfill that are more complex than just shooting things, you know? The part where Blam Machine Head falls apart is kind of the presentation. It's kind of an ugly game. And that I think it's ugly stylistically. I think on a technical level, the game's actually kind of impressive. But stylistically, the game's hideous. Also, the cutscenes, it's like really creepy and like, okay, so you are a female scientist who has been tricked by her creepy, her creepy, like, gross partner, not like her science partner, her colleague, into performing all of like the missions in this game, and he undresses her and then like locks her into the vehicle naked or semi-naked, and it's fucking weird. It's fucking weird. It's like uncomfortably weird. It's weird. I don't know what. Was it meant to be a joke? Was it meant to be sexy? Was it meant? I don't understand what they were going for in terms of tone of the characters and story, but it just comes off as fucking weird. No. Not a fan. Not a fan. Mechanically and technically, this game is kind of neat. Aesthetically, it's a fucking mess. Also, has limited mission stick support, but it's the bad kind of mission stick support, in that it treats the mission stick like a giant D-pad, which is not good at all. There are several games on this list that do that. You plug the mission stick in and it does stuff, but it doesn't actually have full analog control. It just, you know, it treats it like a big D-pad, which is bad. Maybe had they spent the time to add proper mission stick support, it would have been better. Yeah. Okay, it can stay where it is. Mortal Kombat 2. It's a bad port of Mortal Kombat 2. I'm not especially fond of Mortal Kombat 2. We can bump Mortal Kombat 2 up a little bit. It's a bad version of Mortal Kombat 2, but Mortal Kombat 2 has some charm. I'm going to put it here, above Siberia. Siberia is kind of a weird action-adventure game with a lot of FMV and a lot of funny death animations, but at some point it just devolves into kind of a boring rail shooter for large portions of the game. The on-foot stuff where you're exploring is like kind of cool, if maybe a little bit hard, but you know, the on-rails shooting stuff is not great. It's got some cool style. Siberia has cool style and cool ideas. It's just kind of the execution kind of sucks a little bit. But other than that, it's kind of it's fine. It's whatever. It's fine. Battle Monsters is a very silly, very janky Mortal Kombat knockoff that is about generic horror movie monsters fighting each other. So you have like there's like a ghost. There's there's multiple ghosts. There's a Western style ghost. There's like a Chinese style ghost and like an Asian, like an Asian style ghost. There are weird monsters, like one-eyed monsters. There's there's a Frankenstein's monster in there. A bunch of weird horror trope creatures in a fighting game together, and it's sounds like it should suck, but it's just goofy enough that it kind of works. and it's very janky, but in a way that kind of adds to the charm. I think Battle Monsters is neat. We're leaving it here. Actually, you know what? No. Battle Monsters is going above Impact Racing. Impact Racing is a combat-based racing game. That is not about you getting first. It's not about... I don't know. I actually don't remember. What was Impact Racing? I remember Impact Racing was weird in some way. Like, it's not a normal racing game. Let's look it up. Hang on. What were my notes on Impact Racing? The gameplay was based around shooting cars more than passing them. So it's really heavily combat based. The combat is not optional. You have to engage with the combat. Okay. Decent performance, bland presentation. Those are my notes on Impact Racing. Runs well, but kind of looks meh, and apparently plays meh. So we're going to leave it there. Titan Wars is off-brand Star Fox. They made an off-brand Star Fox, and by they I mean Crystal Dynamics, and it's using live action actors. It's very charming and goofy. They use a lot of live action and FMV in this game. The between mission cutscenes are really goofy in like a fun way. The acting is so terrible. The gameplay's very mid. I think the main problem is the frame rate. This game runs at 20 frames a second NTSC, which means it runs at 16 in PAL. It's very, the frame rate's not ideal for the fast-paced action that is meant, that it is depicting. With a game this action, this fast-paced and action-packed, you'd hope the frame rate would be better. But it's okay. It's okay. Clockwork Knight 2. Clockwork Knight 2 is a significant improvement over Clockwork Knight 1. Specifically in terms of its controls, I feel like Clockwork Knight 2 is a much better controlling game. The controls don't feel as delayed as they do in Clockwork Knight 1. You feel like you have a lot better, movement. And the jumps don't feel quite as bad as Clockwork Knight 1. Also, the level designs are a little bit more imaginative, I think. They have a little bit more fun with the level layouts in Clockwork Knight 2. We'll leave it where it is. Independence Day, kind of an extremely mediocre movie tie-in game. We're leaving that where it is. Sega Touring Car, one of the most disappointing games on this list. Sega Touring Car, from the creators of Sega Rally, which is one of the best games for the platform, is one of the most awful arcade ports on the system. This game is straight up unfinished. From a visual fidelity standpoint, the game looks okay. But the controls fucking suck. It has really bad controls. And the performance is really uneven. For such a fast racing game, you really need to make sure the frame rate is good. You really need to make sure the frame rate is good. The frame rate is not good in this game. This this racing game is significantly faster than Sega Rally. The speeds you are travelling in Sega Touring Car are significantly greater than the speeds you are travelling in Sega Rally. The controls in this game are so bad that I think it's got the problem of you're travelling so fast that by the time you see the corner, it's already too late. You need to, like, I don't know. You need to learn to steer to start steering before you actually get to a corner, because if you see the corner on screen, you cannot slow down fast enough to turn it, which is not great for a racing game. This game needed a few more months to iron out the performance and control issues, because oh my god, it is miserable to play. It's got a lot of really cool style. The soundtrack is really good, and you know, huge disappointment of a game. In fact, I think we're going to bump this game down. I think it's worse than Independence Day. It's worse than Clockwork Knight. It's a worse video game than Titan Wars. I would rather play Battle Monsters. Impact Racing might actually be a more fun racing game. It's below Mortal Kombat 2. It's here. Here we go. We're going to bump down Sega Touring Car. Courier Crisis. An interesting but kind of bland game about delivering parcels around an open map. It's interesting. It's not especially great. The performance isn't especially great. I don't know. It's very competent but mediocre. It's fine. It's whatever. Space Jam. I think this might be the highest or second to highest basketball game. It's second highest. Second highest basketball game on this list. Space Jam is legitimately a fun little basketball game that is a shameless knockoff of NBA Jam. And the funny thing is, it's actually made by the same developers as NBA Jam Extreme, which is weird. Which is one of the worst games on this list. But, you know, Space Jam is a solid little basketball game. It's got a lot of charm, a lot of personality. It does not have the rubber banding of real NBA Jam, which is one of the reasons why I like it more, because there's no rubber banding in this game. And also, I really like the sprite animations. A lot of effort and work has gone into like lots of really like complex and detailed and, you know, really long sprite animations in this game that are just really charming to watch. This game has a lot of charm, surprisingly so. Cool little game. I like it. Terry Pratchett's Discworld is a good adventure game that unfortunately maybe doesn't work so well on the Sega Saturn. This game has really poor performance. The game runs into situations where there's more sound effects and animations happening on screen than the Saturn can actually fit into RAM. And so you run into situations where animations will partially complete. The game will pause for a split second while it loads the rest of the animation from the disc into RAM, and then continue the animation. It's really noticeable, it's really jarring, and it's a shame they couldn't get these games to run better, because they're actually pretty okay adventure games. Unfortunately, they're maybe a little bit too animation heavy for this hardware. But they're they're okay. I don't know. They're okay. I'm leaving this where it is. Olympic Soccer is fine. It's an early attempt at a full 3D soccer game on the platform with full polygonal players. Adorably, they're very low detail. They're like little polygon men running around without textures. It's very cute. Very cute. A decent little football game with some like nice style. I think the main reason it's down here is because it doesn't have the best performance. It's okay, I don't know. My opinion on Discworld 2 is the same with Discworld 1. It just has slightly better visual presentation. World League Soccer 98. Speaking of disappointments, World League Soccer 98 is by the same developers as Olympic Soccer and is, on a technical level, far more impressive. This is maybe one of the best looking third-party sports games on the platform. This game looks great, and it runs at a relatively solid frame rate as well. My problem with World League Soccer is that it has the most awkward controls, I think, of any football game, soccer game, on this list. It does not control the way you expect it to control, and if you're very used to the way that the FIFA games from this era play, or the Sega Worldwide Soccer games play, you are going to have issues trying to play World League Soccer. This game is technically very accomplished. It looks great and it runs well, but my god, the controls are not good. Bummer. Staying where it is. NBA Action 98, I think the highest ranked basketball game. This game has really great, again, like World League Soccer 98, it's like a technical achievement. This game looks great. The animations are really good. This game was developed by the same developer who would go on to make the 2K sports games for the Dreamcast. I think Sega bought them because of, how good their work on the Sega Saturn was. But yeah, this is a legitimately decent sports game, even though it's a sport I don't care about at all. I can appreciate the technical achievement. This is a great looking sports game. Presentation and technical accomplishment. Tilt. Tilt is a pinball game. What is Tilt? Remind me what Tilt is. Hang on. Which game is this? Okay. Tilt is the one, I think, with a large selection of pinball tables. It's got a really good selection of tables. And also, this is the game that has FMV cutscenes. So if you manage to activate certain special power-ups on the pinball tables, it activates a little cutscene that shows the pinball going into the certain part of the table and activating it. It's really some really interesting production value in Tilt. Kind of cool. I don't know if it's... we might just bump it down one space. It's going to go between NBA Action and World League Soccer 98. The Lost World Jurassic Park is a game that I thought was really cool as a kid. When you're 10 years old and you see this game running on a PlayStation, you're watching your friend play this on a PlayStation, it looks cool as fuck because you are 10 years old and you love dinosaurs. I don't think this game plays especially well, so we're probably going to bump this down a little bit. Victory Boxing. Okay, NBA Action is, I think, a better game. Tilt, I think, is a better game. World League Soccer, I think, is a better game. Discworld 2 is a better game. Terry Pratchett's a better game. Space Jam is a better game. It's going between Space Jam and Courier Crisis. That's where we're going to move it to. That feels more correct. Where are we? Victory Boxing. A really interesting and charming little boxing sim. Victory Boxing is fine. Victory Boxing's fine. It's a little basic. The controls are a little bit stiff, but it's fine. Virtual Open Tennis, the better of the two tennis games that came out in Europe. A lot more charm and personality than Breakpoint. I might move this one up a little bit. It's going... Boy, it's going here. Atlantis, The Lost Tales, a really ambitious Myst clone that is technically quite impressive. If artistically a little bit bland, it's fine, it's whatever. Stay in there. Mansion of Hidden Souls is a really charming, if extremely goofy game. Like this game is like really silly. It's an FMV adventure game from System Saycom. Some people think this is a port of the Mega CD game. It is not. It is a sequel to the Mega CD game. I think there's confusion because I think in North America, both the Mega CD game and the Sega Saturn game have exactly the same name, which I think causes confusion. I think, oh, okay, they must have just ported the same game to the Saturn, like whatever. Like, no, it's a full sequel. This game is really silly and bizarre and extremely charming because it is so bizarre. The Mansion of Hidden Souls, I think, is a very, very flawed game. But it is incredibly charming. I find it incredibly charming. Both from an artistic standpoint and a voice acting standpoint. I like the Mansion of Hidden Souls, even though it is maybe not the best game. Myst is an all-time classic. It's the game that is responsible for the sheer number of games that came out in its wake trying to rip it off. Maybe one of the most influential games of the 1990s. No, I'm definitely going to say one of the most influential games of the 1990s. Holy shit. Both in a good way and a bad way. Myst is an all-time classic. The Saturn port's a little hinky. You know, it doesn't run. It runs at 240p when they, it's still images. They could have gone for the high res mode, but they didn't. It's Myst. It's Myst, What more can I say? It's Myst. Staying where it is. True Pinball. This is the dice game. This is the game made by Digital Illusions, known today as DICE. They make the Battlefield games. Very humble beginnings. DICE made a lot of pinball games for the Amiga and DOS and consoles in the early to mid-90s. That was where they got their start. And True Pinball is a good one. True Pinball is a good one. This will forever, to me, be known as the game with the off-brand Appleseed table. Which is very funny. Okay. Next, The House of the Dead. The House of the Dead is one of my favourite light gun games ever. But the Saturn port is, in a few ways, very disappointing. And so I can't realistically put it that high. We might be able to bump it up a little bit because it still plays quite well. If you have a light gun, This game does not have mouse support, which is a huge bummer, because that's how I play light gun games mostly these days, with mice. And if you've ever tried to play a light gun game with a D-pad, you know that shit is miserable. Oh, speaking of House of the Dead, here comes the music. It's still a cool game stylistically. Stylistically, the original House of the Dead is very cool. But I don't know if I can justify putting the Saturn version much higher. I don't know, we'll see. We might run into a couple of games soon that I decide to bump down below it, so we'll see. Enemy Zero is another game from Kenji Eno that I have massive respect for, but do not enjoy playing. A really interesting and ambitious take on survival horror that is maybe a little bit too difficult in some ways. This game has completely invisible enemies that you have to track using sound alone, and your gun is shit. Your gun is extremely short range. They have to be basically standing almost at point blank range in front of you for you to even hit them with your gun. And by the way, they one-shot you, so you can't see them, they're totally invisible. You have to use vague noises to try and locate them in the 3D environment, and if you get too close and they actually touch you, you're just dead. A really interesting but extremely unforgiving game. Stylistically really cool. Conceptually really interesting, but I do not want to play it. It's staying here for now. Virtua Racing. Sorry, Time Warner Interactive's Virtua Racing. Which is maybe one of the strangest games on this list. That time when a third-party developer licensed one of Sega's properties so they could develop it themselves. Weird. It's a perfectly competent, if extremely unambitious racing game. It is one of the better Virtua Racing games. That's not saying much. Virtua Racing is, I think, was just not... Virtua Racing should have never come to the Saturn. It's not suited to it. Virtua Racing is one of those games that gets caught in between hardware generations. It's a little bit too complex and demanding for the 16-bit stuff, but it's maybe a little bit too simple and unambitious for the 32-bit stuff. It's caught right in the middle of the hardware generations, where it's too much for one side but not enough for the other. In my heart, Virtua Racing is a great 32X game. It's one of the very few great 32X games. Everywhere else, it's kind of not amazing. But like I said, competent, but very uninspiring and unambitious. We might bump this down a little bit. I'm going to put this below Enemy Zero. It's going below House of the Dead. It's going below True Pinball. It's going here. There we go. New location for Virtua Racing. FIFA Soccer 96. Speaking of bland and unambitious and competent, but, not great. FIFA Soccer 96 is an example of a game that runs great and looks fine and controls okay. And that's it. It's not especially inspiring. We might bump this down a little bit. I might put... I like Enemy Zero more. House of the Dead. It's going here. It's going below House of the Dead. You know... Very competent, but ultimately kind of bland. Now, FIFA 97... sorry, no, we skipped one. F1 Challenge is a... Speaking of competent but bland, F1 Challenge is a Formula 1 game that is, I think, technically kind of impressive. But the gameplay's very uninteresting. It's not an amazing feeling racing game. It's kind of eh. It's again like FIFA 96. It's competent, but also it's okay. We might move this down a little bit. I like it more than FIFA 96, but it's going below House of the Dead. Okay. FIFA 97. I have a soft spot for. FIFA 97 is not a great port. The Saturn version of FIFA 97 is not an especially great port. But it's FIFA 97, I think, is like good enough. And the gameplay of FIFA 97 is not perfect, but like pretty fun if you know how to properly take advantage of it. You can take advantage of the opponent AI in this game in a way that is pretty fun. You play enough of this game and you start seeing a pattern as to how the AI opponents will react to you, and then once you figure that out, you can kind of just run circles around the AI. FIFA 97 is a really strange game. It's probably the strangest FIFA game in terms of its like style, because it's the first full 3D FIFA game. And by full 3D, I mean the players are 3D as well. And so it feels like it's such stylistically a strange game. Especially the menus. The menus are bizarre. You look at the FIFA menus from before FIFA 97 and you look at the FIFA menus after FIFA 97. FIFA 97 is this weird stylistic anomaly where they're clearly trying to like do something with the menu styles, but it doesn't quite work. And then after 97, they go back to like very clean, very slick style menus for 98. They tried something and it didn't quite work, so they abandoned it and went back to like slick like menus again. But FIFA 97 is stylistically very interesting, and I'm very fond of FIFA 97 because it was the first FIFA game that I owned, and I played a lot of it as a child. Like I said, there are certain parts of this game that are like certain songs. There is like music, voice lines that are just burned directly into my memory that I can't unhear. You know, so I heard them so much, and it plays fine. It plays respectably quite well. Actua Golf. This is the anomaly. This is the one decent game that Gremlin put out on the Saturn. This is a legitimately pretty good golf game, and it looks surprisingly pretty good. Like better than you would expect. The fidelity of the environments in Actua Golf are like way better than like you think a Gremlin Interactive developed golf game should be. What were my notes? My notes were a decent golf game with some surprisingly good graphics for the platform. Definitely the best looking golf game for the system, but lacks any memorable style or personality. It's kind of dry, which I think is to be expected. I think most golf games are quite dry. But this is kind of surprisingly decent, especially for a Gremlin Interactive game. Well done, Gremlin Interactive. You put out one decent game on the platform. NHL All-Star Hockey, which was the early Sega published hockey game. It's quite fun. The players are sprites. It has a pretty good frame rate. The frame rate's quite good. Very fast-paced hockey game. And like surprisingly good presentation. I feel like a lot of work went into this game's like front-end menus and presentation. There's like a weird amount of FMV as well in this game. I feel like there's dudes on the front menu. There's like full motion video, like live action guys, like sitting at a desk talking to you at the main menu, which is, I think, interesting. This is a cool game. Andretti Racing is a game that I think plays well. Like, it feels good to play. Has decent feeling controls. The racing feels good. My main issue with Andretti Racing is that it's kind of ugly. Or at least the Sega Saturn version is kind of ugly. On a technical level, it runs well enough. I wouldn't call it a good frame rate, but it's good enough to play. It's just, yeah, the technical visual presentation is kind of ugly. The draw distance, not great. Texture quality, not great. But it's still a relatively fun to play racing game. This is staying here. NHL Power Play. Decent little hockey game. Runs quite well. Feels pretty good. I think it lacks options. I remember this game having like a weird lack of options. Like, you can't really move the camera at all. You can't really do much with the controls. Not much in terms of controller option. It does pretty well at teaching you what different types of like plays do. It's like there's a a screen where you can like select what you want your teammates to do, and it'll describe to you what that means. It's like, oh, if you get your teammates to focus on this tactic, it means this, and which I really appreciated, because it helped explain like what different types of, you know, team tactics and plays do and what they're good for, which I really appreciated. NHL All-Star Hockey 98, which is the sequel to NHL All-Star Hockey, but actually secretly is the sequel to NHL Power Play. I know, it's confusing. Because it's a port, actually just a port of a hockey game on the PlayStation called NHL Power Play 96 or 97, I think. 97, maybe. Don't remember. That then, when they brought it over to the Saturn, Sega licensed it and put the NHL All-Star name on it. Which I believe they also did with NBA Action 98. NBA Action 98 also came out on the PlayStation under a different name. Which is funny. But you know what? Turned out to be a good idea both times. So, you know. Okay, here's a big one. Here's one that hurts me. Mr. Bones. Oh dear. Oh, Mr. Bones. I love Mr. Bones. Stylistically. The style and presentation of Mr. Bones is incredible. I love the cutscenes. I love the way the game looks in terms of its graphics. It's a really silly, goofy looking game in a really like a really charming way. I love Mr. Bones. I love the cutscenes. But oh my god, the gameplay is shit. The gameplay is so fucking terrible. I'm gonna have to bump you down, Mr. Bones. I'm gonna have to. I'm so sorry, but this is one of the big games that was on my mind that I wanted to correct when I thought about doing this. This is one of the ones, man. I love Mr. Bones, but I can't ignore how fucking terrible the gameplay is. So let's do what's necessary. FIFA 97 is a better video game. It's a less interesting video game, but it's a better video game. F1 Challenge is a better video game. Myst is a better video game. The Mansion of Hidden Souls is better. I'm so sorry, Mr. Bones. NBA Action 98 is a better video game. It's better than Sega Touring Car. No, it's going further, it's going further. Clockwork Knight is better. Battle Masters is a better game. That shitty port of Mortal Kombat 2 is probably still a more fun game to play. NBA Live is a more fun game to play. NBA Jam Tournament Edition is a better game. Oh, Mr. Bones, I'm so sorry. I still like it more than Virtual Hydolide. Loaded is a better game. Battle Arena Toshinden is probably a better game. Blackfire is probably a better game. Virtual Golf, as bland as it is probably a better game. Oh my god. PGA Tour runs like shit, but the gameplay is more satisfying. It's better than Mr. Bones. It's going between Breakpoint and NBA Action. Breakpoint is probably a better video game. There are probably some games down here that are still probably better video games. But oh my god, it's Mr. Bones. I can't. I'm willing to overlook a certain amount of the really bad gameplay because the cutscenes are so fucking good. Poor Mr. Bones. I love you, Mr. Bones. Also, I hate you, Mr. Bones. It's a really complicated relationship I have with Mr. Bones, okay? It's If you've never played Mr. Bones, you should play Mr. Bones. Wow. In some ways, it is one of the worst video games ever made. But in some ways, it is also one of the best video games ever fucking made. Incredible. Anyway, oh dear. I'm so sorry, Mr. Bones. Forgive me. It had to be done. It had to be. Alright. Destruction Derby is a somewhat disappointing port of a pretty good PlayStation racing game. It still plays like Destruction Derby, which is important, but it took a significant visual downgrade when coming over to the Saturn. Significant visual downgrade. Oh boy. Also, the performance is also nowhere near as good. Very unstable game. in terms of its performance, but it's still Destruction Derby, so it's still kind of fun. It's still kind of fun. There's a weird amount of like visceral satisfaction you get in this game when you're in the bowl with all the other cars and you just all smash together. It's still really satisfying to ram into the side of another car at high speed in that game. Destruction Derby rules. It's not the best version of the game, not even close, but it's still fun. Destruction Derby's really good. It's no Destruction Derby 2, but Destruction Derby 1, still a pretty fun racing game. NHL 97. A legitimately really good port. Worked on by the same people who did NBA Action 98. This is one of the better NBA EA Sports ports on the platform. Surprisingly good visual fidelity, a smooth enough frame rate. It targets 30. It doesn't always get there. It targets 30/25, I meant to say. It doesn't always get there, but it gets there enough of the time. It's still very playable. Also has the insane camera option of playing the game first person, which is nuts. You can't... Having a first person perspective in this game is maybe one of the strangest and hellish experiences I've ever experienced playing a hockey game. It doesn't work at all. It's terrible, but oh my god, you have to experience it once. What a weird choice this game lets you do. The gameplay is not optimized at all for a first-person camera mode, but it's there anyway. Fuck it. Crime Wave. Crime Wave is a cool car combat game, a neat little car combat game with really good, like, environmental detail. There's a very, like, you unlock sections of the open world, one section at a time, but once you start unlocking big parts of the rest of the open world, the map you're on is surprisingly big, and it's all quite detailed, you know? Like the buildings have a surprising amount of texture, like, detail to them. Crime Wave is a surprisingly good-looking game. And the sprite animation of the cars is also pretty good. With, like, a lot of different, like, angles accounted for the car. I think it's, like, 16, like, the cars are, like, rendered from, like, the car sprites are rendered from, like, 16 different angles, I think, depending on what direction you're facing. So there's a lot of work gone into the car sprites. The combat is not incredible. Enemy AI has the tendency to just run away from you when you engage it, which means a lot of the time you're just chasing after enemy cars instead of fighting them. And a lot of the, like, in fact, no, all of the combat in this game is timed. There's a fat time limit for every, like, combat encounter in the game, and it feels like you're spending most of that combat encounter trying to chase the fucker down. They won't face you. They see you, they immediately turn around and race off in the other direction, and you're like, God damn it! And they travel at exactly the same speed that you do, so you kind of have to try and, like, catch up with them by, like, cutting corners and, you know, finding gaps in the environment that you can use as a shortcut to try and cut them off. It's annoying. I wish they made the enemy AI a little bit more less cowardly. Then maybe it would be a bit more fun. But presentationally, Crime Wave is really decent looking game. Baku Baku, or as I like to call it, off-brand puzzle fighter. Baku Baku is a fun little puzzle game. It's a charming little puzzle game. Its mechanics are very, very similar to Capcom's Super Puzzle Fighter. Very similar. The presentation is simple in like a charming way. All of the character models are like very basic 3D renders. The idea, the idea is you have to build up chains of in your puzzle well, we'll call it, by grouping together different types of food. So like you might have bamboo or bones or fish, and you want to try and group them into big groups all next to each other. And then occasionally animal heads will drop from the top of the well, and you have to try and match the animal heads with the type of food that animal might eat. And the bigger the combo, the more junk you send over to your opponent's wells, you know. It's a really fun little puzzle game, actually. It's pretty good. Not as good as Super Puzzle Fighter, but it is pretty good. We might bump this up a little bit. Hang on. Okay, for now it's going only up by 1, but you know, there might be some games here that we might bump down, actually. But for now it's going here. It might go up a little bit higher in a minute. Okay. Frankenstein Through the Eyes of the Monster is a really goofy, charming adventure game starring the one and only Tim Curry, and he is fucking going for it in this game. He is putting everything he has into his version of Dr. Frankenstein, and it is amazing. He is hamming it up. Oh my god. He is so good in this game. He understood the assignment perfectly. This game has a very like serious and like dark story to it, but the voice acting is so goofy you can't help but laugh at it. Like this game is an accidental comedy. And it's kind of great. It's so fucking charming. Tim Curry's amazing. He's incredible. He's the best. The character who voices your character, the monster rather, is also pretty good at hamming it up. He understood the assignment. Also, he has some very ridiculous voice lines in there that are very charming. I like Frankenstein Through the Eyes of the Monster. It's a dumb game, but oh my god, is it charming as fuck. I like it where it is. It's not moving. World Series Baseball 2 is like World Series Baseball 1 again, but with like way more content. I think there are more teams, there are more stadiums, there are more options. It's just pretty much more or less the same game, but with a ton more content. World Series Baseball is all the way down here, though. Is World Series Baseball 2 that good for it to be... Where's it gone? I've lost it. To be all the way here? I don't know. Because gameplay-wise, it's exactly the same. It's just a content update, really. And a big one. You know what? This game is good, but it's not that much better than the first game. So we'll hang on. Whoops. Let's do this properly. Let's not screw around with the numbers too much. Let's go back down to the first one again. Here it is. Now, how much better is the sequel? It's significantly better. I think that it is, again, mostly the same game, but it's got like significant content update, and I think the overall presentation might be improved even as well, so it might be a slightly better looking game as well. it's going here. World Series Baseball 2. That's its new home. Didn't actually move that much further down than I thought. Okay, that's fine. Gen War. Gen War is what is admittedly kind of a mediocre first-person shooter that has really charming cutscenes. Again, it has like live-action FMV cutscenes between the missions that are really fucking funny, like unintentionally funny and charming. But I feel like maybe the game itself might be slightly overrated here. I might be focusing too much on the cutscenes. They are good cutscenes, don't get me wrong. Yeah. Alright. Okay, Gen War. Yeah, Baku Baku is probably better. Frankenstein is probably better. Crime Wave is probably better. NHL 97 is better. Destruction Derby is probably better. Okay. Dready Racing probably slightly better. Actual... no. It's going here. Down to 137. Again, didn't go down that far. Where are we? NASCAR 98. Or as I like to call it, Andretti Racing 2. Because it's made by the same developers and is extremely similar to the NASCAR racing in Andretti Racing. I am convinced they used the NASCAR part of Andretti Racing as a base for developing this game because it's so similar. This game is pretty good. It's a fun racing game. It has hidden 3D pad support. The game does support the 3D pad. It is not reflected in the menus, but the game does support the 3D pad. It has also pretty good racing wheel support. The racing wheel feels quite good with this game. NASCAR 98 is quality. It was one of the last EA games to come out on the Saturn. One of the last EA Sports games to come out on the Saturn, and it's also one of the best. It's surprisingly solid. You wouldn't think a NASCAR game would be that enjoyable, but it's yeah, it might take a slight bump. It might take a slight hit. Okay, hang on. I do like NASCAR 98, but it might not be quite as good as Baku Baku. I don't like it as much as Frankenstein, but I do like it more than Crime Wave. There we go. Highway 2000, or as I call it, not Ridge Racer. This is the game that desperately wants to be Ridge Racer. Because it kind of looks a bit like Ridge Racer, and it controls a lot like Ridge Racer. In that if you initiate a drift, the game will lock you onto an invisible rail and just let you to just move around freely, getting your car to face different directions as you drift around a corner. It's very strange. It's got very Ridge Racer-esque physics. It's kind of a good racing game. I don't know. This is pretty good. It's okay off-brand Ridge Racer. It might not be as good as Baku Baku, but it's better than Frankenstein. There we go. Hang on GP96. Okay, so this game is very situational. This game is actually a pretty good racing game, as long as you have the racing wheel. You need the racing wheel to enjoy this game. Playing this game with a regular controller is fucking miserable. The D-pad controls are terrible. Really, really bad. Really, really bad. You need a racing wheel. Because then you have so much more fine control over your bike. It just feels so much better to play than the... It's really weird, because if you play with a regular D-pad, the game just automatically, like, turns, like, the steering range to the maximum immediately. So if you're playing from, like, a third-person perspective, you see the bike just immediately go, when you're trying to, like, you know, feather left on the D-pad. You see the bike just doing this constantly because it's just going from neutral to full left, neutral to full left. It looks goofy as fuck, and doesn't feel good. The racing wheel is the correct way to play this. It is such a difference in quality of experience. I cannot recommend it enough. If this game did not have racing wheel support, it would be a lot lower on the list. This game is really peripheral dependent. Very peripheral dependent. But if you have the peripheral, the game is very good. But you need to have the peripheral. Because otherwise it's miserable. So I'm gonna leave it where it is for now. Cyber Speedway. A very simplistic but very charming sci-fi racing game with a over-the-top soundtrack, which is how I like it. Doesn't have the best graphics, but it's fun to play. I'm leaving it where it is. Sea Bass Fishing, a surprisingly charming little fishing game. The fishing mechanics are a little bit confusing when you first use them, but you get to grips with them pretty quickly. It's very confusing. If you're not already experienced at fishing and knowing what kind of lures to use and what kind of water to hunt certain kinds of, what parts of the lake to look for certain kinds of fish, this game can be quite confusing. This game is not kind to new players. The game does not really have much of an onboarding tutorial at all. It kind of just throws you in the deep end. Pun intended, I guess. I like it, but it's also it's weirdly difficult and demanding. So we're probably going to bump it down a little bit. It's going down here, I think. Here we go. It's going down here. Sea Bass Fishing. Down to 129. Okay. Gekomugen Toriko. I love Gekomugen Toriko. It is one of the strangest fucking games ever made. The story is bizarre and unusual. The characters are bizarre and unusual. In the most interesting way. The gameplay is not that much more... I don't know, it's not much better gameplay-wise than the Mansion of Hidden Souls, but it is such a bigger game with a much more interesting plot and very unusual, strange, bizarre characters that you love talking to because you know they've got some weird unhinged shit is going to come out of their mouth, and it's I don't know, it's very Twin Peaks. It's like the people who made this watched Twin Peaks and were like, let's make a game with similar vibes to Twin Peaks, and this is what they came up with. It's Gekomugen Toriko, also known as Lunacy in the North America. Gekomugen Toriko is a it can be roughly translated into a story of moons, flowers, and mist. That's what Gekomugen means. So, a story of moons, flowers, and mist, : the prisoner. That's what that entire title means. Okay. Because some people are confused by the title. I'm going to leave it where it is for now. Road and Track presents The Need for Speed. This is a very ambitious racing game. that I think is ultimately kind of boring. It does some interesting stuff in terms of car handling. It's trying to go for a more realistic like car handling model than most racing games of the time. But it's also, I don't know, I find the original Need for Speed a little bit bland. I feel like this is a game that you kind of need to be a car pervert to get the most out of this game. You kind of really need to love cars. You know what I mean? You need to be a car pervert to get the most out of the original Need for Speed. It runs well. It's a good port, I think. It's a good port of the 3DO original. My problem isn't with the quality of the port. My problem is with the game design itself. I just think the original Need for Speed is a little bit boring. Yeah. For me, Need for Speed wouldn't become like truly appealing until like the sequels, when they start getting a little bit more arcadey with it, you know. Need for Speed 2 is a much more arcadey racing game, and as a result, I think I'm a much bigger fan of Need for Speed 2. This one it's cool. I respect it. I appreciate what they were trying to do, but yeah, I don't know. I'm just I don't know. Maybe I don't actually like it that much. Oh, and split screen multiplayer runs like shit. We looked at some real time split screen stuff in the video, and oh boy, it does run at half the frame rate, doesn't it? Anyway, that's probably the same case for all the versions. So, not saying that's a Saturn specific issue. I'm gonna bump it down. I'm gonna bump it down. I don't like it as much as Gekomukutan Toriko. I think Cyber Speedway is more fun. Hang On GP with a racing wheel is more fun. I like it more than Baku Baku, so it's coming down here. So it doesn't drop that much. Not that much. Okay. Battle Arena Toshinden Ura Ultimate Revenge Attack. It's a hell of a name. It's the better of the two Battle Arena Toshinden games on the Sega Saturn, but I think is also still kind of a mediocre fighting game. Like I said, I don't think Battle Arena Toshinden truly gets good until Battle Arena Toshinden 3, but you know, Ura is like a significant step up from 1, or Battle Arena Toshinden 2, which is this is kind of like a weird custom version of 2. On the PlayStation, it's not just like a straight port of 2. Like they took some of the characters and ideas and move lists from 2, and then kind of like made it a little bit more unique for the Sega Saturn. It's kind of interesting. It's like an alternate universe Battle Arena Toshinden 2. This is. It's fine. I don't know. It's okay. It's, you know what? It's a perfectly competent 3D fighting game. Is it especially great? Not really. Is it especially bad? Not really. It's okay. I don't know, some of the characters are cool. The soundtrack's pretty good. I just don't think the fighting system is that well fleshed out yet. It's better than 1. It's much better than 1, but it's still not incredible. It's okay. It's okay. It's staying where it is. Oh boy, Hexen. I want to like Hexen. I want to like Hexen so much. Hexen is very obviously a game made by people who played a lot of Doom and a lot of Dungeons and Dragons, and were like, what if we made Doom more like Dungeons and Dragons? And I think the quality of the Saturn port is pretty good. doesn't have quite the same texture detail as the PlayStation version, but I think the PlayStation version suffers from like really severe texture warping, so all that extra detail in the textures kind of goes a lot to waste because it's like the textures are fucking doing this the whole time, and so you kind of like the detail doesn't matter that much, whereas the texture warp in this doesn't really. I don't think there's really much in the way of texture warp at all in the Saturn version. Yeah, it's a shame that only the front-facing enemy sprites are in the... I think it's the same in the PlayStation version as well. Isn't it the same in the PlayStation and N64 versions as well? Because I know there are some people who really, really like the N64 version of Hexen. And I'm wondering if that's because it does something like significantly better than the other two console versions. I don't know. Haven't really put that much time into any of the versions of Hexen, because I get like 30 minutes in or an hour in and I'm like, yep, I'm done. I don't want to play this anymore. I think it's because melee combat in the Doom engine sucks. Like, what if you were playing Doom and you only had the fist and the chainsaw, and those were the only weapons you were allowed to have? That's Hexen. I know there are ranged weapons later in the game. I know there's magic and all that stuff, but I feel like the game takes too long to get that stuff, to get you ranged options, because oh my god, the close combat sucks. You dash in, you hit them, you fall back. You dash in, you hit them, you fall back. You do that about 10 times, you kill one enemy. Oh my god, it takes forever. I think Hexen is cool. I respect Hexen a lot. I just wish I could get into it more. We're going to leave it where it is. RoboPit, the dark horse of the list. I unironically kind of love RoboPit, but also I am very, very, very aware of its flaws or its shortcomings. It's an incredibly janky game. Like I said earlier, this is a game that feels like it's barely holding itself together. But it's cool. You design a robot out of parts, and depending on the parts that you choose, you're basically designating what skills and abilities your robot has. And then you can choose to control them manually in fights, or you can send them in with an AI pilot and just watch your creation, duke it out, and maybe win. And if it wins, it'll unlock new parts and gain like experience points. Which, like I said, the experience stuff is not in the PlayStation version. That's only in the Saturn version. It's a cool game. It's just the build quality is maybe not great, maybe not the best. I like RoboPit. I love RoboPit. It's the best, jankiest game on this list. Pebble Beach Golf Links. One of the better golf games. Our boy, Craig Stadler, in full motion video glory, is all over this game, and it really adds a level of charm and personality to it, which a lot of golf games are lacking, I feel. It doesn't have the best frame rate. It doesn't have the most detailed graphics of the golf games on the system, but what it does have is charm and personality, and the actual like mechanics of the game are like satisfying to engage with. It's really easy to get the hang of this game. It's got it's an easy game to start playing, but a hard game to master. Much like golf, I guess. Pebble Beach is cool. I like Pebble Beach. It's staying where it is. The Horde. Toys for Bob's own The Horde. Ported to the Sega Saturn by Silicon Knights, by the way. famous, infamous developer Silicon Knights, for reasons that are not relevant to this video, did the port job for the Saturn version of the Horde, which is, it's fine. It's a decent port of the game. I don't know, it's neat. I like the cutscenes. The cutscenes are good. I like the concept. You're protecting villages from invading hordes of goblins by building defenses. It's kind of a tower defense game. It's also really hard. You get like a few levels in, and all of a sudden it suddenly becomes weirdly hard. I don't know. I don't know if it can stay here. It might have to get bumped down. Okay, it's gonna get bumped down a little bit. So speedway's better. It's going below. It's going below Baku Baku Animal, but above Highway 2000. That's where it's going. Okay. In the Hunt. Probably one of the worst ports on the platform. In the Hunt is a legendarily terrible port. Sometimes the game itself will fail to boot. I have a pretty spotless disc, and you know, it feels like 50% of the time the game just won't boot. You get to the Cockapelli logo at the start of the game, and then it might get past it, or it might just stay there. It might just hang at a black screen forever, and so you have to reset the console and try again. This happens on every single Sega Saturn I own. It seems to be slightly more reliable on Model 1 systems than Model 2 systems. It's a weird problem, man. It's very rare that you run into a port this fucked. that the game will just sometimes refuse to boot. Which sucks, because the arcade version of In the Hunt is gorgeous. It's a fucking gorgeous game. A version of In the Hunt that runs properly is one of the most visually gorgeous 2D shooters ever made. It's made by the same people who would go on to make the Metal Slug games. That's why the sprite animation is so good. It's the same people who made the sprites for the Metal Slug games did the artwork for this one. That's why the sprite work is so fucking good. It's a gorgeous game. The 2D sprite standpoint, this game is maybe the best looking 2D game in terms of like sprite detail and animation on this list. It's gorgeous. And the gameplay's pretty good too. The main reason it's so far down the list is because it is such a shitty port. Oh my god. It runs so badly. It runs so terribly. So terribly. On top of the fact that sometimes it will just refuse to boot. It feels like the people who were in charge of this port just didn't know what they were doing. Because the PlayStation version of In the Hunt is actually significantly better, which is wild, because I think I mentioned this in the video, but like, you know, people like to say, oh, the PlayStation had worse 2D capabilities than the Sega Saturn. The PlayStation version of In the Hunt, I think, looks almost as good, and it runs way better. I don't know. I'm guessing. I'm guessing the people who did this port were just incompetent. I'm guessing they just didn't know what they were doing. And they put out a terrible fucking port of this game. Because I feel like this should have been better in every way. But it is beautiful, and there is so much really good sprite animation. It's a gorgeous game, and I don't know. I'm going to leave it where it is. I'm going to leave it where it is. Okay. It is a disappointing port, but it's still a gorgeous shooter. Pandemonium. This is an inferior port of the PlayStation platformer. Pandemonium's pretty good. It's a really good early PlayStation game. The Sega Saturn port is disappointing. From both a visual fidelity and performance standpoint. It's still Pandemonium. It's still really charming. Still kind of fun to play, even though it doesn't look or run as well. I'm going to leave it where it is. Wing Arms. Wing Arms is a flight sim that is has really good mission stick support. However, maybe you shouldn't use the mission stick. What do I mean by this? So this is a really colourful, like arcadey flight sim that I think suffers when you give it more realistic controls. I don't know if you see me in the video when I'm ranking this. I set up the mission stick and I am struggling to fucking shoot guys down because I've got realistic flight controls turned on with the mission stick, and all of a sudden, you know, turns out flying a combat plane is difficult. Lining up shots is actually way harder with realistic controls than it is with the standard D-pad controls. So you might actually just be better off playing this with the standard controller than with the mission stick. Even though the mission stick support is really good, I don't think the style of gameplay matches those types of controls. I think there's multiple options for the mission stick. I think you can have like really realistic flight controls, or you can turn it into like more like arcadey assisted flight controls. If you want to. I think this game just might be more fun with a regular controller. Although I do like using the mission stick. I'm going to leave Wing Arms where it is. Pinball Graffiti is a weird game. Pinball Graffiti is such a strange game. It is a full 3D pinball game. So the pinball table is rendered entirely in 3D, which is the only pinball game on the Saturn to do that. It's a really ambitious move. This game has first-person pinball camera. And you might be thinking, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by first-person pinball camera? Surely when you play a pinball game, it's always first-person, because it's from the perspective of somebody standing in front of a pinball table, right? No. What if they attached a first-person POV camera to the ball itself? It's nuts. It's so weird and crazy and such a strange idea for a pinball game. I mess about with it quite a bit in the video, but it's such a weird thing. And you're still playing it like regular pinball. You are falling down towards the flippers, and you have to basically hit the flippers as you get close to them, but in like first-person ball mode. It's fucking so weird. It's so bizarre. But it's also really cool in a strange way. And also there's that big RPG mode where you have to like make a career traveling across North America playing pinball. Which is the... I think the only pinball game I know of to have a mode like that. Yeah, they didn't dare to like statically attach the camera to the ball so the camera rolls with the ball. Yeah, that would be insane. That would be unplayable. That would be a fucking vomit factory. Oh my god, that would probably make you feel really sick if they did that. Oh my god. Yeah. Pinball Graffiti is such a strange game, and I'm kind of into it. If the game was a little bit easier, because the single player career mode is like incredibly demanding. You know, like you have to be very good at pinball to be able to get anywhere in the career mode. It's nuts. You have to be like, you're starting the career mode and like anyone you challenge to pinball immediately is like, okay, I put 40 million points up on the board, do better. And I'm lucky if I get 10, holy shit. Like if I get 10 million points, that's a good day for me. And like the first people you challenge are like, 40 million motherfucker, do better. Like, holy shit, this game is hard. Again, this game feels like it was designed for people who love pinball and who, for them, 40 million points is not that big of an ask. You know, it's like, holy shit. I don't know. I don't know if I've got what it takes to actually go anywhere in this career mode. Jesus Christ. I might bump it down a little bit. If the single player career mode was more approachable, it wasn't quite so viciously hard as soon at the start, I might enjoy it more. But it's below Pandemonium. It's below Pebble Beach. It's below Robo Pit. Below Hexen, it's above Battle Arena to Shinden Ura. There it is, Pinball Graffiti. The most interesting pinball game on the Sega Saturn. Okay, Zed. Zed is a really unique RTS game. This is a game that, again, from like, there's something about the art. There's something about the art in this game and like the weird difficulty curve it has that absolutely screams Amiga. This is a game that feels like it began development on the Amiga. I don't know, did Zed come out on the Amiga? I don't actually know. Hang on. Zed RTS. There we go. Zed video game. What does Wikipedia say? MS-DOS, PlayStation, Saturn, and strangely enough, an iOS release. Okay, so no, this game did not get an Amiga release, but it feels like it should have. I feel like this game feels like an Amiga game. I'm guessing it was, I mean, it's Bitmap Brothers, right? The Bitmap Brothers made a lot of Amiga games and Commodore 64 games, so I guess it makes sense that it feels like an Amiga game. Oh god, are we on the fucking TJ Davis shit? No, we're not going to do that. We're going to skip the Sonic R music. I'm sorry. Oh dear. Yeah, and it's got a weirdly harsh difficulty curve in the same way that an Amiga games typically do. You know, Zed is a game that has a ton of cool style, but is like maybe a little bit too demanding mechanically. It's an RTS game about control points. You're not harvesting resources, you're capturing control points, and then you're trying to capture enough control points which gives you access to more facilities that automatically produce units for you. And it's a really interesting take on RTS that I wish wasn't quite as hard. maybe this game feels like a mouse and keyboard game. This game, Z, feels like a game that was optimized for mouse and keyboard, and you can play it with a controller, and the Saturn version does have mouse support, but it never feels quite enough. You never feel like you quite have the speed and dexterity that you need to get things done quickly. Because the enemy AI doesn't hang around. The enemy AI is like surprisingly tough in this game. They don't hang around and wait for you to build units. You know, if you're not efficient and moving quickly, you are going to lose. In a way that is very jarring for someone who's used to playing games like Command and Conquer and Age of Empires, which the AI in those games is quite sedate. They will kind of just sit around for a few minutes and let you build up before they do anything. We're going to leave Z where it is. Street Fighter the movie. Street Fighter the movie gets a bad rap. Street Fighter the movie gets a bad reputation. I know why. It doesn't... There's something about a Street Fighter game looking like Mortal Kombat that feels wrong and sacrilegious. A Street Fighter game that uses digitized actors just feels wrong. And it's not an especially great playing game. It kind of plays like a shitty version of Super Turbo. Which is the best way I can describe it. It feels like shitty Super Turbo. Street Fighter 2, or Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo. But it's not terrible. It's okay. It still has the characters you like. It still has a lot of the moves and inputs that you like. It's still, at its heart, Street Fighter, even if it has some really bad-looking visuals. It doesn't look great. It's not a great-looking game, but it still plays mostly like Street Fighter. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's not the Street Fighter game you want to play, but it's charming in its own way. It's fine. I'm leaving it where it is. Earthworm Jim 2. This feels like a game in the wrong generation. To me, the Earthworm Jim games are 16-bit technical showpieces. Like, these are... Like, Earthworm Jim 2 is like a very late Mega Drive and Super Nintendo game that is just like, hey, check it out. Look at all this crazy shit we can do with this hardware now. And it's really cool to look at. And it's like, wow, this game doesn't play especially good, but it sure is fun to look at. And then they ported it to the PlayStation and the Sega Saturn, and it's just kind of a mediocre-looking action platformer. It's just kind of a mediocre action platformer. Because at least on the 16-bit systems, you've at least got the visuals to be wowed by. You're like, oh wow, the animation is so good for this hardware. That's cool as hell. And then it's not quite as impressive on the Sega Saturn. It's not a terrible game. It's like, it's okay. But it's not. I don't know. It feels like it's in the wrong hardware generation. And honestly, a lot of the Earthworm Jim humor these days falls completely flat for me. A lot of the jokes, visual gags, don't land anymore now that I'm an adult. So it doesn't even have that. Earthworm Jim 2 has at least got the appeal of being fucking weird. Earthworm Jim 2 is a really weird game. It does a lot of really strange, like, one-off level ideas, one-off level designs, you know? There's that isometric level where you're pushing the bomb around and everything's like, you know, pre-rendered CG sprites. There's that weird level where you're a floating salamander floating through the insides of what can only be described as an organic pinball table. Which is fucking bizarre. And when you get to the end of that level, you have to take part in a game show. It's a very strange game, and I appreciate that. It's a very bizarre mindfuck of a game sometimes, which still works on me a little bit, you know. But most of the game is just kind of for me now. I'm going to leave it here. Gex. Basically copy and paste most of what I said about Earthworm Jim 2 and apply it to Gex. Gex feels like a game that is like competently made and is trying really, really hard to make you laugh, but most of the humor falls completely flat. And the platforming doesn't really feel good enough. Like, it feels better than Earthworm Jim 2 in terms of platforming, but it's still not a great feeling game. The level design can be annoying, if I remember correctly. Annoying level design as well. Gex is very much in the same boat as Earthworm Jim 2 to me. Staying where it is. Mighty Hits. A kind of cool minigame based light gun game. You know, if you've ever played Point Blank on the PlayStation, very similar to Point Blank. Not as good as Point Blank, but it's very similar to Point Blank. Mighty Hits is okay in my book. Mighty Hits is pretty good. Runs at a good frame rate. I think it's a full frame rate game. All of the minigames run at like 60/50 frames a second, so it runs really well, you know? And the light gun based mini games are interesting and weird and novel. But I feel like there aren't enough mini games. You start to repeat mini games way too quickly. I don't think there's enough options. Like, I want there to be an option on the menu that just lets you pick a mini game of your choice and just play it. I don't think it doesn't let you do that. You have to play the full single player mode, which then it's like luck of the draw. You don't know what mini games you're going to get. A really cool looking game, but it's like ultimately kind of limited in terms of gameplay. Sky Target. Sky Target is a Afterburner spin-off. It is officially part of the Afterburner franchise. It is the real Afterburner 3. Because that game that came out for the Mega CD called Afterburner 3 is not an Afterburner game. So in my heart, Sky Target is the real Afterburner 3. A really stylistically cool game with a lot of insane levels. My personal favourite is the one where you have to intercept a missile launching up from the ground, and so you point your plane directly down at the missile and you have to intercept it, and then you pass each other and then you have to chase it into space. It's fucking wild. It's a really cool level. Great level. The quality of the Saturn port of Sky Target is maybe not the best. It's kind of a rough looking game. This port is really rough looking. It's not especially a great looking port. Also, the performance is not ideal. It's kind of framey, really uneven frame rate. Depends how much stuff is on screen. But stylistically, this game's incredible. I like Sky Target a lot. You know what I'm going to do? Sky Target's going to get a bump. It's going to go above Sonic R. Going above. It's going above Sonic R. It's going above Sonic R. Anyway, next, Sonic R. Sonic R is an iconic game. It's an iconic game. I get it. It's iconic. Also, it's very technically impressive. This is maybe one of the most technically impressive games on the Sega Saturn. Traveller's Tales did incredible work getting this game to look as good as it does. It's phenomenally impressive. It's phenomenally impressive what they managed to achieve. This is a genuinely one of the best looking 3D games on the platform. I just wish it didn't play like shit. I played a lot of Sonic R back in the day. I think I mentioned I had the PC version in the early 2000s, and it was one of the only games I had that would run on my shitty PC in like the early 2000s. And so I played a lot of Sonic R, whether I liked it or not. And yeah, man, Sonic R's not a good game. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I know people are really impressed by the graphics. I know people are, ironically, really love the soundtrack. But oh my god, the controls are not good. Has incredible style. It is incredibly stylish. It is has incredible. It is incredibly like technically impressive, but the controls suck. I'm sorry, Sonic R. I'm sorry. You're really impressive as a game that came out on the Sega Saturn purely for technical reasons. But man, every time I get the itch to play Sonic R, I play it for like maybe 20 minutes and I'm like, okay, I'm done. I'm done. I'm going to leave it where it is. It's stylistically really cool and silly, and that soundtrack is insane. It's very charming. It's a very, very charming soundtrack, and I think that's mostly what is saving it here. It's style and technical achievement over substance, and I don't apologize for saying that. Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. I am not a Mortal Kombat fan, but UMK3 is, I can legitimately recognize as a very well-made game.
What can you do on the sun? You'd be burned to bleach.
Mortal Kombat is a game that is objectively way more fun with another human than single player. Single player classic Mortal Kombat is miserable. Because like a lot of Midway arcade games, it is unfairly hard. I'm gonna leave it where it is. Shockwave Assault. Shockwave Assault is a neat flight combat game. It's kind of cool. It's got a lot of like live action, like FMV in it, with a lot of really goofy, like live action acting, like, the way you like it. Also, this game has really good mission stick support. This game is very similar to Hang On GP in that the enjoyment you have with this game is very situational. It's very peripheral dependent. This game is not that great with a regular controller, but I feel like with a mission stick, this game is so much more enjoyable to play. The mission stick support for this game, I would say, is crucial. Crucial. It feels so much better with the mission stick. It feels so responsive. With the mission stick, it's such a better experience with that controller. But also the game is maybe a little bit simplistic in some ways. So I might bump it down a little bit. I'm gonna put it down here between Sky Target and Sonic R. Swagman. Swagman is a game I wish was better. Oh my god, I wish Swagman was better. Stylistically, I love this game. Stylistically, conceptually, this game is fantastic. The soundtrack is amazing. I love the Swagman soundtrack. But the combat fucking sucks. Such a combat-heavy game. Oh my god, it is awful. You have the tiniest amount of range on your attacks, and it just feels bad. The combat just feels the worst. And then there's the boss fights. They lock you in a tiny little room with a massive boss. You have barely any room to maneuver and avoid his attacks. Doesn't feel good at all. That first boss fight against the giant pumpkin is way harder than it should be. What are we doing? What are we doing, man? Come on. Oh, Swagman. A few minor fixes here and there, and this is a genuinely great game, but it's like a little bit not quite. It's just not quite there. I might bump it down a little bit. It's going between Shockwave Assault and Sky Target. There we go. Doom. I get it. The Saturn port of Doom is a terrible port. It's a terrible port. It's a terrible, terrible, terrible port. It's an awful port of Doom. It is one of the worst ports of Doom. Especially considering the hardware it is running on. If you take into account the technical capabilities of the hardware it's running on, it might actually be the worst port of Doom. Because there is no excuse, no really excuse that Doom should run this poorly on the Sega Saturn, you know? It's incredibly unoptimized, but that's the fault of John Carmack. John Carmack was really precious about his no texture warp thing, and so he kind of locked this game into having a terrible fucking frame rate. That's the long and short of the story, really. Because the alternative would have been rendering the levels in a different way, which would have introduced texture warp, but the game would have run a hell of a lot better. Oh well. What happened, happened. The best thing I can say is that it's still Doom, and Doom 2, actually, because this is both Doom and Doom 2. It's actually a Doom collection. Doom is still fun to play at a bad frame rate. You can still have a decent amount of fun with Doom, even if it runs like shit. Doom is just that good. So I'm not going to be moving Doom anywhere, staying there for now. Black Dawn is a really janky but also really cool it's like a really janky but really cool helicopter flight sim that in some ways feels unfinished. I guess technically because it is unfinished, because this game comes with a warning, a piece of paper in the case warning you to not play it with a save cartridge attached. Because apparently it doesn't work if you have a save cartridge plugged into your Saturn, which is a fucking wild thing to happen to your Sega Saturn game. It's like the equivalent of like if somebody putting out a PlayStation game, but then the developers leave a note in the case saying, hey, by the way, don't play this with a memory card inserted. The game might not work properly. Like, I'm sorry, what? Your game's not finished, man. I don't know. This game's got really cool style. I think I said it kind of plays. It feels like a strike game, but from the perspective of like a more traditional helicopter sim, because you're doing objectives that are very similar to the objectives you might have in a strike game, like rescuing people from behind enemy lines and taking out convoys of, you know, you get given objectives on the fly and you have to achieve those objectives, you know, like a strike game. It's kind of cool. It's janky as hell, but it's kind of cool. Probably a bug caught right after they had 100,000 discs pressed. Yeah, I suspect, yeah. I mean, first of all, I don't think they pressed 100,000 discs. I think it might have been more like 10,000, because it's the Sega Saturn version we're talking about. Also, it seems like something really easy to test for. It's like, hey, maybe we should test our game with the most common, like one of the most common peripherals that people own and expect to be able to use, like a save cartridge. I don't know. Yeah, it's very possible it's a bug they didn't catch, but man, what an easy to catch bug. At least in my head, it seems like it's something that would have been easy to catch. I don't know. Duke Nukem 3D. I have very mixed feelings on Duke Nukem 3D. This game is one of the 3 Lobotomy Software first-person shooters, and this is my least favourite of the 3. Not because it's like, I don't know, not well made. I think Lobotomy Software did a very respectable job getting Duke Nukem 3D to run on the Sega Saturn. It's a really interesting and impressive port. I just don't like Duke Nukem 3D. Duke Nukem 3D at its best is a game I don't especially have much affection for. I don't know, I think tonally the game is kind of really unappealing. And so I think I might just, I don't know. Also, it's weirdly difficult. Enemies in Duke Nukem 3D feel like they take 1 to 2 too many shots to take down. You know what I mean? It's like a lot of the enemies in Duke Nukem 3D feel really bullet spongy. And it feels bad. So I might just bump this down a little bit. Out of the top 100. I might just, I don't know, remember, personal list, personal taste. I might just put it below Doom. I might just put it below Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. It's going here. Doom at a bad frame rate is a better game than Duke Nukem 3D at a good frame rate. That's my hot take. Mortal Kombat Trilogy is just Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, but with more content. And so that's cool, I guess. So I guess we're going to leave that there. This is a controversial one. FIFA 98 is widely considered to be one of the worst EA ports on the platform. at least from like a visual like fidelity standpoint, FIFA 98 kind of looks like shit. It's a kind of a bad looking port. Also, it's really buggy. There's no weather effects. The game has no weather effects. But the weather effects are on the menus. You can select what weather you want for a match, but nothing happens. There's no visual effect for the weather. So that's broken. But what's funny is that the commentators will still remark on the weather that on the weather that you have chosen, but there's no weather in the game. I think visually it looks a little bit worse than FIFA 97. And it runs about the same as FIFA 97. It's got about the same somewhat uneven frame rate as FIFA 97. Almost as if they just kind of reskinned FIFA 97. Which maybe they did. But I'm going to say that this still plays better than FIFA 97. FIFA 98 is a great feeling football game. It feels so much fun to play. And I maintain FIFA 98 is the best FIFA game of the 1990s. Regardless of what platform you play it on. The PlayStation version of FIFA 98 is better than all the other PlayStation FIFAs. Saturn FIFA 98 is better than the other Saturn FIFAs. It's just a great feeling game to play. This game is saved by just how good it feels to play. Despite being kind of a horrible port in every other single regard. I'm going to leave FIFA 98 where it is. Tomb Raider. I've just realised we are nearly 5.5 hours. Holy shit. It is nearly 2:30 in the morning. I'm going to have to try and pick up some speed here. I might spend less time talking about the games. Okay? I got work, man. I got work. I got to go to work in the morning. Tomb Raider is a really cool game. I like Tomb Raider. This is the worst official version of Tomb Raider. I'm leaving it where it is. Shining Wisdom is the worst Sonic Software game. It's a really bad... Well, not really bad. It's just kind of a... It's kind of a bad Link to the Past clone. The art style isn't great. It doesn't... The combat doesn't feel great. It's kind of... It's kind of a very forgettable game. Has some annoying puzzles. We might be moving that game down. Okay. I'm moving it... It's going below Tomb Raider. It's going below FIFA. It's going below Trilogy. It's going below Black Dawn. It's going below Doom. It's going below Ultimate MK3. I still like it more than Doom and 3D. There we go. Shining Wisdom. Sorry, Shining Wisdom, you've been pushed out of the top 100. Firestorm Thunderhawk 2 is a decent little helicopter flight sim. This game is legitimately quite good. It's quite fun, very fast paced, very arcadey. It's kind of annoying with its auto-targeting system. Sometimes the game will just... Well, a lot of the time the game will just auto-target shit you don't actually want to shoot, but I think ultimately this is a pretty good game. It runs quite well, it looks pretty detailed. Dark Savior. Dark Savior is a game I wish I liked more, because it's really ambitious, and on paper sounds really cool, but oh my god, the gameplay kind of sucks a little bit. It's going down. It's going below Tomb Raider. There it is. Croc, Legend of the Gobbos, is a game that is very janky. The Saturn version is very janky, very buggy, but also is kind of technically impressive for the hardware. And it's not a terrible 3D platformer. It's okay. It's, you know, it's Croc. Croc's okay in my book. Croc is staying where it is. Panzer Dragoon. Panzer Dragoon, the launch game. I like the Panzer Dragoon games. I have great respect for all of them. Panzer Dragoon 1, I think, is objectively the worst Panzer Dragoon game. Stylistically, it's really good. It's a great looking game. It's basically, hey, we made slightly more complicated Space Harrier. It's like, hey, we made Space Harrier, but this time you're riding a dragon, and also the frame rate is not as good. I love the design of the world. The blue dragon is iconic. It's the dragon I named my channel after, man. Don't talk to me about Panzer Dragoon. I already know. But I think this game is... It's kind of rough looking, technically. It doesn't run at a great frame rate. It runs, I think, in NTSC, it targets 20 frames a second. So in PAL, it runs at 16. And it's a very short game. It's only 5 levels. It's a cool... early, like it's a good launch game. It's a good launch game. It's a good early representation of like what the system is capable of. But apart from that, it's just not much there, man. Stylistically, it's great, but this is... It's a launch game. Yeah. Yes, I'm still here. My God. We might make it to 6 hours. Holy shit. I'm leaving Panzer Dragoon where it is. Shell Shock. Cool little tanks combat game. You can buy upgrades to make your tank better. It's cool. I don't know. It's got a cool, like, hip-hop theme aesthetic to it. It's kind of neat. It's staying where it is. Striker 96. A surprisingly good football game. A sensible World of Soccer knockoff, if there ever was one, but a good one. You can tell the people who made this played a lot of sensible soccer on the Amiga. Because it is extremely like sensible soccer. Yeah, man, I'm up late. It is where I am. It is gone 2 a.m. It is, I need to finish, man. I need to move faster. Riven is a great game. The Saturn version of Riven is the worst official release of the game, I feel. Riven staying where it is. Virtua Fighter, my opinions on Virtua Fighter 1 is still the same. I still think Virtua Fighter Remix is a disappointment. Because it's exactly the same video game, like literally the same video game. This is the most, I don't know, textbook example of a reskin you could imagine. They literally just reskinned the characters and sold it to you again. Yes, they look like, technically, they look a little bit better. But I don't know, I actually prefer the visual style of raw polygons. I think it's a cool look. You do it well and it looks really cool, and I think Virtua Fighter 1 does it well. So I actually kind of prefer the way original Virtua Fighter 1 looks. So there's that. Steep Slope Sliders is a snowboarding game that feels good to play, but suffers from a severe lack of content and modes. I just feel like time trials down the same 6 courses. Is it 6 courses or 8? Or 6 or 7? It might be 7 courses. yeah, just single player time trials down the same courses over and over again is not really a fulfilling experience. It feels good, and it looks quite good. I get a kick out of the system clock gimmick, where if you play certain slopes at certain times of day, that it's either going to be nighttime or daytime. That's kind of a neat gimmick. It's one of the few Sega Saturn games that does anything with the system clock. No. We're not going to do another stream. We're going to push through. This is it, man. We're here till the end. Even if it takes me till fucking 4 o'clock, we're going to keep pushing. All right, Last Bronx. Last Bronx is another game that I wish I liked more. Stylistically, this game is really cool. I'm just not a big fan of the fighting system. I don't know, man. This game is probably a lot more fun with another human than it is against the AI. I suspect this game is a lot more fun with another human player, because my god, the AI feels like shit to play against. Oh my god. But it's got really cool style. Yeah, that would be cool. Here's the thing. Very, very few of my friends who live near me have any interest in video games. So I don't have a great selection of people I can play multiplayer games with, unfortunately. It's like 2 people at most. And it's like, I don't see them that often. So it's like, well, all these multiplayer games that are way better at multiplayer, I guess I'm just going to have to play single player. Last Bronx is staying where it is. Dark Light Conflict is a space sim that runs really well. It's got a really good frame rate. Feels kind of good to play. It's got good 3D pad support. Unfortunately, has really bad mission stick support. Again, it's one of these games that treats the mission stick like a big D-pad, so it feels like shit. It's a shame. I really would have loved Dark Light Conflict to have better mission stick support. It's staying where it is. Worldwide Soccer 97. A decent little football game from Sega. Objectively better than any of the FIFA offerings on the system. But here's the thing. FIFA at this point is such a system seller that people would just buy a PlayStation to play the better version of FIFA. Like it doesn't matter if you're offering a football game that is better than the ports of FIFA on your hardware, because what people, especially in Europe, would do is just say, well, I want the good FIFA, and so they buy a PlayStation. Oh dear. You deserved better, Worldwide Soccer. You deserved better. Cool game. Flora Valley Golf or Pebble Beach Golf Links 2, because this is absolutely the same game as Pebble Beach, but with slightly more exaggerated courses, and also with magic spells. If you're hitting the golf ball and you hit certain segments on the power wheel, you can activate special abilities to help your game of golf. Valora Valley Golf is amazing. I love Valora Valley Golf. It's very charming. Also, do I have Caddy? You know what? So far, no, I've actually been pretty good at remembering all the games, surprisingly. There's been a couple of like generic sports games where I've like struggled to remember the differences between them and other sports games. But other than that, I've had a pretty good idea recalling all these games, which is weird. Oh, and we can't talk about Valora Valley Golf without talking about the caddies. We can't... Valora Valley Golf has the best live-action caddies in any golf game. I love these guys. Hang on. This guy.
Sweet approach.
Oh my god.
Good concentration.
This guy's the best. I love him.
Sweet drive.
Anyway, that's enough of that. There's enough of the caddy. That's enough of the caddy. Okay. Valora Valley Golf is staying where it is. International Victory Goal. A early football game for the platform. And a really fun and colourful and exciting and energetic game. Like there is a very clear stylistic difference between Western developed soccer games and Asian developed soccer games. Like the soccer games developed in Japan have just so much more colour and joy and style than the mostly bland, realistic takes on the sport that Western developers try and do. I miss Japanese developed soccer games, damn it. They're so much more stylistically appealing than the Western ones. They're really cool. Fun game, cool game, good early Saturn game. Street Racer. Street Racer is kind of an interesting and ambitious Super Mario Kart knockoff. 8-player split screen, which is insane. But also I feel like the tracks in Street Racer feel very tight. They feel very cramped. You feel like you don't have a lot of room to move around. I might move Street Racer down a little bit. Oh my god, what's going on? Hang on. WordPad freaked out a little bit. I don't know why. Okay. It's okay. Dark Light Conflict is better. Last Bronx is better. Steep Slope Sliders is better. I'm going to put it below Virtua Fighter. God. Okay, right. There we go. Street Racer has been moved down. Sonic 3D, Flicky's Island. I know there are people who hate this game. This is a notorious game, apparently, to some people, but I find Sonic 3D quite charming. It's not an incredible game, I know that. I don't know. I find the visuals and the tone very charming in Sonic 3D. I'm going to say the Saturn version is clearly a much, much, much better version of the game than what came out on the Mega Drive. The Mega Drive version is probably more technically impressive than the Saturn version, considering the hardware. But Sonic 3D, the Saturn version of Sonic 3D is just a much, I think, nicer looking game. And also, man, those bonus levels are good. The bonus levels in Sonic 3D for the Saturn are really fucking good. Even if they are maybe a little bit hard. They definitely feel a lot harder than the old Sonic 2 ones do. I'm going to leave Sonic 3D where it is. Crazy Ivan is janky but really cool. I love the style. I love the FMV cutscenes of everyone putting on fake Russian accents. It's amazing. I love Soviet punk as a concept, as a style, rather. You take, the Soviet Union and its tropes, and you just start applying it to various, ridiculous scenarios, Soviet Strike is Soviet punk. Red Alert, Command & Conquer Red Alert is Soviet punk, if you know what I mean by Soviet punk, you know what I mean? It's a really interesting and fun aesthetic to put onto your game. What's another game that's very Soviet punk? Freedom Fighters. Freedom Fighters from IO is a Soviet punk game. it's just a fun aesthetic all around. Staying where it is. Quake. My opinion on Quake stays the same. It is a very impressive game for the hardware. And it plays well enough, but it is not the version of Quake you should play. You should play Quake on the PC. You should play Quake on the PC. Or failing that, the N64. Quake is probably the most technically impressive console port. But it is also maybe the one that suffers the most as well. I'm sorry. My opinions are staying. My opinions on Quake are the same. It's a really cool port. It's not the one you should play. Wipeout. Again, relatively okay port. Maybe not the one you should play. Hebereke's Papa Ito. Or, off-brand Dr. Mario. Hey, do you like Dr. Mario? No? Oh, then you probably won't like Hebereke's Papa Ito. Because it's the same fucking video game. But it's fun. I happen to quite like Dr. Mario, so I think this game's kind of fun. Yeah, Papa Ito is a very cool, charming puzzle game. I do like it quite a bit. I think I like it so much because of its art style. It's just got a very charming art style and vibe to it. Blazing Dragons, which is an adventure game. A traditional point-and-click adventure game that actually runs really well on the Sega Saturn. This is a good port. This game runs so much fucking better than the Discworld games do. And I quite like the puzzle system in this game. This game's got a good puzzle system. It works really well. The voice acting is charming. It's just got a good overall vibe. Blazing Dragons is like good. Blazing Dragons is good. It's a good adventure game, especially for like a console port. Not moving it. Formula Karts. A surprisingly fun racing game. Especially if you have a wheel. If you have a racing wheel, this game feels really good with a racing wheel. It feels incredibly well optimized with the wheel. It feels fine with the regular controller or the 3D pad, but the wheel is where it's at. The wheel is where it's at. This game feels great with the wheel. The frame rate's not especially amazing, but it's playable. I'm going to say acceptable frame rate. It's staying where it is. Sega Worldwide Soccer 98, a all-around improvement on Worldwide Soccer 97, with additional tacked-on clubs for the European version. That definitely feels like Sega desperately trying to win back some ground against FIFA and failing. Because I think, again, Sega fundamentally misunderstood what European what European football game fans want in their football games, and they don't want bright colours, good vibes, and fun mechanics. No, they want drab, dreary, realistic depictions of the sport with all their favourite teams and players. That's what they want, damn it. They don't want fun, they want realism. Which I guess is why technically these games didn't do better. Cool game. Mega Man X3. I am not especially a big fan of the Mega Man X games. The only X game I really like is X4 for the PlayStation, or I guess technically Saturn as well, because it also came out on the Saturn in North America, which is weird because X3 came out in Europe, but not North America. But X4 came out in North America, but not Europe. What's going on there? Capcom, what's going on? X3 is objectively fine, mechanically fine. It's a Mega Man X game. They are incredibly well designed, very precise action platformers. They are some of the best action platformers ever made. I just wish they weren't so fucking hard. My opinions on Mega Man X3 have stayed the same. It's staying where it is. Space Hulk, Vengeance of the Blood Angels, another dark horse. I have a ton of respect for this game. It's not the prettiest game. It's not the most well-controlling game. In fact, the controls for this game are actually kind of terrible. But my god, what a fun concept. You are a member of a Space Marine squad, and you have to explore like sections of a Space Hulk, and you have to follow orders being given to you over the Vox, you know? And you start off the game as just another Space Marine, you know, as part of a squad, so you have to follow orders, you know? And you interact with your squad mates, you can tell them, you know, where to, like, go, where to rendezvous. If you get in their way, they'll let you know. Because the hallways of the Space Hulk are only just a little bit wider than a Space Marine, so if you're in another Space Marine's way, they yell at you, they say, hey, you need to get past. Which is cool. I don't know, I really like this game. I wish... I want this version of Space Hulk to get a remake, because I know there are other video game versions of Space Hulk that are trying to be a lot more about the tactics. You know, it's more like a top-down view, and you just point and you maneuver your Marines around, and you solve the levels that way. I want a first-person Space Hulk. Damn it! I want a more up-to-date visually version of this again, because this is cool as hell. It's just kind of hideous. Controls poorly, but my god, the concept is rad. The concept is great. Warcraft 2 The Dark Saga, a surprisingly competent little console port of what is a great RTS. It's a little slow. Like, I wasn't expecting this game to be so slow-paced. It's really slow-paced. Oh my god. It takes forever for you to build anything in this game. Weirdly so. But once you actually do start getting some buildings, you know, up and some units out, it's actually a pretty good console port. It controls relatively well. It's, you know, it'll never beat a mouse and keyboard, but as far as controls go, for a console RTS, this is pretty good. Not moving. Rampage World Tour, probably my favourite Midway game on this list. Rampage World Tour is just good, mindless fun. Again, another game that is probably more fun with a second player, but single player is also pretty good. For about 40 minutes, and then you're done. And then you are satisfied, and then you don't feel like playing it ever again. At least for a couple of weeks. Yeah. Rampage is neat. It's got some really good presentation, some good production values. I like it a lot. It's fine, even if it is a little bit repetitive. Wipeout 2097. Like I said before, this game is probably probably a really impressive port for the hardware. This is not the version of Wipeout 2097 you should play. No. It's the PlayStation version is just so much better. It looks nicer. It runs at a much higher frame rate. It's just an incredible feeling racing game. And the Saturn version, while impressive that it exists at all, is just kind of can't really match up. It's staying where it is. Mass Destruction, cool little mini tank game. It's fun. It's charming. I like it quite a bit. It's got good controls. Staying where it is. Mysteria. A surprisingly charming and well-designed strategy RPG. Even if it is ugly as sin, this might be one of the ugliest 3D games on the platform. My God, it's so technically it's so hideous. But it's got charming enough style, and the gameplay is really well designed. I think it's a pretty good RPG. Mysteria is good. Amok, a perfectly cool little mech action game. It is most notable because it builds its levels out of voxels in order to maintain a relatively good frame rate, which it does. Amok it's a simple game, but it's a charming game, and I don't know, the controls are actually really good. Amok controls really well, and the frame rate is solid. I know it's kind of drab, it's very brown and grey. This game has two colours, brown and grey, but I don't know, it's fun to play. It just feels really good. It's staying where it is. Three Dirty Dwarfs. A really interesting and entertaining 3-player beat-em-up with some really cool boss designs. I think the best part of this game are the boss designs. There's some really wild, interesting boss encounters in this game. I looked at a full playthrough a couple weeks ago just to see what all the bosses look like, and my God, they really go for it with the bosses in this game. They're really interesting and cool. You know, it's they put a lot of creativity into this. It's just also extremely hard. This is an extremely hard game. A lot of the levels feel very bullshit in terms of like where enemies spawn and what your options are with dealing with them. Yeah, this definitely feels like a game that's better with people than by yourself. Moving on. The Lost Vikings 2, Norse by Northwest, a fun little puzzle platformer. Even if maybe the platforming doesn't always feel amazing. It's a fun, goofy little puzzle platformer. I like it quite a bit. I think the Saturn port is a good port. It's got a lot of charming voice acting in it. The game has a very long and very easy to understand tutorial. This game's cool. I like Lost Vikings 2. It's a cool game. It's a very cool game. It's just some of the the combat is optional. I like that in the options you can just turn off death because the developers knew the combat sucked. Like, hey, do you want to turn off death when you play this game because we know the combat sucks. Good options. Okay. Nights into Dreams. Nights into Dreams has great style. It's a very stylish game. It's very charming. Has a lot of charm. So much charm. It's a technically very interesting and impressive game as well. There are certain like levels and visual effects that happen in this game that are surprisingly surprising, I guess. There's that one level where the ground is made of like soft material and you fly close to any surface and it just kind of like the ground mesh just kind of stretches down. You know, you can it's really surprisingly cool stylistically. Like, a ton of work must have gone into the look of this game and making it look the way it does and run as good as it does. It's honestly a very big technical achievement. I just wish the gameplay was more interesting. I'm sorry. I can only have so much fun flying around in circles collecting orbs. I'm done. I'm done with the flying in circles collecting orbs. I'm done. I don't want to do it anymore. The boss fights are probably the best part of this game. This game has really creative, really interesting boss fights. Mostly. Some of the boss fights aren't actually that creative. Some of them are just kind of clusterfucks. Like the Riella boss fight is just a clusterfuck. It's just you circling each other until you manage to like get behind him and grab, get behind him and throw him, which could take you a couple of seconds or it could take you minutes. Who can say? But the bosses are really cool looking and stylish. I just wish the regular levels were more fun to play. Flying in circles and collecting orbs has very limited appeal to me, I'm sorry. So I'm not moving Nights. Same with Christmas Nights, not moving it. Alien Trilogy? Alien Trilogy was maybe the single best Doom clone. And it's a really good Doom clone, don't get me wrong. It's a fantastic Doom clone. Because it's Alien, and the Alien films are really cool. It's a really cool game. Really cool game. I like Alien Trilogy quite a bit. Manx TT Superbike, one of the more impressive arcade ports for the platform. Manx TT Superbike is a really good conversion to the Saturn. It runs really well. This game has an incredible sense of speed. It feels great. It's a really good feeling racing game. But Manx TT Superbike suffers from content issue. Content is extremely thin. There are 2 tracks and 1 bike. That's it. Yes, you can race different versions of the same bike that might have, I don't know, slightly different stats, but it's the same bike model, and you have 2 tracks. Enjoy. If this game had more content, it would be higher on the list, but it's such a thin product that even though it's a really good port, I just can't put it that high, I'm sorry. KO Flying Squadron 2 is a very charming little platformer with really good pixel art. Some really bad voice acting. Bad but charming voice acting. And it's just all around just a good little game. This game's really charming. I like this game a lot. It's staying. Golden Axe the Duel. A solid 2D fighting game with good 2D art, good 2D pixel art. The characters are fun to use. It's just maybe doesn't feel as tight as a lot of the other 2D fighters on this list. It's not that it's not a good game, it's just it's kind of massively outclassed by most of the other 2D fighting games. Golden Axe is fine. Magic Carpet gets a bad rap. I think it's because a lot of people try to play Magic Carpet and they have trouble figuring out how to play Magic Carpet. Mechanically, Magic Carpet is quite complicated. It's not an easy game to figure out at first. Yeah, you have to. You're flying around the big open world. You have to defeat monsters to release their mana. Then you have to mark the mana for collection. You have to build a castle. using said stored mana. In later levels, you are competing with other wizards to try and collect more mana than each other. This game has really interesting and kind of impressive terrain deformation in it. When you build a castle, you physically see the ground rise up and form the shape of a castle. It's kind of cool looking. It's really interesting. You shoot the ground with a fireball and it'll scorch the ground, and that will stay there. That damaged terrain will stay like that for the rest of the level. You can set fire to trees. It's Magic Carpet is really interesting tech-wise. It's a little complicated to get into, but it's a really fun and interesting little action game. It's what do you call it, an action strategy? Because you're technically building a base and harvesting resources. I guess that technically makes it some kind of strategy game, right? Yeah, sure. Let's call it action strategy. I like Magic Carpet. Worms is a classic. The Saturn version of Worms is quite good. Pretty good even. The mouse support kind of sucks. The mouse support is maybe not as good as you want it to be, but Worms is one of those games that plays quite well with just a D-pad. I like Worms quite a bit. Oh boy. Worms might be going up in the world a little bit. Daytona USA, the launch game. This is a divisive game. Daytona USA is a very, very charming racing game. It's incredibly stylistically cool. It has a fantastic soundtrack. Man, but it kind of looks very rough, and the frame rate is very bad. It's a very charming, very stylish racing game, but my god, technically this launch game is a mess. I might put it down a couple spots. Here we go. Worms is probably a better game. Magic Carpet is probably better. Golden Axe is probably better. Max TT is probably better. Yeah. It's going between Alien Trilogy and Max TT. There we go. Die Hard Arcade. One of the more interesting and goofy beat-em-ups to ever come out for the Sega Saturn. A really interesting adaptation of a very serious action movie. Which is, you know, which is funny because it's actually a reskin of a game called Dynamite Decker, which is a shameless rip-off of Die Hard. Which is very funny. Sega developed Dynamite Decker, and then at some point, either Sega of America or Sega in Japan, I don't know which, decided, hey, what if for the Western release of Dynamite Decker we actually tried to get the Die Hard license and we turned it into a real Die Hard game instead of a knockoff? Which is very funny. It's a very charming game, very colourful, very goofy. I'm going to say Daytona USA is better than House of the Dead because, I don't know, I think Daytona USA has just got such fucking charm and style on its side. It is an incredibly charming game that I kind of, I don't know, I like it more. I should also point out, if you don't know, this list is subjective. This is a personal list. This is a personal taste list. I'm not trying to be scientifically objective in any way. This is a list of games in an order that I personally like. And yes, Daytona USA is technically a mess, but it is very, very charming in a way that I like more than House of the Dead. So that's why Daytona USA is higher than House of the Dead. Okay. You can't punish you can't punish Daytona USA too hard. It's like kicking a puppy. You just feel bad. You can't do it. It's like, oh no, I can't do that. Oh no, you're so charming. I don't want to punish you too bad. Even though, yes, technically, on a technical sense, this game is not ideal. It is still Daytona USA in all the ways that matter. Which is charming as hell. Okay. Top 50, here we go. My God, we're almost there. It's only 10 past 3 a.m. where I am. And we've been going for over 6 hours. Fuck. Tetris Plus. It's a good Tetris game. It's a really good Tetris game. With a fun puzzle mode that really forces you to think of Tetris pieces in a different way. Very fun, very visually charming. It's got a great art style. Tetris Plus is good. Tetris Plus is really good. I like it quite a bit. Not moving. SimCity 2000. If I'm going to be honest, the Saturn version of SimCity 2000 is maybe not the world's greatest port of SimCity 2000. It does run quite poorly. It has a very bad frame rate. But SimCity 2000 is not necessarily a game that requires a great frame rate. And I'm going to say it runs better than either of the other two console ports from this time. I'm going to say it runs better than the PlayStation version, and it runs better than the Super Nintendo version. It's probably the best console version of SimCity 2000 from this era. And also, it's Sims fucking City 2000. It's one of the greatest games ever made. It is the game that modern city building games still are based on. Still. Because SimCity 2000 was just that good. It's stylistically perfect. The pixel art is fantastic. SimCity 2000 is just an all-time great game. Holy shit. SimCity 2000. The only real drawback I can put against it is its performance is not great. It's not a great performing version of the game. But it's still fun to play. I still like it a lot. SimCity 2000 is staying where it is. Daytona USA Championship Circuit Edition. Or as I like to call it, 2 steps forward, 1 step back, is in some ways, significant improvement over the first version of Daytona USA, both in terms of visual fidelity and frame rate. The handling model in this game is divisive. Some people are okay with the change in handling. Some people despise the change in handling because it doesn't control quite the same way as the original version of Daytona USA played, which was very close to the arcade game. This has somewhat different controls, which, if you're extremely used to the way Daytona USA normally plays, I imagine can be quite I don't know. For me, it's kind of apples and oranges. I don't know. I think I prefer the handling in Championship Circuit Edition, but there's not a lot in it. I kind of just like this game more just because it looks better and runs better. To be honest, that's purely where my head is at with this. They butchered the soundtrack, which sucks. The original Daytona USA soundtrack is a extremely important part of that game's identity. To take away that soundtrack, you have irreparably scarred Daytona USA. And I know some people are going to say, well, you know, there's the medley track that has incorporates all the classic songs from Daytona USA into one track. It's not the same. It's not the same. When I listen to the Daytona USA music, I want the full versions of the song. I don't want a combination medley track. It's not the same. So, you know. But this game does look and run so much better than the original game. Holy shit. Staying where it is. Tempest 2000. Tempest 2000 is a great game. It's a great game. It's it's also I think it's genuinely a pretty good port of the Jaguar game. Tempest 2000 is so fucking stylish. It's got such a great soundtrack, and it's so fun to play in short bursts. Tempest 2000 is so cool. Not moving. Sonic Jam. Sonic Jam is in the running for best tech demo on this list. Sonic Jam, the Sonic World tech demo in Sonic Jam, I think is objectively maybe the best looking 3D anything on this entire platform. Sonic Team worked some kind of fucking black magic to make that little explorable 3D zone you run around look as good as it does. I think Sonic Team must have spent as much time and budget building that one 3D environment in Sonic Jam as any other development team would spend on a full game. That's the only way in my head I can think that they managed that. Because they must have spent like a solid year just building that one little tech demo to look as good as it does and optimizing the hell out of it. Because there's nothing else on the Sega Saturn that looks quite as good as that from like a 3D detail standpoint, you know? Also, Sonic Jam is a pretty good collection of all the best classic Mega Drive Sonic games, obviously. Somebody said in the comment section for this game that Sonic Jam is one of their 10 best Saturn games. And that's fine. You can do that. You can say that. But I thought about that, and I don't know. It feels weird to me why somebody would think this was one of the 10 best Sega Saturn games. Because it's a collection of Mega Drive games. You're trying to tell me one of the best Sega Saturn games is a collection of games from the previous generation? Oh no. Oh god. That's not something you want to hear. I mean... Yeah, and as Gary Hunn has mentioned, they're not even perfect ports. They are, you know, they're okay. They're okay ports, you know, but they're not perfect ports. There are certain sound effects and visual effects that don't look quite right or sound quite right in Sonic Jam. So they're not even they're not even like perfect, you know, like they're okay, you know. I find them quite interesting, especially that because the game gives you options to load up like official ROM hacks of the different versions of the games if you want like an easier version of each game, you know. If you want a version of Sonic 2 that can be completed by babies, there you go. There's easy mode for you, which is like a fun thing to mess around with sometimes. But yeah, Sonic Jam's fine. Sonic Jam is a good compilation of good games with a fun, really impressive tech demo attached to it, and like a whole like museum's worth of like concept art and videos and music that you can also sort through, which at the time, if you were a big Sonic fan, I imagine must have been a fucking treasure trove. You know? I'm not even that much of a Sonic fan anymore, and I still have a lot of fun like looking at the videos in Sonic Jam. It's just a great collection of stuff. It's a cool thing. It's a cool thing. I wish Sega put as much effort into their more recent retro compilations as they did with this. Virtua Fighter Kids. Virtua Fighter Kids, I think, is sometimes unfairly described as Virtua Fighter 2 with big heads. It's not. There's more to it than that. It is a different fighting game. Yes, it is the collection of the same fighters. Yes, it is primarily the same move lists. I think there are some minor changes to the move lists, maybe, but yeah. But yeah, the move lists are 90% the same as Virtua Fighter 2. But the game has a different feel to it. It runs at a different speed. Virtua Fighter Kids is a faster game than Virtua Fighter 2. Definitely a faster game than Virtua Fighter 2. I don't know. And I think the way they've messed around with the character models makes the hit detection feel different. You have to get a lot closer to your enemy to land hits in Virtua Fighter Kids than you do in Virtua Fighter 2. You just have a lot less reach because you're little like chibi versions of the characters with little short limbs, so you have to get really close to each other. So the game does feel a lot different to Virtua Fighter 2. But I totally understand why people view it as just Virtua Fighter 2 with big heads. It's, you know, for a lot of people the differences are not enough, which is fine, I guess. I think Virtua Fighter Kids is neat. Crusader No Remorse. This is a weird one. This is a game that I was really impressed with when I played it. Really impressed with. This is a cool game. This is a really cool game. This is like a predecessor to games like... Actually, what year did it come out? Did it come out? I'm assuming it came out before System Shock. Is it pre-System Shock? Or is it around the same time as System Shock? It's definitely pre-Deus Ex. It's definitely pre-Deus Ex, because it kind of plays a lot like a System Shock or a Deus Ex in some ways, that you are exploring environments, you're hacking computers, you're hacking security cameras, you're getting security passwords off of guards' corpses, you're like hacking into robots and controlling the robots. It's a really cool game. But instead of it being a first-person shooter like all the other games of its type, it's a 2D isometric game. It's really neat. It's really neat. And they pack so much onto the controller. Oh my god, this game probably has the most complicated controls of any of the games on this list. They have to pack a keyboard's worth of inputs onto your Sega Saturn controller, and my god, they somehow managed it. This is a cool game, even though it's not the best version of the game. Obviously, the DOS version is the one you should play. This is a really good port. Like, this is better than it has any right to be, you know. It runs well, it controls pretty well. They give you a lot of options for how you want to control the game. It's just a really cool game. I played some more of it off, you know, not long after I recorded the video, and fuck me, man, this game is really good. Crusader No Remorse is great. Even the cut down console port, really good. Soviet Strike has issues. This is a great PlayStation game. Soviet Strike is a fantastic PlayStation game. On the Sega Saturn, it has some performance problems. It kind of runs like shit. But it still feels like and plays like Soviet Strike, which is good because I love Soviet Strike. This is my favourite Strike game. This is a cool game. Not moving. Winter Heat. The sequel to Athlete Kings. Not quite as good as Athlete Kings, but still very good. It's a good, like, Winter Olympics game. Except they couldn't call it the Winter Olympics because Olympics is a trademarked term. So they gave it a different name. Off-brand Winter Olympics game. I might actually, hang on. It's going there. It's going below Soviet Strike. There we go. Sega Ages Volume 1, a collection of really, really, really good ports of classic Sega Superscalar arcade games. I think for a long time, these were the best home ports of said arcade games you could get. I think it was like up until like the... Did ports of these games come out for like the 360 and PlayStation 3? I want to say Sega did. They put out like downloadable versions of like arcade perfect ports of like Space Harrier and Afterburner and Outrun. I feel like they did that. So I want to say up until Sega did that, these were still the best like home versions of these arcade games because they're so good, and they support peripherals, the good peripherals as well. Like Afterburner and Space Harrier support the mission stick, and it's good mission stick support. It feels really good. Outrun supports the arcade racing wheel. These are really good ports of these games. Really good ports of these games. Fuck, this game might be better than Buster Move 3. Hang on. There we go. Buster Move 3. Good puzzle game, just like its predecessor. Suffers from diminishing returns. I think Taito put out too many Buster Move games, or Puzzle Bobble, as they're known in Japan. They put out too many of them. By the time you get to like Buster Move 4, you're like, come on, man, what are we doing? How many of these games you're going to put out? They're not that different from each other. Buster Move 3 is solid. It's got some good single-player modes. It's a fun game. I think it loses out when compared to Buster Move 2 because it doesn't have the custom puzzle creator that Buster Move 2 does on the Saturn. It has a collection of custom puzzles created by people in Buster Move 2, but it doesn't actually give you the editor anymore, which is just sad, which is one of my favourite parts of Buster Move 2 on the Saturn. It's a good game, it's a charming game, it's got good style, good artwork. But yeah. Diminishing returns. Athlete Kings. This game is maybe one of the best looking games on the platform. It's really, really technically impressive. It's a really sharp looking game. It runs in the Saturn's high res interlaced mode. It looks really good. It's a really, really, really solid track and field game with great character designs. Even if not all of them made it to the North American version because they might be viewed as problematic. But, you know, this game is really stylish and fun and colourful, and it runs great. It runs at a great frame rate, and it's so sharp looking. It's such a great looking game. Buster Move 2. One of the all-time great puzzle games of the 1990s. Buster Move 2 is, I think, still in many ways the high point of the series. Especially the Sega Saturn version, which is the best home version of the game because it contains additional single-player content and a puzzle editor, which is not included in either the PlayStation or N64 version. This is a great, great version of a great, great puzzle game. Awesome game. Theme Park. We might be moving Theme Park down a little bit. I like Theme Park. It is probably one of my favourite games from the Amiga era of Bullfrog. But I don't know, man. It just can't really match up to some of the stuff that's directly below it. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? I like Theme Park. It's one of my favourite park building games of all time. I have a lot of fond memories playing Theme Park. Gets really, like, weirdly hard later in the game. This game is weirdly hard. But I don't know, in a cool way. Anyway, let's move it. It's not as good as Athlete Kings. Sega Ages is probably a better Saturn release. Buster Move is probably better. Soviet Strike is probably better. Winter Heat is probably better. I still like it more than Crusader No Remorse. So here we go. It's being moved down to number 43. Okay, here we go. Burning Rangers. Burning Rangers is really cool. There we go, that's my argument. Moving on, no. Burning Rangers is a really, really cool game. It's got incredible style, my god. An incredible soundtrack. It's iconic. It's one of the most iconic games for the platform. It is one of the most technically impressive games for the platform. It is unbelievably, Sonic Team was unbelievably ambitious with this game. What they thought they could achieve on the Saturn hardware. They fucking went for it. They really did. They may have been reaching too far. They may have been reaching too far. They may have been flying too close to the sun on this one. Too close to the sun. It just doesn't run well. Like at all. It targets 20 frames a second in the NTSC version. It runs at 16 on the PAL version. It's just not for the level of for the kind of actions the game wants you to do, the kind of maneuverability the game gives you. You know, the frame rate just doesn't feel good enough for the type of gameplay Burning Rangers has. If Burning Rangers was a locked 30/25, this would be a lot more playable. Holy shit. But because it hovers around, you know, the mid to high teens, it just doesn't feel... I don't know, man. The frame rate doesn't feel great. And also, like I said, when I'm playing it, it feels weirdly... Presentationally, the game feels very rough. This game is extremely flickery in a way that you just typically don't see from Sonic Team releases. Sonic Team is a developer that was very, I don't know. You could always count on Sonic Team games having really good visual presentation. Really good visual presentation. Say what you want about the gameplay, and I have. But Sonic Team was a developer that prided themselves on making their games look fucking sharp, you know? And the amount of flicker and Z fighting and and like weird visual bugs attached to the way the game renders transparency is just like really hard to ignore. This game is cool as hell, but it's also janky. It's really janky. I suspect if, you know, it was a perfect world, this game would have gotten a few more months of development time, but we don't live in a perfect world, and I'm sure Sega put their foot down, and Sonic Team were probably forced to release this in a state that they probably weren't happy with, I imagine. Yeah, I suspect that's probably what it was. Sega was probably like sick of Sonic Team taking their time and like said, no, it's good enough, just fucking put it out. We don't want to spend any more money on this, just put it out. So yeah, I can't imagine Sonic Team were entirely happy with the visual presentation of this game because it is so flickery, my god. It's not moving. King of Fighters 95, I'm not a King of Fighters guy. I'm really not a King of Fighters guy, but this game is like, I don't know, this game's cool. This game is cool. It's got really nice pixel art. The addition of the ROM cart that comes with it means that the animations look nice and crisp and detailed. It's a really nice looking game. I can't say, you know, presentationally, King of Fighters 95 is a beautiful looking 2D fighting game. I just wish I was, I don't know, more into the SNK style of fighting games. I don't really necessarily like SNK's fighting game systems all that much. And I know that's a personal preference thing, but that's just kind of how it is for me. But I can admire some gorgeous fucking production value, and King of Fighters is a gorgeous looking 2D fighting game. And I acknowledge that it is probably very tightly designed, but I'm just not very good at it, unfortunately. Street Fighter Alpha, Warrior's Dreams. Yeah, that is funny, isn't it? The Alpha music comes on when I start talking about Alpha, although the music is from Alpha 2, not Alpha 1. Alpha 1 is kind of a disappointment of a game. It's still a really good fighting game. But when you compare it to its contemporaries, even its contemporaries from Capcom at the time, it kind of felt disappointing. Because this game came out after X-Men Children of the Atom and the original Darkstalkers, which I think, from like a 2D animation standpoint, are far more impressive games. And then Street Fighter Alpha comes out, and it felt weirdly safe at a time when Capcom had already put out two other fighting games that were far more ambitious with their, you know, 2D art and animation. Maybe it's because it was Street Fighter and Capcom were scared of, you know, were scared of going too far. Maybe they thought, no, this is Street Fighter. This is our, you know, this is our flagship fighting franchise. We don't want to take too many risks. Oh my god. And so they put out the blandest but still really good game they could. I don't know. I think a lot of people at the time wanted this game to be a little bit more impressive than it was. And a lot of the new characters are not that good. A lot of the characters that they first introduce in Alpha 1 are not great. I don't really like playing as them. I don't want to play as Rose. I don't want to play as Birdie. Not that interesting, but you know, this is still a really solid fighting game. Holy shit. It's just the best was yet to come, shall we say. Virtua Cop, a really cool light gun game, really stylish, really colourful, runs really well, has great music, has excellent mouse support, really good mouse support. This is a fantastic game. Virtua Cop 1 is an all-time classic. It's one of the... It's a great game. It's a little simple. It's very short. You play through it once and you've seen all of the content. But what is here is still really solid. I might actually move Virtua Cop. I might actually put it above Parodius. Okay. The Parodius collection of the first 2 Parodius games is a great little collection of very charming, very goofy shooters with some insane boss designs. Some of the weirdest bosses in any shooter ever. These games are great. They're super charming. They've got great style. The first game is a little tough. In that if you take a hit anywhere, you have to start the level again from scratch with no power-ups. The second game is a bit more forgiving. I think it's got a better checkpointing system. Also, it lets you gather some power-ups immediately after dying, I think the second game does. So the second game is probably a little bit more forgiving. Second game's great. Second game is so good. Parodius. Charming as fuck little shooters. They are so good. Road Rash. This is a great version of the original Road Rash. It's much better than the original 3DO version. Runs at a much higher frame rate than the 3DO version. Also, I'm going to say the Saturn version is a little bit smoother than the PlayStation version. The PlayStation version is also fine, but I'm going to say the PlayStation version has like weird frame rate hitches now and again that are quite noticeable. It's weird. It doesn't happen all the time, but it happens often enough that you notice it. Whereas, as far as I can tell, the frame rate in the Saturn version of Road Rash is like perfect. It's smooth completely. There are no hitches. The menus are weirdly laggy. The menus take a really long time to navigate. It's strange. I don't know why, but the menus feel really sluggish. But this game's really cool. I like this game a lot. Road Rash is cool as hell. I might actually move Road Rash. Hang on. I might actually put Road Rash above MechWarrior 2. There we go. That feels better. Speaking of MechWarrior 2, MechWarrior 2. This is a really good port. This is a really, really good port of MechWarrior 2. This is a surprisingly... Like, the people who ported this to the Sega Saturn put a lot of time and effort into this. They clearly wanted to make sure this version of the game was good. And, you know... Because so many other Saturn ports... Because it would have been the easiest thing in the world to just do a quick and dirty conversion of the PlayStation version. It would have been the easiest thing in the world for them to do, but they didn't. They took the time to make a version of the game that takes advantage of the Sega Saturn's strengths. So it has a very different look to the PlayStation version. Because they took the time to actually do it properly. MechWarrior 2 is really cool. especially with the mission stick support. This game has really good mission stick support. And it's hidden. It's not advertised in the options or in the manual at all. They don't mention it at all. You don't know this game has mission stick support until you one day decide, I'm going to test the mission stick. And oh my god, it does work, and it works well. Holy shit. The developers of the Saturn version of MechWarrior 2 really went above and beyond. This is a great version of the game, I think. Obviously, I'm not going to try and tell you it's better than the original PC version, obviously, but as far as console ports go, this could have been so much worse. Holy shit. It's really cool that they took the time to actually do a proper, Saturn port that takes proper advantage of the hardware. It's really cool. Cool game. Deep Fear. Deep Fear is a cool game. It's a blatant Resident Evil knockoff, but it's a good one. It's one of the better ones, I think. In a time filled with terrible Resident Evil knockoffs, there were some genuinely good ones, and I think Deep Fear is one of the better ones. It's got surprisingly good production values on its cutscenes. Yes, the voice acting is incredibly goofy, but I think that only adds to its charm. I think Deep Fear with good voice acting would be a less interesting game. That's my opinion anyway. I don't think I'm going to move Deep Fear. Deep Fear can stay where it is. Virtua Cop 2 is a fantastic light gun game. One of the all-time best light gun games ever made. Oh my god. Virtua Cop 2 is incredible. Is it me, or is it weird that all the best light gun games from this era are all sequels? Like Virtua Cop 2, Time Crisis 2, House of the Dead 2. They're all, in my opinion, the 3 best light gun games ever made, and they're all sequels. I don't know. I don't really have much to add to that. I just thought it was interesting. I don't know. At least in my opinion, those are the 3 best light gun games from that era. Fucking great games. Virtua Cop 2 is a great looking game. It's got more interesting, levels than Virtua Cop 1, because Virtua Cop 2 introduces branching paths to the levels, so you can choose what path you take through a level, which is interesting, adds some good replay value to it, and the game runs super smoothly. This game has 0 frame rate issues. It runs so well. This is a really well optimized game. This is a great port of a Model 2 arcade game. One of the best, I think. This is a great game. Boy. I might have to move Virtua Cop 2. Yes. I'm sorry, Guardian Heroes. You're still in the top 30. Guardian Heroes is a really cool game. It's a beat 'em up with RPG mechanics. Really stylish, really fun, really chaotic and frenetic. Almost to a fault. The bosses suck. The bosses in this game suck. They are so frustrating and bullshit. Oh my god. Wow, the bosses suck in Guardian Heroes. I think that's, kind of the that's the Treasure way. Treasure is a company that made a lot of really crazy bosses in their time. A lot of their games have really intense boss fights, And Guardian Heroes, no exception. Guardian Heroes has a lot of insane boss fights that you feel like, how the fuck am I supposed to overcome this? Jesus Christ. But you find a way. You find a way. Guardian Heroes is cool. It lost a space to Virtua Cop 2. Super Puzzle Fighter 2 Turbo. A really amazing puzzle game. This is a fantastic puzzle game. Capcom can make amazing puzzle games. Who knew? I thought all they did was make like fighting games, action platformers, and survival horror games. No, they can make awesome puzzle games as well. Puzzle Fighter is one of the all-time great fighting games in my opinion. This is a fantastic game. Gorgeous production values. It looks really good. Really colourful, detailed pixel art. This game is incredibly good fun with another player. This is amazingly good fun with a second player. It's still fun single player, but you get the most out of it with a second human. This game is fantastic. Artistically, I think probably one of the better looking games on the system. I'm not going to move it though. We'll see. We'll see. Let me talk about these two. Gun Griffin. Gun Griffin is a very cool, very slick, fast-paced mech sim with really cool, robot design. It's a fucking great mech sim. It feels so. You feel so cool playing this game. This game has amazing cool factor. It's a shame that Gun Griffin 2 didn't leave Japan, because Gun Griffin 2 is even better. Gun Griffin 2 is an amazing sequel. It is very light on content though. This game only has 8 missions. 8. So it has a very short campaign. But what is there is a very high quality. It's a great game. Great game. Galaxy Fight. I like Galaxy Fight. Galaxy Fight has a lot of cool factor. A lot of style. I love the intro the intro to the game is so cool. You hear that really intense guitar solo, and then a guy just screams at you, "Galaxy Fight!" And it's like, oh my god, yes, let's go. One of the coolest intros to a fighting game ever, Galaxy Fight. It's short and sweet, but my god, is it good. It's also, I don't know, visually this game is kind of janky. I think there's just something about the way the game renders its shadows that looks weird. I think the blink rate on the shadows is too slow. It just looks weird. It just looks like your shadows are turning on and off. It looks bizarre. They should have either greatly increased the blink rate, or they should have just left the shadows on. I think, because the speed at which the shadows blink is like, it's distracting, it's weird. But Galaxy Fight is a great game. I might move Galaxy Fight. Galaxy Fight is going between Super Puzzle Fighter and Virtua Cop 2. There we go. Just a little bit. Darius Gaiden. This is a really cool shooter with branching paths. Really great boss design. All of the bosses are are designed after different sea creatures. The first boss is gorgeous. The first boss is made of like dozens of separately animating sprites all linked together to create the illusion of like a fishtail. And all of the scales on the fishtail are separate sprites. It's gorgeously animated. It looks great. Darius Gaiden has really great style. It's a cool game. Oh my god. Also, the soundtrack is really unhinged. Darius Gaiden has like a vocal soundtrack. It's like a lot of opera singing in the background, and it's such a bizarre tone that I think works really well in the game's favor. It's got a bizarre soundtrack, but in a good way. Darius Gaiden might have to go up a space. Yeah, it's going above Shinobi X. Shinobi X is cool. I love Shinobi X. The cutscenes are so cool. The live action FMV cutscenes are so cool. It plays like Shinobi 3, which is the best Shinobi game. It is. It kind of plays like a slightly looser version of Shinobi 3. The controls don't feel quite as sharp as Shinobi 3. But it's all there. It's all there, you know. The bosses are maybe a little bit lackluster. I think the boss design in Shinobi X could have been a little bit more... I don't know. Impressive. You're fighting a lot of human-sized dudes. Like, those are the bosses, right? It's like, okay, just a bunch of human-sized enemies. Where I go back and I think of the bosses from Shinobi 3, and some of them are amazing, screen-filling monsters. And Shinobi X, most of the bosses are just, it's another human-sized guy. There you go. This guy's a monster, but he's human-sized. Like, oh, okay. Yeah, Shinobi X could have used better boss design, I think, but the rest of the game is so cool, even if it is a little bit janky. I love Shinobi X. I love Shinobi X. Dragon Force is a really cool strategy RPG. It's a really unique strategy RPG. I am surprised nobody has tried to rip it off. A strategy RPG based around capturing control points and building very large armies of different classes of units, right? And you try and... it's basically rock, paper, scissors. When you engage another army, certain units fare better against certain other kinds of units, so... Cavalry does really well against regular foot soldiers. Regular foot soldiers do really well against beastmen. Beastmen do really well against cavalry, you know, that kind of thing. Archers and mages are weak to everything, but they have the advantage of having a ranged attack. It's a really interesting battle system, and I think that it's really cool as well. Yeah. Dragon Force is really cool. I think it suffers in the mid and late game because I think the game really drags down. You have so many armies on the field all doing different things that a single turn that at the start of the game would take you like 5 minutes, maybe 10, can take almost up to an hour. And you can't save until the turn ends, so and at some point you only get to play like a couple of turns per gameplay session because it's like it takes so fucking long to get everything done in a single turn, and the game drags a lot in the mid to late game because of that. It's a problem that is solved somewhat by emulators because some emulators allow you to fast forward, so you can fast forward through a lot of the time-wasting stuff, which you can't on real hardware. But other than that, Dragon Force is cool. Dragon Force is a really cool game. I wish somebody would rip it off. I want somebody to make an off-brand Dragon Force. I'm surprised there haven't been like half a dozen indie games on Steam all trying to copy Dragon Force. Like, what are we doing? Come on, it's right there. What are we doing? Okay, Resident Evil. Resident Evil is a good game. Resident Evil is a well-designed game. The gameplay style of Resident Evil has fallen massively out of favour in recent years, in recent decades. And these styles of game are very regularly laughed at. The tank controls pre-rendered background game has fallen on hard times, you might say. I don't think that's fair. I think it's just a style of gameplay that people aren't used to anymore. And because they're not used to it, the controls are very different to what they're typically used to from modern games. They don't like it. The controls aren't worse, they're just different. If you train yourself to play these games, which a lot of people did back in like the mid to late 90s, a ton of people were playing Resident Evil games and Resident Evil likes to the point where it was, you know, a lot of people were decent at these style of controls because they have experience with those style of controls. I think what happened was people just got bored of these games when you get into like the early 2000s, and so people stopped making these games, these style of games, and as a result people weren't encountering these styles of controls, which means people didn't get to practice these controls, which means when people did go back and play these styles of games, they're just incredibly like out of their depth. They don't know what the fuck are these controls, what's going on. The controls aren't worse, they're just different. If people just fucking practiced, it wouldn't be so difficult for them to play. These games are fine. I am a classic Resident Evil defender, damn it. They're fine. The games are fine. They're just out of fashion, that's all. The Saturn version of Resident Evil is, I would say, broadly a good port. There are some things about it that aren't quite as good as the PlayStation original, but they're very few and far between. I think ultimately for me the biggest problem would be the increase in load times. The load times are like significantly longer on the PlayStation version. It takes so much longer to open those fucking doors than it does on the PlayStation version. It's like an extra like, I think it's like an extra 5 seconds or so compared to the PlayStation load times. Which doesn't sound like a lot, but when you've walked through about 100 doors, it adds up. Yeah, Resident Evil is good. Resident Evil is really good. I'm not going to move it. Command & Conquer. The Sega Saturn version of Command & Conquer is surprisingly good. It's a really good port. And it looks better in some significant ways than the PlayStation version. Even though the PlayStation version has more content and worse performance, there can be quite a bit of slowdown in the PlayStation version if you have enough units on screen. That's not the case with the Saturn version. The Saturn version has very solid performance. It runs very well. And it also has game speed modifiers, which the PlayStation version doesn't. You can go into the options menu mid-mission and increase the game speed so your units move faster. So if you need to get a couple of units that move really slow across to the other side of the map, and that will sometimes take multiple minutes, you can increase the game speed to make that wait a little bit less awful. Yeah, the Saturn version of Command & Conquer is really fucking good. Again, it has less content than the PlayStation version, but I think the PlayStation version is just, I don't know, doesn't look as good, and I think has significant performance issues. It's fine. It's not moving. Okay, Shining the Holy Ark. I really like Shining the Holy Ark. Shining the Holy Ark is one of the best dungeon crawler games ever made. It is I think possibly it might actually be the best Japanese developed dungeon crawler RPG. This game is just so cool and has so much style. The battle theme is great. You never get tired of hearing it. Yeah, Holy Ark needs a modern port. We need like some kind of up-to-date... We need a remake of Holy Ark, damn it. But unfortunately, I don't think that's going to happen for multiple reasons. Nintendo own Camelot now, and I don't think Sega has any fucking interest in actually doing right by the Shining franchise. If you've seen what they've been doing the last 25 fucking years. Camelot, they dissolved Sonic Software, Camelot got bought, and then Sega suddenly found itself in control of an RPG franchise it has no fucking idea what to do with. I'm sorry. I have very strong opinions on all post-Camelot Shining games. Shining the Holy Ark is a great game. If there was one thing I could knock it's the performance. The game has some significant slowdown issues. There are certain parts of the game where the game will slow down significantly, and it's in areas where you can be attacked. And so if you're unlucky enough to be attacked in those areas, the fights take forever. Because the fights themselves will also slow down. It is what it is. Exhumed. Exhumed is a really cool first-person shooter. I described it as Metroid Prime before Metroid Prime, and I stand by that. It's really fucking good. It is it's an ability-based. It's a first-person shooter with ability-based exploration. So you play through a level, there are multiple exits, you can't get to all the exits because you lack the ability to get to them, so you have to keep playing through in a linear fashion until you run into a power-up, a permanent upgrade, which then lets you go back and find these other exits, which takes you to more levels. It's a really cool design. It's a great game. It's great weapon design. I really like the flamethrower. The flamethrower I like the way the flamethrower animates, because as you turn to face different directions, the pilot light on the end of the flamethrower will tilt to reflect your movement, which is like a really nice little detail that they didn't have to add. Exhumed is a really great game. I feel doesn't get enough appreciation. The people who know about Exhumed love Exhumed, but a lot of the people who, I don't know, haven't played Exhumed look at it and go, oh, that looks like a shitty Egyptian-themed Doom clone. It's like, oh no. Oh no, it's so much more. It's so much more. Oh man, Exhumed has got pretty bad performance. Pretty bad performance. Exhumed... Some of the levels in Exhumed, some of the areas in Exhumed run like shit. I will say that. That's something that needs to be... Fighting Vipers. Fighting Vipers is a cool fighting game. Cool fighting system. It's not moving. Saturn Bomberman. Objectively, the best Bomberman game ever made. At least that's my opinion. Great single-player mode. With co-op, if there's somebody there with you, which is excellent. Up to 10-player multiplayer, which is incredible. Yeah, Saturn Bomberman is incredible. Great game. Not moving. Story of Thor 2, one of the few times Sega made a Link to the Past knockoff, and it was actually pretty good. Story of Thor, also known as the Oasis games in North America. I think they're called Beyond Oasis and Legend of Oasis in North America. In Europe, they're called Story of Thor and Story of Thor 2. These are really cool action RPGs with really interesting combat mechanics. It's like an action RPG, but you can input like almost like fighting game inputs into the controller to pull off certain moves. It's really a neat and interesting way to handle combat in one of these games. Really cool game. Also, really good pixel art. This is a really nice looking, like 2D pixel art game as well. I think a lot of people look over or don't realise is there. It's a great looking game, aesthetically. Night Warriors Darkstalkers Revenge. A fantastic Capcom fighting game that I wish I was better at. The thing with the Darkstalkers games is I love looking at them. They're fucking gorgeous from like a pixel art and animation perspective. But oh my god, the fighting systems. These games are like really complicated in a way that I've always struggled to get to grips with, and so as a result I've never been able to actually get good at Darkstalkers. I'm okay with 1 or 2 characters, but I wouldn't call myself good. I don't know. I'm functional with Lord Raptor. I'm functional with Zabal, and that's about it. I don't know. It's not moving. Virtua Fighter 2. A fantastic port of what was at the time a fantastic 3D fighting game. Runs at high-res interlace mode, looks really sharp, really smooth frame rate. It's a technical marvel. It's a fantastic port. It's in the running for best 3D game, 3D arcade game port. It's a fucking great game. Oh my god. I might move Virtua Fighter 2. Hang on. I'm thinking about it. We'll think about it. Rayman, one of my favourite 2D platformers of all time. Beautiful pixel art. Beautiful 2D art in this game. Hard as nails. Hard as nails. The first 3 or 4 levels aren't that big of a deal. You get like half a dozen levels in, and all of a sudden the game becomes rock hard. Rayman is a surprisingly difficult game. When you get deeper in, it's nuts. Just what they demand of you. It has a very steep difficulty curve. Really, I didn't know that. I didn't know the original Jaguar version of Rayman was easier. They made it a lot more reasonable in terms of difficulty. That's weird. Rayman is gorgeous. What a gorgeous looking game this is. And the way the people who developed it managed to basically cheat their way into like really good, smooth, like 2D animations by dividing Rayman up into like separate pieces. You know, because if Rayman had arms and legs, those sprites would take up so much more space in the RAM. But by taking away his arms and legs and making his hands and feet separate sprites, they can kind of cheat their way into like much more expressive animations without having to take up a ton of RAM. And it works really well. It's gorgeous, gorgeous looking game. Holy shit. But man, that difficulty curve is fucking vicious. Vicious. Oh my god. I might move Rayman. I might put Rayman below Virtua Fighter 2. There we go. There we go. That feels a bit more... I don't know, that feels a bit... There we go. That feels better. Yeah. X-Men Children of the Atom. A fantastic fighting game. The very first Capcom Marvel fighting game. This is the game that games all the way up to Marvel vs. Capcom 2 would build upon. The work started here. This is a fantastic game. It's got fantastic character, sprite animation, really, really, really fun battle system, really, really fast battle system. This is a very fast game. Holy shit. The single player difficulty level is weirdly brutal in a way that other Capcom fighting games aren't. I feel like I can get through every single other Capcom fighting game on this list on default difficulty and on arcade mode quite easy. X-Men Children of the Atom is fucking vicious. You put the difficulty level all the way down to the bottom and I still get my shit pushed in. It's a vicious game. I don't know if there's something wrong with the difficulty levels on the Saturn version. It just doesn't feel right. It feels like the game is weirdly too hard. You'll kind of do okay in one fight, and then the very next fight will perfect you. It's nuts. Don't know what's going on there. So yeah, for me, this is a game that is a lot more fun with another human player than single player, because I don't know what's going on with the difficulty, man, but this game does not mess around. I don't think I'm going to move this one. This one I think will stay at number 10. Okay, so we're in the top 10, by the way. Last 10 games, here we go. Oh my god, this takes... We are at 7 hours. I'm so fucking tired. Fighters Megamix. Staying where it is. Marvel Superheroes. I know there are a lot of people who don't like the Saturn port of Marvel Superheroes. I know it doesn't run especially well. It's got a little bit of slowdown issues, but I find this game so much fun. The characters and the fighting system in Marvel Superheroes is so much fun. This is the game that I kind of wanted all the other Marvel games to be. Unfortunately, Capcom decided that all the Marvel games after Marvel Superheroes were going to be tag team games. And I'm just not the biggest fan of the tag team games. Like, they're impressive as hell. I respect the hell out of them, but I don't know. They're way too technical and complex in a way that I don't find fun. And so for me, the height of, personally for me, the height of Capcom's classic Marvel fighters is Marvel Superheroes. And it's gorgeous. It's visually gorgeous. Even though the frame rate... It's not the frame... I think the game has like very slight slowdown issues. It doesn't really affect the game for me. I don't really notice the slowdown because I'm so used to the way this game looks and plays that my brain has kind of gotten used to it. And so I don't really see the performance issues anymore. Which I guess is a good thing. But I have so much fun playing Marvel Superheroes. Even though it has issues, I know. It's not moving. Panzer Dragoon 2. Such a much better game than the first Panzer Dragoon. In every way. Visual fidelity, frame rate, controls, mission design. It's such a much better game in every way. It's technically really cool and impressive. The final mission where you're flying through the Shellcoof, in the Shellcoof, back out, back in again, is such a great sense of scale to it. It's really impressive. And it has a fantastic soundtrack. Cool game. Really cool game. It's not moving. Galactic Attack. Galactic Attack is probably my favourite bullet hell shooter. Also known as Layer Section, also known as Ray Force. This game has lots of different names depending on the region and the platform you play it on. It's very weird. The naming rights to this game are a fucking mess. I think most people generally know it as Galactic Attack or Layer Section. Though. Galactic Attack is so cool. It has incredible style. I love the boss designs in this game. This game has great boss designs. The soundtrack is amazing. The lock-on laser mechanic feels so good. The way it handles foreground enemies and background enemies feels so good. This is just, in my opinion, this is kind of a perfect video game. I don't think you could meaningfully improve upon Galactic Attack in any real way. Okay. It's not moving. Street Fighter Alpha 2. One of my favourite fighting games of all time. And the Sega Saturn port is incredible. Such a good port. Such a good port. It wouldn't be until the Street Fighter Alpha collection on PS2 before the Saturn port of Alpha 2 would finally be beaten. For 10 years, this was the best home port of this game. Great fucking game. Holy shit. What more is there to say? It's staying where it is. Street Fighter Collection. A cool collection of 3 Street Fighter games. Super Street Fighter 2, Super Street Fighter 2 Turbo, and Street Fighter Alpha 2 Dash. Also known as Alpha 2 Gold, also known as 02 Dash, depending on your region. That's the reason why it's up this high, because it contains a better version of Alpha 2, and I fucking love Alpha 2. It's staying where it is. I think the remaining games are going to stay where they are. I don't think realistically any of these are going to move. These all feel rock solid to me. Sega Rally is an incredible game. Stylistically, it looks great. It runs great. It feels great to play. The content is a little bit on the thin side, but it's still, I don't know, a really impressive game. As far as arcade ports go to the Saturn hardware, this is an all-time great Sega Saturn game right here. Yeah, I love Shining Force 3. Scenario 1 is the least polished of the 3 scenarios, but it's still a fantastic RPG. And to me, Panzer Dragoon Saga is just, I don't know, man. There's just something about Panzer Dragoon Saga that is so enthralling. I love the world design. I love the characters. The story is genuinely interesting. The gameplay is genuinely interesting. The battle system is like really unique, you know? And it's a great looking game on top of that. Minus the on-foot sections. The on-foot sections look kind of terrible. But when you're on the back of the dragon and you're flying around, the game looks great. Fantastic game. All-time fucking great game. It's amazing. And that's it. That's the finishing. We have massaged the list into its final form. It is done. All 240 games have been officially ranked and their positions are final. I want to thank everyone for joining me on this journey over the past 2 years. This has been a really fun project for me to embark on, and part of me is sad that it's ending, but another part of me is so fucking relieved that I can finally move on to something else. This might not be the end of Saturn ranking content. I might do a top 10 Japanese import, series at some point. That might be fun to do, but if I am going to do that, it won't be for a long time. Might be for at least several months, so don't expect it anytime soon. God. Alright. I have a Max Payne 2 Let's Play to plan. I've been promising a playthrough of Max Payne 2 for 2 fucking years, and it's time to do it, damn it. And I promise that that's going to be the next thing you see on my channel. I might take a break for a couple of weeks or 3, but the next time you see me will be part 1 of Max Payne 2. Thank you, everyone. My name is the Real Blue Dragon. Thank you for joining me. And goodbye. I'm going to bed. It is nearly 4:30 in the morning. What the fuck? Bye. Oh my god.